Chapter 1099. Above the dark forest, there were remnants of light that had yet to dissipate. The clear sky had a mysterious dark purple color, but there was no starlight in the sky. There were only some torrents of energy that could not be observed with the naked eye. The energy that was forcibly condensed together was disintegrating and escaping to various areas, causing some strange energy scenes in the air from time to time. The ruins of the buildings hidden in the forest were being swallowed up. The collapsed, exquisite buildings were lying between the soil and gravel. The debris was embedded in the ground at an angle. The broken buildings were entangled by trees and vines. Huge plants drilled out from the toppled soil. The wreckage of the buildings was everywhere. This was a small development in the forest. The buildings were almost swallowed up by time. It was difficult to determine what each building was used for. They were still standing here, telling visitors that a race once existed here. There were once living beings. Now, only the broken ruins were left, gradually merging with the trees. The traces here were gradually fading. It had been tens of millions of years. The most well-preserved building was just a strange building next to a tree, and only a small part of it was left. Looking at the traces left on the tree, it should be 14 or 15 meters high. At this time, there were only ruins of 3 or 4 meters high and broken pieces on the ground. There were no other living beings in this forest. Some birds and beasts that should have existed in the forest, but because it was a forbidden land of elemental elements, they did not dare to set foot here. Even the races that once lived here had disappeared. At this moment, it had truly become a forbidden land of life. Touching the glass-like building fragments with his palm, his hand felt cold, and there was a feeling of leakage. These fragments once carried an amazing amount of energy, but now it was just an empty shell. It had been worn away and lost its function. However, it still preserved its original appearance and had not been completely weathered. These building materials are very strange. Xian rubbed his fingers lightly. Even after tens of millions of years, there is still no decay. There's a kind of coldness. It feels like there is a mind, but there is only emptiness. The elves' buildings are built through our imagination, built with spiritual power. It is an extension of our spiritual power. Almost all the physical substances in our lives are made up of spiritual power. If we use something that actually exists, it will use spiritual power as the connecting framework. Other things will be solidified or merged with spiritual power to build it. Rosie said, "Only spiritual power is enough?" "Of course not." Kaixia shook her head. "It still needs to be supplemented with a lot of energy. Spiritual power can be condensed without limit. If it is an object built purely with spiritual power, it will disappear with the collapse of the object and the death of the builder. Therefore, it needs to be firmly stabilized with energy so that the spiritual condensed object can give birth to a physical body. You can feel that there are thoughts because you have touched spiritual power." Chu Yingzhan thought for a while and said, "Is the spiritual power you're talking about the same as our spiritual power?" "Probably the same." Yin Nuoxing jumped down from the 3-meter-tall wreckage of the building. "Basically, it's the same. It's a different kind of power that's born from the brain and thought convergence zone. It's released through imagination, control, and other means. It's called psychic power. The psychic power that's born from cultivation in the realm of the gods isn't much different from the psychic power in other worlds." Chu Yingzhan frowned. "After I came to the realm of the gods, I also used a special cultivation method to give birth to psychic power. But that method is very similar to the cultivation method I used in the 7 elemental realms. The latter didn't let me feel the existence of psychic power. Is it a problem with the laws or the energy in the realm of the gods? There's a reason for both." Yin Nuoxing said, "The laws and forms of energy in different worlds can be so different that it's strange. Naturally, the cultivation system will also be different. The power that is mastered and the means to release power will also be different." He thought for a while and continued, "I've seen many worlds, and the cultivation system as a whole is more or less the same. There are some unique ones, but they're only different in form. The different forms of life will also be different. I won't go through them one by one. I might not even be able to finish talking about all of them in the upper three heavens. It seems that psychic power is rarely used. Qin Yin rubbed a fragment. She could feel a burst of energy similar to psychic power flowing in the crystal-clear fragment. She couldn't help but think of the cultivation in the realm of the gods. Ever since psychic power was born, it seemed that this kind of energy was not used in other places except for when it was used to assist in alchemy. She once learned from the books at home that the energy system contained in the realm of the gods was close to perfection. The life that was born in this world, due to the laws, would not have a hard time controlling the energy of other worlds. There was a mention of psychic power, but it was written very vaguely. It was as if the author of the book didn't really understand this aspect. It did mention that psychic power could be used to assist in control, but it was only an auxiliary role. Alchemists, formation masters, and blacksmiths basically used the power of the soul. Psychic power was only used for control. It was about the same when it came to fighting enemies, and the effect was not obvious. However, on the path of cultivation, psychic power was a must. When one reached the level of demigod, they still needed to use divinity and psychic power. In the end, they were only passively cultivating psychic power, but they didn't use it much. They didn't even know what it was used for. Oh, powerful gods could open up a spiritual world, and it was said that it could evolve into an appearance no different from an ordinary world. Other than that, it wasn't too clear. It's normal to use it less. If you don't know how to use it, it's very wasteful to use it casually. Yin Nuashing smiled. Look, these buildings that the elves built all use psychic power. You must want to ask, psychic power that has been cultivated since childhood is used to assist in alchemy, the flow of energy, and the fight against enemies. It's not very useful, right? Xian and the others nodded. That was the extent of their knowledge. None of the places they came into contact with were proficient in this kind of energy. Yun Nuashing took little magic from Qin Yan's arms and threw him up and down like a ball. He grinned. That's very normal. The people of the realm of the gods cultivate psychic power to prevent themselves from being quickly defeated by other life forms when they go to other worlds. In other worlds, there are many people who are proficient in psychic power. The elves of Turon are one of them. But when it comes to psychic power itself, in the ancient times, there were many inheritances of psychic power left behind. But as for now, he stopped and held little magic in his arms and smiled without saying a word. Everyone understood and couldn't help but sigh. It was almost broken, and there was probably no way to use psychic power. The only thing left was the original idea, to use psychic power to guard against outsiders. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the cultivation methods of material life forms like you are completely different from energy life forms. Apart from some super high-grade divine arts that can be used, the other details are much worse. However, the system is still unified. Us. Chu Yingxian pointed at herself, stunned. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. I'm already half an energy life form. Other than the fact that I can't turn my body into an energy body, so the details have changed. It has been like this since I retrieved the elements of chaos. The way I see it, mental energy is just a kind of energy that is relatively unorthodox in the realm of the gods, but it's still very powerful and has many uses. Even if it's not because of the spiritual godly body, to me, there are thousands of kinds of energy. Aside from the different ways they can be used, they all have the same function. Internally, they can adjust the body and mind, cultivate the soul, and externally, they can even touch the heart of the enemy. Having a lot of energy is not a burden. Even if it's not that powerful, it can still be used to annoy you to death. The girls were speechless. They felt that something was not right. Ahem, so what's the use of psychic power? Chu Yingxian wiped off the cold sweat and blinked at Yin Nuashing. Yin Nuashing smiled and slowly raised her hand. Her slender finger pointed at her temple. Psychic power, imagination. The energy of a life form that was born from a brain or some kind of organ that didn't even have a brain and only had a thought convergence zone naturally had to be connected with its birth. The brain is a good thing, but it depends on whether you know how to use it. Xian tilted his head and had an expression that said, I seem to understand, but I don't know what to do or what the use of imagination is. Yin Nuoxing was a little helpless when she saw this. She shook her head and said, "It's okay if you can't master this method. These are things that people who feel that their energy form is not enough would consider. You'd better play with the energy and form that you control first." Xian originally planned to go directly to the gathering and then beat up the living specimen on the ground. However, Hallmaster Guang said that it wouldn't end so quickly. After they kept watch, Xian ordered him to rest for a while. Only then did he manage to stand still and take a look at the elven ruins. Ever since the elves of Turan disappeared, the light on Kai Xia's body had dimmed a little. She looked dispirited. When she came to the broken ruins, she couldn't help but sigh. She looked like a girl who had left her hometown but found traces of her hometown in another world. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but sigh. All the buildings had been severely damaged. Even the layout of the small city itself was not complete. The shape of a road could still be vaguely seen, but it was relatively small. Most of the residential buildings were hanging next to trees. The elves were a race that relied on flying to go out and shout. Most of them didn't know how to walk. Otherwise, what was the use of their wings? However, it was also possible that after flying for a while, they wouldn't know how to walk anymore. Their feet would only be used for walking. Traces of energy destruction could be seen everywhere in the ruins. The buildings that were not destroyed at the bottom could still be seen neatly arranged in the shape of a small city. There were fewer trees in this area, and this was the central area of the forest. There was a large pit on the ground. It was not difficult to imagine that there should have been an ancient tree that was tens of thousands of feet tall here. The trunk of the tree should have been dozens of feet wide. It was probably annihilated by the energy as well. The elven buildings were stronger than the ordinary pavilions built by the human race. After all, the elven buildings relied on mental strength and energy to build. There's nothing left behind. Yin Nuoxing could not help but sigh softly. He wanted to find something special to bring Kai Xia back to her senses. He was a little unhappy when he saw her in such a daze. The ones who broke in are probably a bunch of high-level gods. The elves can't adapt to the rules of the realm of the gods. There are many places where they are restricted. Even if there are sages that have been passed down from the ancient times, their power may decline with the passage of time. How could it be destroyed all of a sudden? Chu Yingxian could not help but murmur. Yin Nuoxing glanced at her and said lightly, "Do you need a reason? I can only tell you that there is no reason. All the lives in the realm of the gods have 10,000 reasons to fight 10,000 battles, including the void. The human race is the most insatiable of them all. Looking at several years of the void, I have never seen any race that is more excessive than the human race. Weren't you a human before? Why are you scolding yourself?" Chu Yingxian muttered. "So be it. This is a fact that can't be changed. I've known it for a long time. I don't deny that there are weirdos and sages in every race, and the human race is no exception. But I really hate the human race. I even want to distort the rules of the primordial realm. I'm with you. If it weren't for the fact that I can't even do it even if I die, I would really wipe out the human race." Yin Nuoxing glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. His eyes dimmed, and he sighed deeply. He waved his hand and did not want to delve into this topic. Chu Yingxian could not help but say, "Don't you have humans by your side too? Come, kill me." Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes at her and said, "What I hate is my own business. What does it have to do with you? I will decide how to deal with it." Chu Yingxian sighed and said, "Tisk, you're just an idiot who only knows how to talk. Since you hate the human race so much, you should be a madman. Then, use your power as an observer of the realm of the gods to destroy the entire realm of the gods. Then, kill your way to other worlds until the void is cleared." Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. He looked at her deeply. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "I will consider it." His serious look shocked everyone. Chu Yingxian even shouted, "Do you want to die?" "I'm just saying it casually. You shouldn't be thinking seriously at this time. Hey, don't go. Listen to me. Hey." Xian and Ming looked at each other. The two women shrugged and followed behind him helplessly. After walking around the ruins for half an hour, Kai Xia really couldn't find anything that made her feel homesick. She couldn't find any important traces left behind. She could only sigh and retreat into Yun Nuoshing's soul world. Zai hurriedly comforted the girl before he left with his people. There was nothing left in this place. Only the lingering sound of destruction lingered in the air. It recorded the evidence of the war and the extinction of an entire race, at least for the realm of the gods. Half an hour later, Yun Nuoshing's strength had recovered to its peak. At this moment, he was rushing towards Yuan Shi and the others' gathering point with the intention of destroying everything. He felt uneasy. He had an intuition that something was going wrong. It made him feel inexplicably irritable, impatient, and manic. He wanted to destroy something. He wanted to vent his strength. He knew that something was affecting him. Therefore, even when he was rushing, he looked like he was going berserk. It would be better to say that he was rushing towards a certain place like a comet. No matter where he landed, it would be a devastating disaster. I hope I can control it. Yun Nuoshing sighed his heart. There were some things that couldn't be helped. He hesitated for a moment, then sent a message back to the Nine Gods shrine through his soul seed. Xian and the others' hearts skipped a beat when they felt the berserk aura. She quickly grabbed Yun Nuoshing's hand and asked nervously, "Little star, what's wrong?" "I don't know." Yun Nuoshing shook his head fiercely. "It's very irritating. It's as if something has been destroyed. It's very annoying." Intuition. Chu Yingxian was stunned. She was even more puzzled when she saw him nod. She knew that, at his level, his intuition would be frighteningly accurate. But what did he mean when he said that something had been destroyed? Yun Nuoshing gritted his teeth. He crushed space and rules along the way and increased his speed to the limit. At this speed, it would only take about an hour to cross the entire origin region. In a few minutes, they would be able to reach their destination. The Light God King, who was in a mansion halfway up the mountain, suddenly felt his hand tremble. His teacup tilted and spilled tea all over the table. He felt an inexplicable palpitation. "Old Light, what's wrong?" Nightmare looked at him strangely. He lifted his blanket and poured another cup of tea. "That bastard only knows how to talk. Don't worry about him. It won't be good if he hurts himself because of anger. Let him talk nonsense. Boss will punish him when he comes." Palace Master Light's cheeks trembled. He looked at Yuan Shi with a strange expression. This guy was acting like an old man, and he didn't know what to say. As for why he was angry, he wouldn't get angry because of a junior's long-winded nonsense. Even if that person had been talking nonsense in the dark from the beginning and now stood out and pointed at the Nine Gods Palace's nose and talked nonsense, it would still be the same. After living for a few eras, his state of mind wouldn't be so bad. The guy who had been talking in the dark just now stood out. It was the guy in the golden red robe. He announced, in an unusually high-profile manner, that he was an emissary of a certain force. As for this force, the others didn't know. They didn't understand just by hearing the name. It was a hidden force, and it was still so. However, Yuan Shi and the others guessed that this guy was most likely an emissary sent by a divine force. As for whether it was a divine force or an ordinary divine force, it was hard to tell. "Senior Guang, do you see anyone special?" Yuan Shi glanced around the pavilion and the courtyard. However, he had been away from the divine land for a long time. Moreover, he had been living in seclusion with Yun Nuoshing for a long time, so he couldn't recognize the people here. Well, there are some famous people. It's meaningless to just talk about their names. Palace Master Guang took a sip of tea. His golden eyes narrowed as he spoke in his soul. "I reckon a few people from the deity's forces have arrived. According to what you said, a heavenly god realm expert passed away some time ago. His vast and mighty energy ripples spread throughout the entire deity's world and even into the void, awakening many people. Perhaps the people behind them have come out to take action. I reckon they're all emissaries, just like that one." He pointed at the young man in the golden red robe who was talking with assurance and said, "On the other floors of the pavilion, there are people similar to him. They are all divine masters of the younger generation. I'm afraid they are also from those places. Moreover, they're accompanied by people from first-rate or even transcendental forces." Well, Palace Master Light frowned slightly. His elegant and calm face showed some uneasiness, which stunned Yuan Shi and Nightmare. "I'm a little uneasy As if something is going to happen, Palace Master Light said faintly. Palace Master Guang said faintly. He looked at some of the other old monsters and saw that they were suddenly restless. It was as if their hearts were being scratched by a cat. A few of his acquaintances made eye contact with him, but they were all at a loss. Senior Guang, do you have any? Someone transmitted a message with some uneasiness. They also had some inexplicable palpitations. Palace Master Light shook his head and said, I didn't take that grandson's words to heart. I accompanied these two fellows out this time to pass on some words. Upon hearing this, the few people smiled bitterly. They suddenly stood up and changed their seats. They gathered at the table next to Palace Master Light and Yuan Shi. Only then did they feel slightly more at ease. Hey, you're still saying that you're not planning to stir up trouble. Look at how my hands and legs are not shaking when I sit down. Even my heart is not nervous. That person secretly joked. I really didn't bring anyone out. Palace Master Light smiled bitterly. He was also inexplicably nervous. The man in the golden red robe stood up slowly. He opened his arms and smiled very brightly. It was very evil. Many women were looking at him with strange colors in their eyes. There are many legacies in the divine realm that have yet to be severed, and I'm telling the truth. That legendary being once said that this era has the best experience, pressuring the end of this era. Many unimaginable miracles will happen, and the divine realm will open up, and the infinite realms will reappear. However, the infinite realms will be stained with blood. This era is not bad, and those who are blessed by the heavens in ordinary sense are no different from trash. Those who have not grown up will eventually be branded in the sad song of the end of the era, while those who are trampled and drowned will not leave any trace. He raised his head and looked at the upper floors of the pavilion and the courtyard. Those who were swept by his gaze, including the Netherworld King experts, could not help but look away. They did not dare to meet his gaze. Only the few people he was looking at smiled indifferently. They raised their cups and saluted each other from afar. It was as if they had silently agreed. Although Little Star also mentioned it to us. Is this era really that exaggerated? Yuan Shi muttered in a low voice. He felt somewhat unhappy. Palace Master Light shook his head. According to what I know, I probably said too lightly. Little Star also held back. He did not want to scare you. However, those are matters for the future. I only know that if we don't make it through this year, it will be really bad. Sai, this is really annoying. Nine Gods Temple has a stargazing platform. I guess you have not been there before. It is said that it was left behind by the ancestor. It just so happened that we used that thing to see the full appearance of the world fragment. We have already confirmed that that thing will really come crashing down. Moreover, it seems to be accelerating. Palace Master Light was vexed. He suddenly looked at the people at the table next to him and said, Hey, remember to remind the others when you go back. Be alert. Don't think that I'm joking today. The few people who came over to seek a sense of security were stunned. They smiled bitterly. If they did not believe him, they would not have come over. Since when did Nine Gods Temple like to scare people? This group of people who had almost no desires and existed only to protect the divine world. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion came from the whole mansion. The doorframe of the pavilion suddenly disappeared. The two doors flew out like darts and crashed into the forest, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. A group of people in the pavilion spat out water or toppled their teacups. They turned their gazes in surprise. Those who were almost hit by the door were furious. They slammed the table and stood up. They looked in the direction of the door. However, before they could say a word, their gazes froze. A layer of dead ash appeared in their eyes. Their bodies stiffened as if they were about to die. The mansion suddenly quieted down. At this moment, from the low-level gods to the high-level gods, they all felt an inexplicable pressure. It was so oppressive that it was as if the end of the world had come. Darkness cut through time, and history seemed to be frozen at this moment. It's over. Yuan Shi and Nightmare trembled and smiled bitterly. They did not even need to turn their heads to know who had come. The power that made the world turn gray and the aura that was more intimate than the malefic star made them roar uncontrollably. Which bastard provoked this malefic star? Yin Nuoxing, the famous mobile source of disaster in the divine world, the walking malefic star of death, the crazy violent esthetician. Although she was an observer, she wanted to destroy the divine world by herself. She loved to torture herself and her enemies even more. She was a person who did not pay for her actions. At this moment, at this place, with a monstrous aura, she descended from the sky. That calamitous comet had finally arrived. The end of the world, the end of the world. Nightmare took out a piece of white paper and a pen and silently wrote the word "will" at the top. Then he looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. Yuan-Shi glanced at him and excitedly took out a piece of paper and a pen. Wait a moment. Write a will. Chapter 1100. Only 2 or 3 seconds had elapsed since the thunderous sound of the door being kicked open and the 2 doors flying out. In just a few short seconds, everyone in the pavilion and the courtyard reacted in shock. However, all of them froze in midair. Those who were about to start cursing were stunned when they stood up and opened their mouths, while those who were in a defensive posture were unable to keep up with the energy in their bodies. What was more uniform was that everyone's faces were ashen, and they could only let out weak whimpers, as if their throats were being strangled. An unprecedentedly terrifying energy engulfed the entire mansion. The magnitude of this energy could not be said to be terrifying, but the pressure was so great that it was strange. It was as if one was standing on the ground and watching oneself fall into a dark sun at such a close distance. The blazing tongues of fire, the overflowing energy, and the distorted space were all rushing toward them. It was like a nightmare, causing everyone to be unable to react other than fear. Hiss! Yuan-Shi squeezed out a little sound from between his teeth, and then hurriedly said in his soul, "Brother, calm down. Aim properly. If you want to fight or kill, don't accidentally injure them." Yin Nuoxing didn't even look at him, but the oppressive aura around them had weakened a lot, which made the few old men who were talking to Palace Master Guang let out a sigh of relief. "I'm old, I'm useless. The young lad recently is so powerful," sigh. Hall Master Guang looked at them with a bitter smile, then looked at Yin Nuoxing in surprise and uncertainty. Finally, he turned to the young man in the golden-red clothes and frowned slightly. In the entire mansion, the only people who could barely resist the pressure were those who were suspected to be the descendants of the gods. Their bodies were also stiff and struggling. Although they resisted part of the pressure, it was only a small part, and their movements were severely restricted. Xian and the others silently appeared beside Hall Master Guang and the others, and sat down without a trace. Now, everyone's eyes were focused on Yin Nuoxing, and no one noticed them at all. The sudden appearance of the figure made Yuan-Shi's eyes tremble, but after seeing the familiar face, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Xian, you've come at the right time. What's wrong with little Star? Who provoked him?" Ming chuckled bitterly and shook his head. "I was already like this when I was traveling through the void. Everyone was at a loss." Xian blinked, and suddenly raised her head to look at the young man in the golden-red robe. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. "A bit familiar. It seems to be the aura of my origin, but it's so weak. Is that the bastard who stole your 5 elemental origins?" Nightmare grinned with a cruel smile. "Fight him. At yen%. Xian shook his head. "It's not him. It's just that his aura is too weak. It's less than 1/10,000th of his aura. It seems to have been separated," Hall Master Guang said. "It's a big deal if the origin is separated. It will damage the origin, and it may not be able to recover in the future." At this point, everyone realized why that guy had rushed in such a state. He must have felt that something was wrong, and was as irritable as the sun. The next step was probably going to destroy the world. Thinking of this, everyone shrank back to avoid being affected. Now, little Star, whoever tried to stop him would suffer. The Southern Plains was probably going to open up a 5th pit. The man in the golden-red robe was also stunned by this sudden change for a while. When he finally reacted, his body was already somewhat out of control. His expression changed slightly, but he was not stunned. He still maintained his posture with his arms slightly spread out. He looked at Yin Nuoxing, who was already in a berserk state. When he saw him staring at him, and sensed that he was only a demigod, he suddenly laughed. "Friend, you have a strong aura. In troubled times, there are many useless people. You must have sensed our call and come here. Our clan needs talents like you. You don't need to feel humiliated. Under the general trend, you need to know how to seek protection. Only those who survive will be able to shine brightly. When we conquer outer space in the future and raise our clan to a higher level, we will become your supreme halo. You will become our clan's leader. He boasted that his words were reasonable. He revealed a handsome smile and said self-righteously, but he did not see that the few people who were similar to him were already sweating profusely and struggling to leave this mansion. Hall Master Guang and the others could not help but cover their faces. This matter had become even more serious. Please, you idiot, stop talking. The people inside and outside the mansion were also sweating profusely. Didn't you see that the man was already bursting with murderous intent? How could this guy still talk nonsense so leisurely? He was obviously here to pick a fight, you idiot. Countless people wanted to escape from this place, but the willpower in their hearts was quickly disintegrating. This energy was only at the demigod level, but it made everyone feel as if they were about to plunge into hell. Life and death were only as thick as a strand of hair. High-ranking gods realized that they could not move. Only a few people with extremely high divinity could struggle, but they were also trapped. Yin Nuashing had been staring at the young man in the golden-red clothes since he kicked the door open. His eyes were filled with indifference and distrust. What filled his eyes was a violent, murderous intent. However, he was very clear-headed and had not lost his mind. Otherwise, he would have dug a hole the moment he opened the door. He kept staring at the man who was talking nonsense. He stared into his eyes, and his gaze was like a knife that cut through every inch of his body. He felt a weak aura on him. It was very weak, but very clear. He was very clear that the aura did not belong to that person. The Netherworld Ruins sword popped out of his arm, and a sharp light flashed on the spot. The sense of crisis that rushed to his heart caused the expression of the man in the golden-red clothes to change drastically. However, he did not have time to do anything. Before his brain could complete one round, a huge force came from the front and back of his body. Something pierced his abdomen, but before he could feel any pain, he only felt a blur in front of him. Bang! The moment Yin Nuashing charged out, a ring of energy exploded and shattered the door frame that was already on the verge of collapse. Like a ray of light, he charged out with the golden-red clothes. The Netherworld Ruins sword pierced through his abdomen with unparalleled force, and a solid energy barrier appeared on the wall of the courtyard. It was condensed by Yin Nuashing. He directly used the Netherworld Ruins sword to pierce through the golden-red clothes youth, and the sword pierced through the energy barrier. Hot, golden-red blood spurted out from the wound on his back, covering the entire wall. It was extremely terrifying. Lowly ant, thief, scum. Yin Nuashing gritted his teeth and spat out a cold breath. His eyes were filled with brutality. He slapped a round golden pill into the man's mouth, smashing his face into a pulp. Blood splattered everywhere. Bastard! Call out your master! Call out those lowly scum! Yin Nuashing roared, and a sharp sword light flashed from his hand, leaving behind an invisible mark. The golden-red clothed youth's 4 limbs disappeared without a trace, and not even dregs were left behind. However, the 4 limbs that had just disappeared quickly recovered with the energy of the pill. Only now did the pain rush up to his brain. The young man's sharp scream pierced the silence of the mansion. That scream of pain caused countless people to break out in a cold sweat. What kind of scream was that? They couldn't describe it. They could only feel that it was a scream that was condensed from the pain of dying several times in an instant and being cut into billions of pieces. Just hearing it made them feel as if their blood had solidified. Everyone turned their heads in shock. What they saw was a hellish scene. Thick, golden-red blood slid down the 3-meter-tall wall, forming a pool of blood on the ground. Shattered bones, organs, and pulverized flesh piled up in a heap. The youth's limbs wriggled, and ugly chunks of flesh grew out of them. They were then pulverized into dozens of pieces by the sword light. Shattered bones, flesh, and blood flew everywhere. The pool of blood had unknowingly flowed 10 meters away. The stench of blood rushed into the nostrils, causing many of the women present to pale. Those with poor tolerance directly vomited when they saw this scene. Woo! The youth was on the verge of death. He had lost all his strength with a single cry. His vision was blurry. He should have died from various wounds, but the powerful energy released by the golden pill kept him hanging on by a thread. He couldn't die at all. The light of his soul was so dim that it was almost extinguished. He didn't know what had happened. From a moment he regained his senses, he only had time to let out a miserable scream. He didn't know how he had offended this madman. The madman's face was astonishingly beautiful. It was as if the heavens had carefully crafted it and sacrificed countless amounts of spiritual energy to create it. However, a crazy soul had been stuffed under that face. Blood soaked half of his body and dyed his cheeks red. His face was hideous, and his eyes flashed with a red light that seemed to devour people. Bring out that pile of rats in your house. Roar them out. With a crazy roar, half of the youth's body disappeared. The netherworld ruined sword fell to the ground with a clang. The giant sword was submerged in a pool of golden red blood. The shattered body slammed into the pavilion behind him, splashing blood onto the faces of the people present. Countless people trembled in fear. Despicable thief, ignorant ant. Yin Nuoxing's expression became even more furious. Black mist floated out from his body, and his diamond-shaped eyes flashed with a deep, dark, devouring darkness. You've gathered here. No one knew who it was, but they had withstood this scene of devouring people. This person bravely stood up and stared at Yin Nuoxing with a terrified gaze. You, Clang. The giant sword fell beside him, and the cold metallic shimmer licked his face, making him feel the coldness of death. The purplish-black giant sword was pressed against his forehead, and what he saw was a pair of terrifying, multicolored eyes that were suffused with black light. The aura that seemed to come from the underworld made his heart break. Remove your hostility within 3 seconds, or I will treat you as an enemy. The cold words almost made him lose contact with the real world. The moment he reacted, his face was even paler than the ice mountains in the north. He hurriedly withdrew all of his aura and staggered to sit on the ground, trembling all over. When the people in the mansion saw this, they hurriedly suppressed their thoughts. They were afraid that this madman would see through their hostility in the next second and then chop them up alive. Yin Nuoxing came out bathed in blood. Every step he took left a trail of blood. His left hand was clutching a broken body. He was still recovering desperately under the catalysis of the pill, and his consciousness had already fainted. This scene was like an Azura crawling out a sea of blood. Everyone present was as silent as cicadas in winter. Even the high-level gods shut their mouths. They had never seen such a madman before. Little Star. Xian wanted to go forward. She had seen Yin Nuoxing's tyrannical look before. She couldn't bear to see him immersed in that place, so she wanted to call him back. However, she was pulled back by Ming and Halm Master Wang. The two of them shook their heads at her desperately. Looking at the current situation, this was not the person they knew. He was simply a demon that had walked out of hell. Compared to him, it seemed that even demons were pitiful. Bang! An energy firework exploded in the sky, and a huge symbol bloomed from the sky. Under the complicated pattern was a Qilin that seemed to be roaring at the sky, as if it was about to step out of the sky with a terrifying aura. Boom! However, the aura didn't even last for a second before it was swept by a multicolored light and dissipated into smoke. The symbol was seen by everyone. After thinking for a while, they seemed to have seen such a symbol on the young man in the golden red clothes. It was the symbol of the power behind him. Everyone instantly understood what Yin Nuoxing was doing. Their eyes were filled with horror. They didn't know where this madman came from, but why was he suddenly looking for trouble with a god's power? Swoosh! Who dares to cause trouble in the realm of the gods? As the energy symbol bloomed and dissipated, streams of light rushed out of the mountain forest. Angry shouts resounded in the air, and there were ear-piercing whistles. Many figures floated in the sky. Those figures that appeared were uniformly dressed in golden red robes, and their auras were long. They were actually a team of high-level gods. Their terrifying auras descended from the sky, but they couldn't even see the mansion. When the team of high-level gods appeared, they saw the mansion that was already stained with blood. They then saw the young man who was on the verge of death, and half of his body was still recovering. They were stunned. Their gazes turned and finally fixed on Yun Nuashing, half of whose body was covered in blood. They laughed angrily. "How dare you invade the realm of the gods? Just a mere demigod. You killed my emissary and destroyed my pavilion. Take him back, pull out his tendons, peel off his skin, and cripple him. Let him kneel in purgatory for the rest of his life." Another old man suddenly walked out. He looked around the mansion, then cupped his hands and said in a deep voice, "It is a great sin to have frightened all of our guests. Now, this gathering can't be maintained. Let's end it here. I'm really sorry that I've let everyone see a farce." However, after he finished speaking, he strangely saw that no one dared to move at all. He couldn't help but frown. Everyone smiled bitterly. They didn't care about his seemingly tactful but forceful order to chase them away. The problem was that they couldn't move at all. Those who prided themselves on being calm started to feel strange. These people had come too quickly. It was as if they had jumped out from the rocks in the mountain forest. Could there be some hidden agenda behind this gathering? "Are you done?" Yin Nuashing raised her head indifferently. She casually threw the broken body in her hand to the side. The golden pill also dissipated. The young man was completely dead. That old man's face darkened when he saw this. He said coldly, "Thief, you dare to be so arrogant after offending our realm of gods. You thief, die." A clear sound interrupted the old man's words, causing them to be stunned. Just as they were about to curse, they saw the huge sword in Yun Nuashing's hand fiercely swing in front of them. A powerful and almost terrifying energy immediately filled the surroundings, causing their faces to instantly turn pale. However, they did not see anything descending at all. They all blankly looked at their surroundings. Just as they were about to relax, their vision turned black, and their consciousness instantly dissipated. Boom! An energy curtain that was over 10,000 kilometers wide rose into the sky and burst out of the ground with an indescribable amount of energy. It instantly engulfed the group of people who claimed to be from the realm of gods. The energy curtain pierced through the sky and scattered multicolored light down from the sky. In their line of sight, there was only that wall-like light that illuminated the dazed faces of the people present. The energy curtain only lasted for a few seconds before it disappeared. It disappeared lightly without a trace of dust. What appeared behind it was a regular rectangular abyss. Half of the mountain peak and the entire land had disappeared completely. What was exposed in the air was the space that was desperately repairing itself. As for the ground, it extended to the end of their line of sight before they could see faint traces of the ground. The cross-section of half of the mountain was extremely smooth, and there wasn't even a drop of stone. I beg you to be a human. You didn't kill chickens. They were high-level gods who cultivated for hundreds of thousands or millions of years. Nightmare's teeth were chattering. Those were 10 high-level gods. How could they just disappear with a wave of the sword? Yin Nuashing's expression was cold. He waved his hand, and a few broken space containers floated up from the abyss in front of him. He casually crushed them and took out the tokens from them. The rest of the things were thrown into the void. He raised his hand and threw the tokens into the air, causing them to explode with energy. Bang! Bang! A few more energy fireworks bloomed in the sky, causing the hearts of everyone in the mansion to tremble. They couldn't wait to leave this place immediately, but they couldn't move at all. Those who could still rely on their high-level divinity to struggle now couldn't even struggle. One of them was still in the action of reaching into his arms to take something out. The exploding energy fireworks made everyone's souls leave their bodies. Was this lunatic going to call out those people from the realm of gods one by one, and then kill them all? After the Kirin symbol appeared, Yun Nuashing raised the Netherworld Ruin's sword and stabbed it into the ground of the mansion. A blue array dyed with gold suddenly appeared. That huge array encompassed the entire mansion. The energy it contained shocked many people. This array was buried underground. Was it set up by those from the realm of gods? The Netherworld ruins sword stabbed into the center of the array and instantly tore it into pieces. With a bang, the array shattered into countless pieces. Bits of energy light dissipated and disappeared. Boring ants. Yin Nuashing's expression was cold. He didn't even look at what the giant sword dug out from the ground before throwing it at Palace Master Guang and the others. Palace Master Guang reached out and caught the blurry object. When he opened it, he saw that it was a golden object. It looked like a strange object that was a ring within a ring. It was only the size of a palm and had been cut in half by the Netherworld ruined sword. Its core was damaged and couldn't be repaired. It's a forbidden array artifact. It can be used 4 or 5 times, but it condenses all of its energy into one use. Creak. Palace Master Guang crushed it into powder and waved his hand to let it fall to the ground. You set it up under the mansion to deal with everyone here. Use it as a deterrent. Slap a forbidden artifact on the table and send out that person. That emissary just now, right? Send an emissary to persuade us to join the realm of gods. If we join, then it'll be easy. If we don't, then we'll have to threaten and bribe them or destroy them. The threat has already been used. Nightmare chuckled. When everyone in the mansion heard this, their expressions changed slightly. So they had already walked into the trap of the realm of gods by coming to this so-called gathering? Sigh. When the gods fight, the mortals suffer. If those god-level powers want to cause trouble, why do they have to involve us? Yuanshi rested his face on his hand and sighed bitterly. He raised his head and looked at the few people who were struggling to leave. He smiled faintly and said, Hey, you guys. I'm talking about you guys. You guys aren't emissaries, right? You guys are also from god-level powers. Don't think that we don't know. The expressions of the people sitting in the mansion changed slightly. A large group of high-level gods looked at the few young gods who were struggling frantically. There are more here. Don't talk nonsense. A young man was shocked. We're just here to join the gathering. We're here to check out the situation, drink tea, and brag. We don't have any other plans. It's true. I dare to swear to the gods. That guy has a god-level power behind him. How can we win against them? A woman screamed. Her beautiful face turned pale and her tone changed. Rumble. At this moment, an extremely tyrannical aura suddenly came from outside. Someone sensed that the terrifying energy of a god-level expert was crazily condensing and dissipating with a loud explosion. The god-level expert who was on the stage for less than 3 seconds was instantly killed. Bang! Another few energy fireworks rushed into the sky. Yuan Shi and the others raised their heads and looked outside. When they saw the symbol blossoming again, they couldn't help but sigh. This is the result of beating up the small ones. The big ones were forcefully called over, and then the old ones were killed. God-level powers? Thieves. Yin Nuashing's cold laughter came from outside. It was like the sound of ice in the 9th Netherworld. It was so cold that no one dared to move. Little Star, someone here wants to swear to the gods. Do you want to hear it? Yuanshi shouted outside. I'm not in the mood. These 2 simple sentences caused the god-level powers and the group of onlookers to tremble even more violently. Palace Master Guang thought for a while and hurriedly stood up. He said to the outside, Young Palace Master, take it easy. There are other people here. So, I'm only beating them up outside. The thieves are scum. They deserve to die. The air was silent. Oh, the scene was originally very quiet. It was just that it was so quiet now that it was as if everyone had died. The amount of information that had happened today was too much. Palace Master Guang gave Yuan Shi and the others a thumbs up. Today, we can finally tell the outside world that our 9 deities palace has a young palace master. I've been holding back for so many years and never found a good opportunity. I'm the one who said it. Everyone. When Palace Master Guang became mischievous, his entire person changed. Chapter 1101. Holy light emerged from the dark and chaotic sky, turning into a brilliant pillar of light in the air. It slowly landed in the center of the splendid hall. The light did not weaken from the moment it tore through the chaos until it landed on the ground. The solid pillar of light dispersed the fog in the air, and the surrounding 1,000 feet became bright and clear. Wherever the faint light shone, The earth recovered, and the dense energy fog that was still here was dyed with specks of golden light. As if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun, a golden hall appeared on the peak of the mountain after the light fell and the fog dispersed. It looked a bit like the cathedrals that people had seen in the past. At the bottom of the stairs at the entrance of the cathedral, there was a statue of an angel holding up the holy weapon in its hand. It condensed the light that fell from the pillar of light, and then turned the light from the holy weapon into a holy light that sprinkled down to the foot of the mountain. The magnificent cathedral, upon closer inspection, was only pure white. The golden light was the brilliance of the pillar of light that fell on the cathedral. At this time, one of the doors of the cathedral was half open, as if someone had rushed out in a hurry and did not close the door properly, inadvertently revealing the scene inside. Apart from the white walls, floor, and transparent windows, there were no other decorations in the simple and unadorned hall. There were no extra pillars in the entire hall, and there was a semicircular hole in the ceiling. It was at least 1,000 feet wide, and in that hole, a golden solid ball was suspended. From time to time, it would emit a dazzling light like the sun. When the light shone on the pure white walls and floor of the hall, the floor was like a mirror, reflecting the pure light into the innermost part of the hall. When the light landed on the concave half-moon wall, it embellished the wall with a pure and brilliant white color. In front of the half-moon wall, a graceful figure was sitting cross-legged. Her light golden hair was tied into a ponytail, and her moon-white robe was embroidered with golden red stripes, and her long hair was draped over the ground. The girl's cheeks were slightly thin, and she was sparkling like jade. She was extremely beautiful, and at first glance, she looked like a lady from a large family. On her slender hand, a string of silver bell bracelets swayed with a golden-green breeze, making the crisp sound of jade beads. More than a meter in front of her, there were 2 head-sized balls of light that were revolving around each other at high speed. One was golden, the other was green, and exuded a very human-like strong uneasiness. The rapid rotation caused the space to fluctuate, but a layer of transparent golden shell blocked the spatial fluctuations, making it difficult for them to escape. These 2 balls of energy that contained a very high concentration of energy and special law fragments were brought back and handed to her a month ago. During this month, she had also tried her best to refine or stimulate them with other means. Other than the weak results that allowed them to split into smaller balls of energy that could be absorbed by others, she did not have any more gains. These 2 balls of energy seemed to have their own will, and their spiritual energy was frighteningly high. The small pieces that were split out did not have any spiritual energy or law fragments. It was like a lizard that cut off its tail to survive, only cutting off an unimportant part in order to escape with its life. This made her very surprised and full of interest, but she could not really refine them. The powerful people in her family wanted to use force, but they almost exploded. They had no choice but to stop and let her confront the 2 balls of energy here. The confrontation lasted for a long time. The girl knew that she probably did not have any results today. She sighed a little disheartened and slowly opened her eyes. Her pale golden eyes contained a sharp light, and after a moment, she slowly retracted it. Her temperament changed in an instant. She was no longer a lady of a noble family. Her eyes contained a sharp will to fight, and a great divinity flowed around her. She was like a valiant goddess of war. The noise in the distance came into her ears, and it made her a little unhappy. Her pair of black eyebrows frowned slightly, and there was a burst of irritation in her heart. It seems a little noisy outside. A clear voice like a lark's echoed in the air. The shadow of the space not far away fluctuated, and a person wrapped in golden armor quietly appeared. He held a golden greatsword in his hand, and stood as straight as a spear. His whole body was releasing a sharp aura. "Young master." The person who appeared from the shadow first nodded to the girl, and a deep male voice came from under the helmet. "Something seems to have happened outside. A few people have come here, and it seems that they have something important to say. But before they could come up, they hurriedly retreated. They did not even close the door." "You didn't stop them to ask?" The The girl glanced at him. Young master ordered me to stand guard before she started cultivating, and I was not allowed to leave. Naturally, I did not dare to leave even half a step. The person in golden armor seemed to be chuckling in a low voice. The girl rolled her eyes. Just tell me, there are people outside who will take care of the matters outside. It's fine if you don't ask, but if something big happens, you will wake me up. The golden-armored person shrugged and turned his gaze to the side, looking at the half-moon-shaped wall that was dyed with a dazzling golden light. He said, "Your father, he is still in a critical period. If there's a major breakthrough this time, he should not be afraid of anything in the world." The girl shook her head. Just as she was about to say something, a figure suddenly flashed through the door, and she stopped what she was about to say. The person who suddenly appeared, wearing a golden red robe, rushed halfway through the hall. Seeing the girl and the golden-armored man looking at him, he could not help but be stunned. Just as he was about to step forward and bow to them, he suddenly stopped, and his expression changed drastically. He abruptly turned around and was about to rush out, leaving the two of them speechless. The girl looked at the golden-armored person blankly, and the latter shrugged at her. "You see, that's it. Stop! Come back! What happened outside?" The girl sighed in annoyance, and had to say something to make the figure stop. The man in the golden red robe stopped and stood still. He struggled to look around, and after thinking for a while, he still came in front of the girl, knelt down on one knee, and clasped his fist. "Young master, something happened outside. The Hall of Elders sent me to inform you, but just now, they suddenly changed the order. Speak." The girl frowned and stared at him. Could it be that the Hall of Elders is hiding something from me? Your subordinate does not know. The man in the golden red robe shook his head, and then said in a low voice, "The gate of the realm of gods was attacked." The gate? The golden-armored man was stunned for a moment, and then said in a low voice, "Isn't there a gathering at the gate? They are either forcing or coercing people and forces to come here. What happened? Did they not come to an agreement and fight?" The man in the golden red robe smiled bitterly. The people in the manor did not move, but they were attacked fiercely. The forbidden array we set up as backup was destroyed, and someone at the gate has been sending out a danger signal. It's probably our people who are asking for help. Probably. The girl and the golden-armored man were stunned. What did he mean by probably? The signal could not be wrong, right? It could not be that some idiot recognized the wrong signal and rushed out, right? But the signal in their clan had a special energy fluctuation, so it could not be that they were all blind, right? Although I don't understand the situation, I know about the attack. How many people are there, and what are their realms? The girl sighed and played with a strand of light golden hair in boredom, and asked casually. She did not care about the so-called attack at all. The man in the golden red robe was silent for a moment, and then he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a voice from between his teeth. "We have lost more than 50 high-level gods, and among them are more than 10 emperor gods. Elder Yuanqing has also died. The attacker is only one person." The girl and the golden-armored man's expressions changed slightly, and the golden-armored man frowned. Could it be a god? Even a god should not go against our clan. Could it be? "Uncle Chung, why don't you go and take a look?" The girl's expression changed slightly and returned to normal. She was still calm in her heart. Her clan had been silent for many years, and it was just for this moment to come out. However, the divine realm was huge, and it could not be said that her clan was invincible. Other things aside, there were 4 other clans in the divine realm that were also eyeing them covetously. She could not fight one against 4, but if it was someone sent by one of them, it was not impossible for them to cause trouble. The golden-armored man thought for a moment and was about to nod when he saw the person kneeling there shake his head vigorously. His forehead was dripping with sweat, and he said in a trembling voice, "It's only a demigod." The air was silent for a few seconds, and the girl turned her head stiffly to look at the golden-armored man. She turned her head and was about to scold him. "Is your brain fried?" But before she could say anything, she saw the golden-armored man pass a crystal ball to them. The man took it without hesitation, and a trace of energy was transmitted into it, and the image of the gate was transmitted from the crystal ball. Boom! Buzz, buzz, buzz. What was projected was a scene of destruction. Everything was destroyed and annihilated. The purplish-black annihilation sword chi was like a rolling wave that swept across the heavens and earth. Everything it touched was destroyed. In the middle of the wave, there was an energy barrier that was holding on. It was like a small boat in a crazy sea. Unparalleled terror came from all directions, and it was in danger of being destroyed at any moment. They saw that there were more than 10 people inside the energy barrier. Among them was Elder Yuan Qing, who was just mentioned. He was a peak God Emperor expert who was about to step into the 1,000-layered 100 revolutions realm. There were also 4 God Emperors and 5 Underworld Emperors. Boom! A pure black arc of the moon tore through the sky, and an amethyst-like barrier bloomed at the end of the horizon. It shone brightly under the scorching sun, and the small boat finally could not resist the wild power of the sea and was destroyed in an instant. Thief kill. The last was an extremely cold voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell, and it spread across the sky. The man in the golden-red robe trembled as he said, "The other party refused to communicate. We were attacked before we could say anything. No one can withstand that power. Our space is being invaded by an extremely dark power. According to the aura and energy coming from the gate, it seems that person is trying to break our space, and this space might really shatter." The series of news stunned the girl and the golden-armored man. The latter looked at him suspiciously and pointed at the crystal ball. "You call this demigod? It's either you or me who's blind." The man in the golden-red robe trembled and looked up at him with a bitter smile. He said hesitantly, "Elder Chin, this time, please rub your eyes. You won't go blind, but the important thing is that you don't give up on treatment." The girl and the golden-armored man buzz. Boom! A wave of strange, destructive energy penetrated through the obstruction of space and directly reached this secret place, causing the 3 of them to tremble violently. They hurriedly rushed out of the church and saw that the sky was violently trembling like waves of water. The chaotic haze had completely dissipated, and in the distant horizon, colorful flames poured down in torrents like heaven-burning flames, dyeing half the sky with beautiful colors. However, it released a wild aura that was like purgatory. A gust of wind blew at tens of thousands of meters per second, almost blowing down the forest and buildings below. The storm was mixed with an unconcealable aura of annihilation, and the scorching power almost ignited the space. The flame of principle and such aura, such power. If this is really demigod, I will eat all the soil within 100 miles. The golden-armored man's face twisted. The golden-red robe hesitated and squatted down to dig the soil. He was so angry that he slapped the guy's head. "Idiot! How could this be the power of demigod? No matter who that guy outside is, he can't be demigod. This is the law and power of the divine level. This can't be demigod. Impossible. Even the most heaven-defying demigod bastard can't be so ridiculous. Demigods can't even use God's park weapons. And he's a divine being who has been famous for a long time. This kind of technique, even I can't use it. At least I don't have a 10% chance of breaking a heavenly God-level space in the middle of a fierce battle. And he's about to succeed." The golden-armored man gritted his teeth. Whoa! The sound of an ancient bugle horn descended from the sky. Everyone in the entire space was shocked. Their bewildered gazes turned towards the sky where the heavenly fire was burning. Their expressions turned serious. The sound of the bugle horn reverberated between heaven and earth. That was the signal of encountering a great enemy. The entire clan was on alert. Yuan Tian clan, everyone on guard. Streams of light flew out from the endless mountains and palaces. They all gathered at the place closest to the gate. In the sky, a vast aura surged. Countless cultivators stood in great numbers. Such a lineup was enough to scare anyone. However, the golden-armored man's expression was extremely serious. Such a powerful enemy had mobilized almost 80% of their clan's cultivators. Among them, there were quite a few who were at the peak. "Goo, In the depths of the ground, dazzling rays of light penetrated the obstruction of the ground. Thousands of rays of light gathered underground, and a round object was dyed as bright as the sun. A terrifying aura emerged with the rumbling of heaven and earth, and the rays of light dissipated slightly. What broke out of the ground was a huge formation that was 100,000 miles wide. Rays of light flowed, and a monstrous aura spread out from it. A great pressure descended, and many people found it difficult to breathe. The heavenly deity formation, the clan's heavenly deity formation, has its own intelligence. It also sensed something terrifying. Everyone's expression changed. The clan's heavenly deity formation had its own intelligence. Although it couldn't speak the human language, it had the ability to predict certain calamities. It actually sensed a great danger rising from the ground. Young master. In the distance, rays of light crazily gathered, and more than 20 people fell from the sky. Their clothes were tattered, and blood was still flowing from their bodies. However, their wounds had already coagulated. They seemed to have suffered heavy injuries, but at least they were still alive. Pavilion Elder Yuan Qing. How did you? The golden red figure was shocked, and the golden armored man was also stunned. They all saw that Yuan Qing and the others had already been swallowed by that destructive light. It was impossible for them to survive. Could it be that they were ghosts? The face of the leading yellow-haired old man twitched. He was covered in wounds, as if he had just survived 1,000 cuts. He casually put on a robe and came over. He clasped his hands at the two with a gloomy expression, and his eyes were filled with fear. She, I don't know if it's him or it didn't kill us. I don't know why, but that energy could destroy us 1,000 times. But we really didn't die, and it even smashed us back. Who is that? Is it really a demigod? The golden armored man said in a deep voice. He looked at the heavenly god array with a serious expression. The center of the array was facing the direction of the gate, and some people had already taken their positions beside the array. If the person outside could already smash people into this space, then he must have completely understood this space and could break it in minutes. The old man, named Yuan Qing's face twitched violently as he revealed an indescribable expression. Fear, bewilderment, gloom, shock, and anger all mixed together to form an indescribable expression. In the end, it settled on an expression of self-abandonment. Demigod tier. All right, demigod tier. That's right, he was a demigod tier. Pa Ji. A strange sound came from the side, and the young girl and the others were stunned. They turned around and saw the golden armored man taking off his helmet. He used his palm to grab a handful of soil and stuffed it into his mouth. He swallowed it without chewing, and the expression on his face was even worse than if he had eaten a rotten fly. Everyone, this big pot was really a man. He ate soil when he said he wanted to. The young girl was shocked, and her eyes flashed. She was thinking faster than usual, but no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't figure out who they had offended. If it was an old enemy, they shouldn't have lived past the change of the previous era. In this era, they hadn't been born, so how could they have offended an enemy? Although she knew about the other 4 families, she hadn't even met them, let alone become enemies with them. That left only that messenger. The messenger they sent out might have offended someone, and he might have offended the other 4 families. Damn it. Even those 4 families wouldn't have such a monstrous demigod, right? Young master, young master. Elder Yuan Qing saw that she was in a daze, so he quickly shouted. Only then did the young girl come back to her senses. She shook her head vigorously, and her forehead was covered in sweat. Elder Yuan Qing, did the person outside say anything? Ah, this. Yuan Qing's face was blank. I think so, but I can't remember clearly. That's right, that person let Yuan Qing and the others come back pass on a message. But the problem was this girl couldn't remember what the other party said. Boom. The massive pillar of energy was like a beam of light that could pierce through the world, piercing through the barriers of space. The black light seemed to herald the arrival of the end of the world, dyeing the holy palace black. The pure desire for destruction and killing in the energy caused the expressions of countless people to change drastically. When the golden armored man sensed the aura, he choked on a mouthful of dirt, causing his face to turn red from suffocation. The huge black energy pillar swept past, and countless people along the way yelled and ran away. They weren't affected, but that energy pillar didn't seem to be targeted at them. It went straight for the heavenly god array. Buzz, buzz. The formation emitted an uneasy buzzing sound. Lights surged, and the terrifying power it contained was about to surge out. However, the black energy pillar was the first to collide with the formation. With a loud bang, white light blossomed in the sky, and the huge formation suddenly extinguished all of its light. The black energy attached to the formation like flames, causing it to lose all of its functions in an instant and become a mere decoration. The protective array has been extinguished. Everyone stared in horror as the heavenly god array lost its power. Their eyes widened, and their faces turned ashen. Hurry and call for the sacred ancestor. The Yuan-Tian clan is in big trouble. The people of the Origin Sky clan were stunned. They couldn't even see who the enemy was, where they were, and who they were, but dozens of high-level gods had already been killed and thrown back like trash. The spatial barrier was almost half destroyed, and the clan protection grand formation was destroyed in the blink of an eye. What kind of monster was that outside? Elder Yuan Qing, hurry and tell us. Hurry. No matter how calm the girl usually was, she couldn't help but feel anxious. She could still remain calm when facing an enemy of the same level, but how could she remain calm when the other party came with a crushing aura of destruction? She only knew that the other party didn't seem to intend to exterminate the Yuan-Tian clan. Other than the emissary and a few Underworld King experts, they didn't suffer any losses. The others were either thrown back or sealed. If the other party came to exterminate the Yuan-Tian clan, they could have charged in and started a massacre. The space suddenly fell silent, and the sky suddenly darkened, as if night had arrived. The sky dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Since the spatial barrier was almost half destroyed, even though the spatial barrier didn't collapse, its stability had dropped to the limit. Since the barrier was connected to the sky outside, they could directly see the scene outside. Countless people raised their heads, and then their eyes gradually widened. It was a huge black sun, but it wasn't pure black. There were bright spots of light in the center of the sun, and black flames were surging like smoke. As they surged, they blocked the bright spots of light. At such a close distance, they felt as if they were about to fall directly into the sun, directly facing the crazy and violent aura. The black light made the earth lose its life force. Under the enormous object, the space became the background of a rice grain. Facing the sun directly, it didn't attract any attention, and it was almost completely dark. The golden armored man's jaw dropped, and soil mixed with saliva and snot fell from his mouth and nose. Oh my God! Chapter 1102. Yin Nuoxing was only clear-headed for a moment. After saying 2 sentences, he went berserk again. Calling him clear-headed wasn't quite right, as he had always been clear-headed. It should be said that he was crazy. That's right, he was crazy. He wanted to destroy a certain clan if he was unhappy, but he did not have such thoughts. His goal was very clear, to get the origin of gold and the origin of wood, and then take revenge. These 2 origin sources must have been damaged, otherwise that emissary would not have these 2 auras. But first, he had to get them back. Thus, his train of thought was like this. A heavenly deity realm great clan would definitely not compromise or talk nonsense with him after losing a mere heavenly deity realm emissary. All right, he would use the energy signal of the Source Sky clan to summon a few Underworld Kings. After thinking for a while, he felt that the Underworld Kings were not enough. Furthermore, they had been nagging the moment they came out. Fine, he would just kill those who did not listen to him. He would then summon another group of people. This time, he estimated that a God Emperor expert would appear, and the other party had indeed sent out God Emperors. However, they were only early-stage God Emperors, which made him a little unhappy. This little bit of combat power was probably not a high-end combat power. Thus, he beat them half to death and threw them back. Finally, a late-stage god emperor came. He was finally satisfied. He then rushed up and beat them half to death before throwing them back. He even asked them to speak a few words on behalf of him. Originally, this train of thought ended here. But Yin Nuashing had another thought. That's not right. A heavenly deity power, right? They are very arrogant. Perhaps they're deities and heavenly deities who have already awakened. That won't do. Just a late-stage god emperor's authority was not enough. The other party might feel that he was showing weakness and send people out to declare their sovereignty. Thus, he pondered for a while and shook his hand, causing the red lotus karmic fire, sound string fire, and many other god flames to burn the spatial barrier. As it burned, he suddenly felt a huge danger coming from within. Thus, he used the light years, primal chaos impact to seal the source of danger. Although he did not see clearly what the dangerous energy target was, he still sealed it. After sealing it, he pondered in his heart. Since the other party had such a high energy reaction target, they were most likely going to resist and come out to fight. Then, he should prepare to welcome the guests. Who knows, he might meet a deity or a heavenly deity, so he had to be prepared. In the end, a huge pitch-black sun gradually rose. It was a huge sun with a width of 5 million kilometers. The pressure it brought to the people inside and outside was not that of an ordinary sun. It was an extremely high concentration of energy. He had a backup energy source. Relying on the power of laws and the amount of energy he currently grasped, it was not difficult for him to use it. It would not be a problem for him to make it bigger. However, it would be useless if its size was too big and its power was not enough. Thus, he fixed it at this size. After thinking for a while, he stuffed a heavenly deity-level God's Park weapon into it. If a heavenly deity appeared, he would directly detonate it and bring everyone away. At this point, his thoughts of confrontation with himself finally came to an end. However, he was still frantically arranging the follow-up measures. His eyes were still cold and dark, flashing with a tyrannical and crazy expression. Nobody could see what he was thinking at all. In any case, when everyone reacted, they saw a huge sun with a diameter of 5 million kilometers rushing out of the spatial barrier. The ominous light and the dark light illuminated everyone's faces, making them feel as if a great disaster was about to befall them. They did not even have the energy to think about anything. The mind of a mental patient was really broad. God knew how this lunatic could think of so many things in such a short time. Clearly, there was no movement from the other side. All in all, he was constantly raising his voice and crazily displaying the power of destruction in front of everyone. Even if you were not convinced, you would have to submit. If you submitted, then you would have to quickly hand over the item. Unless the other side was really a god, he was not too afraid. He had been given so much time, and he had enough time to stand firm. Even if a god appeared, even if he could not defeat it, he could still run away. Moreover, now that he was holding this ball, it did not seem like he could not defeat it. Woo! Roar! Waves of low growls came from his throat. He raised his right hand and controlled the black sun. The latter was still constantly plundering energy, compressing it to the point where it changed qualitatively. It was crazily condensing it, almost turning it into a solid energy mass. Moreover, it was still expanding. He almost wanted to throw it down. Behind him, there were tens of millions of formations, and the two formations that seemed to be holding the line were half buried in the ground. The dazzling light caused the faces of countless people to turn pale. With so many means of holding the line, even deities would find it difficult to instantly kill them. This was not a deterrence. This was a king extermination of their race. Stubborn fellows, are they not willing to compromise? Those two sources are not even theirs. Why do they value them so much? There was some doubt in Yun Nuashing's eyes that were a mix of colors and darkness. He frowned. Obviously, he did not know that the person he was talking to had been beaten into a daze and could not hear what he was saying at all. Yun Nuashing sighed. There was not much time left. There was also a limit to how much power he could unleash. Every time he condensed such a huge and high-density energy mass, he would need to consume a lot of spiritual power and energy to maintain it. He would either explode it or scatter it. Holding it up like this was a little tiring. Even if spiritual power was related to age and could be condensed without limit, he did not make any preparations beforehand. He did not have the budget to create such a huge thing. Maintaining it at this time was still very taxing. Xian, come over here. An ethereal voice echoed in her ears. Xian was stunned for a moment. Just as she was about to fly to Yin Nuoxing's side, her figure disappeared from where she was standing and appeared next to him in an instant. At the same time, she felt something extra in her arms. She looked down and saw that it was the swirling zither. The 6-foot-long zither was overflowing with silver-blue light. Hold on tight. We have to go in. Don't leave my side. Focus on using your 5 elements body to sense the 2 sources of power and guide me. Yin Nuoxing said to her. He wrapped one of his wings around her, and with a flash, the 2 of them turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the spatial barrier that had a hole burned by the divine flames. The black giant in the sky was also moving slowly, but the range was too small for it. The slightest change could not be seen at all. For such a huge object, it could only be seen moving in a larger area. The tens of thousands of arrays disappeared, and everyone in the mansion heaved a sigh of relief. They patted their chests with all their strength, and then they were shocked to find that they could actually move. After being stunned for 3 seconds, an old monster took the lead and turned into a ray of light and rushed out. The others hurriedly tore open their scrolls and used all kinds of methods to leave this place. They had been suppressed for more than 2 hours, and only God knew what would happen if they stayed here any longer. Other things aside, the black star hanging above their heads was enough to make their scalps tingle. When the light of the barrier flashed, the scene in front of them rippled like water. After a quick vibration, the scene in front of them changed drastically. The 2 of them took a step forward and sought experts all over the mountains and plains. The powerful energy aura made the space fluctuate faintly. When Yin Nuoxing and Xian stepped into this space, the thousands of experts in the Origin Sky clan's mountain range became restless. This was the first time they officially saw the invaders. They were ridiculously young. Set up the formations. A sharp shout spread throughout the mountain range. The energy of the thousands of experts surged, and huge formations emerged one after another. The one floating behind the Origin Sky clan's experts was their god formation, but it had already turned black and was completely sealed. They couldn't use it and could only join hands to set up other formations. At the heart of each formation were several god emperor experts, each holding a weapon. Monstrous divine pressure spread through the formations, and even the Origin Sky clan members felt a wave of fear. Who are you? Why have you intruded into our clan's land? The mountain range was filled with experts, god-level formations, and several God's Park weapons. The golden-armored man's heart calmed down a little. He stood at the front, holding a giant golden sword in the air with both hands. However, he knew that if the thing above his head smashed down, everything would turn into smoke and nothing would exist. Even if the sacred ancestor revived, the Origin Sky clan wouldn't be wiped out, but everything would be destroyed. Yin Nuoxing narrowed his eyes and glanced at him. With a light wave of his right hand, source pearls that represented the 10 elements, soul power, spiritual power, space power, time power, void power, and the half-form power of the primordial realm appeared around him, twisting into a huge ring behind the 2 of them. Tens of thousands of formations broke out from the void, extending horizontally for tens of thousands of miles, squeezing into this space densely. Only the corners of 2 formations could be seen. The rest of them were cut off by the Earth and the space barrier. A soul-shaking sound came from the black giant star. The enormous thing seemed to have begun to rotate again. It began to become a little unstable, and energy was leaking out. However, the flames condensed from the energy all pointed downwards. Tongues of fire of unknown size swept across the space, almost shattering the spatial barrier that was on the verge of shattering. Everyone felt their hearts palpitate under the enormous pressure. The sense of security that had risen in the golden-armored man's heart instantly disappeared. He really felt a deadly sense of danger attacking him from all directions, even seeping out from the void. Xian took a deep breath and stroked the wings covering her body. Her nervousness subsided slightly. It was not easy for her to sense the weak origin power in this chaotic energy storm, but she had to do it. Yin Nuoxing knew that she was working hard. The other party did not seem to have any intention of starting a fight as soon as they met. He could buy some time. Yin Nuoxing held the red star sword in her left hand and the Netherworld Ruins sword in her right hand. The violent light in her eyes faded slightly, and she spat out a breath of hot air. 1,000 feet around her body was surrounded by dozens of chaotic energies. Her aura was terrifying. You took away something that did not belong to you. Hand it over, or else, plop. The black giant star suddenly expanded, and the star crown almost pressed down on the earth. The black light had already condensed to a blinding degree, and it was unbelievable. The black sunlight gathered, causing the earth to burn with black flames. The space around the enormous object was distorted. Everyone could feel a deadly pressure slowly coming from above, as if it was about to press down on them. You said that we took away something that could not be touched. Do you have proof? The girl in the moonlight robe stepped forward and stood beside the golden-armored man. Her long ponytail danced behind her in the wind. They were only 10,000 feet away from each other. When she looked up, she could see the blazing sky and the gigantic spell formation. Every single thing made her heart beat wildly, and she could not help but clench her fists. Even on this battlefield, she still had the energy to size up the two invaders. She also understood why the golden-red figure said that he did not know if it was him or her. Other than the girl with the dark purple hair, the other godlike figure looked like a girl. However, the moment his face became ferocious, he revealed the manly temperament and madness. Proof? The proof is on your body in... Yin Nuoxing suddenly smiled strangely. The space suddenly turned gray, and the dancing wind and the black sun froze in an instant. In the next moment, the world returned to normal. However, he had already rushed to the front of the enemy with Xian. He held the Netherworld Ruins sword to the girl's neck and laughed. On your body, the golden-armored man was shocked. He didn't have time to react, and neither did anyone else. What happened at that moment was like a broken memory. When the memory was reconnected in the next moment, it was already the scene in front of them. That person appeared in front of them at such a close distance, and a crazy and brutal aura swept across their bodies. It made even a god like him tremble in fear. How could someone's aura be so crazy to such an extent? Cold light gathered on her body in an instant. Endless cold and wind penetrated her body and pierced into her soul. It was as if she was standing on the edge of the sun, enduring the heat of purgatory, and the next second, she fell into an endless ice cave. That gaze, that strange pair of eyes, the two diamond-shaped pupils were rotating, but the aura that came out of it made her fall into a bottomless abyss. She could not feel anything, and everything was pitch black. The girl's robe lit up with a faint golden light, and she suddenly came back to her senses. Only then did she realize that it was an illusion. She had only looked into the other party's eyes. It was just a glance. If she did not have the support of her high divinity, she would have fallen into a state of eternal damnation. However, even though she had woken up, her situation was not much better. That crazy person was standing in front of her, and his eyes were dyed with an eternal light. It made people's hearts palpitate, but she suddenly quieted down. You don't have to say things like, "Even if you kill me, you won't be able to leave," Yin Nuoxing suddenly said, and the girl was startled. You don't have to say anything else. I can come and go as I please in this world. You can't even be considered as a bargaining chip. Don't think that I will be afraid of that god. When the black giant star explodes, except for those who have been pardoned by me, no one can avoid the disaster. If he dares to let his guard down, he can sleep for another 1,000 or 10,000 years. Furthermore, he can't even come out now. The clear voice continued to sound, and the girl was stunned again. The reason why I didn't kill you is purely because it is pointless. Keeping you alive is still useful. As for how and where you are used, it has nothing to do with me. I'm only here to retrieve some things. The girl was speechless. Can you not talk to yourself? Yin Nuashing shrugged and said, It's too troublesome to communicate with you humans. You talk big. Out of 1,000 words, only the word fight is valuable. I'll make my words clear. I'll say that it's my business. It has nothing to do with you. If you want to resist, it's up to you. The girl was stunned for 3 seconds upon hearing this. She felt like she was going crazy. The golden armored man was also stunned. This guy didn't play by the rules. He had destroyed the city gates and blown up the city with a force that could wipe out an entire race. And now he was running in and saying that he was just passing by. Such a high-profile passing by made the girl feel nothing other than frustrated. So what exactly are you looking for? The girl gritted her teeth. She looked like she was about to break down. Yin Nuashing frowned. Just as he opened his mouth, Xian hurriedly tugged on his wings. Little star, over there. He raised his eyebrows and nodded. Pull him over. Use my power. Xian was already doing it. When he heard this, he hurriedly pulled him over. The people around them were very nervous. However, there was a huge killing machine on their young master's neck. They didn't know whether to move or not. These people, including the golden armored man, already understood what was going on. It was the power of time, and it was the power of time in a high-level state. Otherwise, the latter wouldn't have been unable to react or even sense it. In other words, the other party was at least a few levels higher than them in terms of divinity and laws. This was already a crushing advantage. Everyone waited nervously for a few seconds. A ball of light quickly appeared in the distance and rushed toward Yin Nuashing and the others. Halfway there, the golden light shattered. That was the energy barrier that bound them had broken. Then, a ball of golden and emerald green energy quickly rushed toward Xian. Wait a minute. Don't fuse them yet. Yin Nuashing quickly said. Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, he nodded and handed the 2 balls of origin energy to him. Just these 2 things. The girl looked at the 2 balls of origin energy that appeared in front of her in shock. They were the 2 things that she had been trying to figure out for a month, but to no avail. She thought for a long time, but she couldn't figure out that the 2 things that she shouldn't take were these 2. But then again, it seemed to be the case. This was the only answer. After all, her race didn't do anything else after they came into being. They only sent an emissary out, and she didn't know where he got these 2 balls of origin energy. Just these. Yin Nuashing glanced at her indifferently. A black stick fell from the sky and hit the girl's head. It was just enough to make her scream in pain. The group was nervous for a long time. I'm telling you, this thing is more precious than the god next to you. You even damaged 1/10 of it. Fortunately, it's not an irrecoverable injury. Otherwise, I would have buried you. The girl held her head and grimaced in pain. She glared at him angrily, but the latter ignored her fierce glare and snorted. Revenge is up to you. Think about it. The door of the northern wilderness is open for all of you. Although it's useless for me to kill all of you, it's also meaningless. You could do whatever you want, and I can do whatever I want. Don't just pick up other people's things, or you'll get into big trouble. This guy who talked to himself made her dizzy. She couldn't help but stare at him fiercely. How would I know? Don't tell me that you can't even find someone else's mark in it after a month of searching. The young girl choked. Her red lips moved for a while, but she found that she had nothing to say. She was so angry that her whole body trembled. In the end, she could only point at the door in exasperation and roar, "Leave." "Oh, I'm leaving. You don't have to see me off." Yin Nuashing nodded and pulled Xian away. But after 2 steps, he paused and turned back. If you have time to care about other things, why are you wasting your time in the realm of the gods? The girl, the golden armored man, and the others were speechless. What the hell is this guy? There was no end to his monologue. The group stood in the air and looked at each other blankly. They felt that they had lost all will to fight. They would have been better off if they had just met him. Although they would have been beaten up and sent flying back, it was still better than not being able to fight when they met. It was as awkward as it could be. They were scared and confused the whole time. "I've closed the door for you guys. Bye-bye." That clear and ethereal voice came from afar. The girl was so angry that her hair stood on end. She cursed. "A percent. And who needs you to repair the door?" "A percent, Yin." The golden-armored man was sweating and hurriedly waved his hand. Disperse, disperse. Leave a group of people to tidy up the door and repair the dimension. Oh, the dimension has been repaired. Then go and check it out. The mansion also needs people to tidy up. Huh? Gathering? What the F*** is this gathering? Don't mention that word to me for half a year. It's so annoying. Damn it, I'm so angry. How can there be such a person? The girl was so angry that her hair was scattered. She pulled at her hair, and her pretty face was distorted. The golden-armored man looked up at the sky and watched the black sun slowly disappear. He suddenly covered his face and sighed. At least it wasn't destroyed. Thank goodness. But young master, are we just going to let it go like this? He frowned. No matter what, it was an indisputable fact that Yin Nuo planet and the others had caused a huge ruckus. Their substantial losses seemed to be a sky god messenger and a few Pluto kings. Oh, and the two original sources of energy. The girl's angry face suddenly calmed down. She also looked up at the black sun slowly disintegrating. Her face was as calm as water. After a while, she sighed. The northern wilderness. Send someone to investigate. We better keep a low profile for now. We can postpone those special itineraries. Let's wait until my father officially wakes up. The golden-armored man nodded. Then he heard her continue. Also go and investigate that lunatic alone. I'm a little concerned about what he said. Take back the mansion and change the location of the door to increase the concealment of the dimension. As for the Hall of Elders, ask those who want to fight to restrain themselves. The clan array. We can't interfere with this. It's not damaged. It will recover by itself. Let's leave it like this for now. The young girl sighed and rubbed her forehead. A light flashed across her pale golden eyes as she stared in the direction where Yin Nuoxing and the others had disappeared. She muttered to herself, "This matter is not over." Chapter 1103. The Black Giant did not achieve its original goal. After a few slight but frightening tremors, a burst of bright light burst out from the center of the giant star. After that, the entire giant star rapidly collapsed. It took more than 10 minutes for the giant star to dissipate into nothingness, leaving behind a large area of energy ripples. Even though there were two suns hanging in the distance, casting blazing rays of light, the dusky sky here would not fade away for a while. There was too much chaos elemental energy accumulated here. Half of the mountain peak covered in strange trees was still intact, while the other half had already merged with the abyss. The shattered space was also repaired and resealed after Yin Nuoxing and the others left the Yuan Tian clan. The entrance to this space was originally in the mountain range, and the mansion was just the entrance. Coming here to hold a gathering was no different from being in the palm of the Yuan Tian clan. In any case, it was their territory, and the only difference was whether they were at the mountain gate or inside. Regardless of the situation, it was equally dangerous. Everyone in the mansion had already left, leaving only Hall Master Wang, Yuan Shi, Ming, and the others. Yin Nuoxing and Xian came out less than 10 minutes after entering. Except for a certain someone who looked a little dispirited, Xian was in good condition. She was even holding 2 balls in her hands. When she came out, the former and the others immediately went up to her. "Oh, we finally got it. It wasn't easy. I thought the other side would stubbornly resist until the end, and then Little Star would blow this place up." Yuan Shi came over and poked the 2 balls of origin power. He looked curiously at them and said, "So these are the metal and wood origin powers." The 2 balls of origin power trembled in fright when they were poked. They trembled uneasily a few times, arousing everyone's curiosity. These 2 balls of origin power are slightly damaged, but it's not a big problem. Their foundation isn't damaged, but if you poke them a few more times, they might run away again. Yin Nuoxing glanced at everyone and sighed. Hall Master Wang looked at the space that slowly closed after they came out. He waved his hand, and golden light wrapped around everyone. "We can't stay here for long. It's hard to guarantee that they won't come out." Everyone nodded, having no intention of staying behind. Now that there had been such a huge commotion, those who didn't mind having too much trouble would most likely come and join in on the fun. They had no idea what the Yuan Tian clan was thinking, so it was best to leave first. Although the passage of light that Palace Master Guang had created did not directly travel at full speed through the void, its speed was not slow either. With his strength, it would only take him a few hours to traverse a large region. At this moment, Yin Nuoxing was sitting on his knees within the concealed ball of light. Two balls of origin energy slowly revolved around him. He was currently recovering his strength at full speed. At the same time, he was also using the metal origin bead and the wood origin bead to recover his origin energy. Go to Burning Yin Mountain. With this encounter, it's hard to guarantee that nothing will happen to the fire origin, even if it's not taken away by others. I'm worried that it will be eaten by the Lord of the Burning Heavens. Yin Nuoxing narrowed her eyes and said, "Who's the Lord of the Burning Heavens?" Yuan Shi asked Palace Master Guang, before turning around and asking curiously. In the passage of light, a group of people were sitting on the ground. The few girls hiding in Yin Nuoxing's spiritual world were so bored that they had run out to get some fresh air. They were currently running around happily. Yuan Shi and Nightmare were stunned when they saw him take out their girls. The latter seemed to recall something and hurriedly took out a golden egg-shaped toy. She smashed it, and a person rolled out from within. It was Chu Chun, who had not been seen since the beginning. Yin Nuoxing strangely looked at them before looking at the still dizzy Chu Chun. "What did you guys do to him?" Chu Xianling walked over and helped Chu Chun up. The latter drowsily opened his eyes. When he saw his sister, he suddenly laughed foolishly. "Wife?" Bang! Yuan Shi and Nightmare worked together and knocked this guy unconscious with a punch. They dragged him to the side and poured water and some unknown pills into his mouth. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. Chu Xianling had a strange expression on her face. "Little Chun, what did you call me?" Hee, don't pay attention to it. This kid ate whatever he wanted, and his brain was destroyed. It seems like he hasn't woken up yet. I don't know what kind of strange dream he's having. Nightmare smiled embarrassedly and quickly said, "Boss hasn't said anything yet. Who's the Lord of the Burning Heavens?" Yin Nuoxing looked at the two of them suspiciously and whispered, "It's the big guy hiding under the Burning Mountain. But to be precise, the Burning Mountain is a part of it. Its divine right is related to fire. That guy is not in the recovery period now. It's one of the last batch to be sealed. But there could be an accident." Yin Nuoxing shrugged. As he spoke, he once again expanded the map of the celestial realm. The light filtered out a lot of information that was temporarily unusable, leaving behind a few hundred stars of different colors that twinkled under the ground of the celestial realm. Everyone had been looking at the map for some time now, and they knew what each of these stars represented. The ones that twinkled more frequently, and the ones that shone more brightly were the ones that were about to reach the end of the seal. As for the ones that were still moving around, those were the ones that were still active. The latter had not changed in number yet, and there were only 6 of them. Moreover, they were very well behaved. As for why there was not a single ripple in the area where they were not sure either. Even Yin Nuoxing himself was not sure. Yin looked at the model of the realm of the gods, a little absent-minded. She could not help but look at Yin Nuoxing carefully for a while. Even the latter noticed it. He whispered, "What's wrong?" Yin shook her head. "I feel that you're not the same as before." "Huh? In the past, every time you made a scene, you would lie down for a while. Now, it seems that you don't even need to recover." Everyone turned to look at Yin Nuoxing, focusing on his colorful long hair. When they saw that the luster was still the same and the color of his hair did not change, they suddenly realized that this guy did not seem to have paralyzed himself after playing around. Yin Nuoxing also knew what she was talking about. He chuckled, ran his hand through his long hair, and said, "It's definitely not that I didn't use up any energy. It's just that the energy that was used up has been replenished. Also, I need to recover my mental strength. I went up against a big clan alone, and I didn't make any preparations in advance. I also had to use a method of that level. My mental strength was depleted very quickly, but I can recover very quickly. In any case, you were a little too reckless this time," Home Master Wong said. "Going up against a big clan of the celestial gods, it's fine if you win, but have you ever thought that you might fail?" "I won't fail." Yin Nuashing smiled faintly, and did not seem to mind. First of all, that celestial god won't wake up. I can force the celestial array to lose its effectiveness, and when necessary, I can directly shatter it. Also, even if that celestial god comes back to life in the worst-case scenario, I can still take Xian and run away. When I detonate the energy, I'll take away the origin, and then I'll take all of you with me. As long as that celestial god doesn't have a hole in his head, he will have to obediently defend himself, unless he really has a hole in his head and wants to lie underground for tens of millions of years. Then why didn't you kill them? Chu Yingzhan crossed her arms. I thought that you would kill all the people who touched your wife's origin. Yin Nuashing nodded. If the origin was damaged, I might have made things worse. As for exterminating the whole clan, there's no need at all. Keeping them alive is still useful. Useful? Everyone looked at each other. Ming asked, is it the duty of an observer? Half and half. Yin Nuashing ruffled the angelic girl's hair. The demon world is coming out, and the world-class beings are about to awaken. There's also a world fragment that's about to come crashing down. We should at least leave some power for the celestial realm. The observer and the guardian had a clear duty, and that was to ensure the existence of the celestial realm. However, it was not absolutely compulsory. In a situation where no one could do anything, the people with two divine roles would not be able to change anything, and naturally, there was no need to sacrifice themselves. However, their primary goal was to ensure the existence of the celestial realm. As long as the celestial realm did not explode, that would be the overall goal. He fought like a lunatic, but his mind was never muddled. So, he would not exterminate any clan over such a trivial matter. Leaving the source celestial race alive would allow them to move around a little. Even if they were to fight in the end, there would still be one left. Nightmare sighed and rested one hand on her cheek. I'm just afraid that they'll be busy with internal strife when they wake up. Sigh. I suddenly feel that the boss is having a hard time. He has to worry about such a big rock, and from time to time, he has to be infuriated by the residents above. Yuanqi nodded in agreement. What if the 5 celestial race forces start fighting? Then they'll fight. What does it have to do with me? They don't have the ability to blow up the celestial realm, so I'm not worried about that at all. Yin Nuashing shrugged her shoulders in an exaggerated manner. Anyway, it's still the same as before. We'll talk about it when they're almost done. In the worst-case scenario, we'll just have to activate the Guardian formation one more time. I've already made some slight changes to the Guardian formation so that it won't break after just one activation. Its power hasn't changed, but it'll take some time to recover. Chu Yingzhan frowned. That's bad. It's almost inevitable that the 5 celestial race forces will fight. If it wasn't for that person who wanted to unify the celestial realm, I feel that even if that incident didn't happen, something else would have happened. This era is different from the past, where there were only 5 Empyrean gods. In the past, there were thousands or tens of thousands of Empyrean gods. They could just stand there and nothing would happen. However, this era is special. There are only 5 Empyrean gods left. Moreover, most of them know that the rules will be reversed 1,000 years later. They're probably doing something special to recruit talents now. Thinking about that, Yin Nuashing only smiled faintly and shook her head. I don't care about these things. I don't care who killed who became king, who changed the situation. Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes at her. Then why didn't you move the Qin family and the Yuan family to gather with the 9 deities temple in the northern wasteland? You dare say that you didn't have the intention to resist the demon world? There's no conflict. I do my thing, and they do theirs. As long as they don't fight us, why should I care? Yin Nuashing shook her head. You still don't understand what I'm thinking. But it's fine. I don't intend to let you know so clearly. You just need to know that the observer isn't inflexible, and I'm not thinking about destroying things. Gathering forces is just to make it easier to deal with things in the future. Moving everything together and, well, that's about it. She vaguely mentioned something, but the others didn't delve into it. Anyway, they couldn't figure out what she was thinking. People can only save themselves. Disasters will always be disasters, and no one can ask anyone to save them. She sighed in the end. The journey was peaceful. Yin Nuoxing was still making use of the time to recover to her peak state. Hallmaster Guang was rushing at full speed. While waiting, the others walked around the model of the realm of the gods, giving pointers from time to time and whispering to each other, trying not to disturb her recovery. It didn't take long for Yin Nuoxing to recover. The two origins of the five elements were also restored to their original state. They were brimming with energy and were rolling up and down, looking very lively. They flew around randomly for a while and then fell into his hand, which surprised him a little. Perhaps because he helped to restore them. The two origins of the origin had some affinity with him. Xian took the two origins of the origin from Yin Nuoxing's hand. She lowered her head and glanced at them. Are you done? Yin Nuoxing nodded and smiled faintly. Just one more. We're finally about to achieve what we've been talking about for more than 10 years. Originally, we could have done a long time ago, but due to various reasons, we kept postponing it again and again. Xian blinked and smiled sweetly. She leaned forward and rubbed her face against his. She didn't care about these things, and she didn't care at all. Ever since she ran out with him willfully and impulsively, he had always been more concerned about this matter than her. She just enjoyed running around with him and traveling to various places. In her opinion, this was more important than the origins. In the beginning, she was worried that if she found the origins early, she wouldn't be able to continue this journey. She didn't expect that more than 10 years would pass in the blink of an eye. During this period, there were dangers and peace. Those were all very precious experiences, and she was very glad that she did what she did back then. Chu Yingxian raised her head and looked at the two of them. She muttered softly, "Someone sold herself for her body. If you really want to talk, then go and say a few words to little Chun." Yin Nuoxing naturally heard this and couldn't help but roll her eyes. I just sensed deeply. The matter at Burning Yin Mountain has already calmed down. It's very peaceful within a radius of 10,000 miles. There's no wind or waves, and the degree of the seal is still very stable. There's no need to worry about the Lord of Burning Skies being awakened. We can move openly. A girl, what are you spacing out for? Xian raised her head in a daze. She held the two origins in her hands and tilted her head. I don't remember how I recovered the origins of earth and water, everyone. Huh? The process of recovering the origins is a very strange feeling. It's not as shallow as absorbing and refining. For a moment, I can't remember how. At this time, Bing Air raised her long blue and gold hair, indicating that she had something to say. I guess, if it was me, I might try eating it. You little foodie, don't mess around. Yin Nuoxing scratched Bing Air's head lightly. The latter stuck out her tongue and giggled. Xian looked thoughtfully at the two origins and nodded. I can try. Maybe I'll remember. Anyway, it's my lost power. Since it hasn't mutated, there shouldn't be any problems. Bing Air giggled and jumped into Yin Nuoxing's arms. Her big blue and gold eyes stared hard into his colorful eyes. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but smile bitterly. He thought that Xian's words were reasonable theoretically, so he nodded. Then you can eat it. I'll be here watching. Nothing will happen. Xian nodded and put the two origins in front of his mouth. Just as he was about to put them in, Chu Yingxian quickly raised her hand, one by one. Don't choke. Pure energy bodies can choke. Yuanxi almost spat in Nightmare's face. Eating energy is even stranger. Yin Nuoxing blinked. I think it's very normal. Ordinary energy of heaven and earth is colorless and tasteless. Gold energy has a metallic, rusty smell. Wood energy is a little bitter. Water energy is sweet. Fire energy has a faint, salty taste. Earth energy, it's eating dirt. As for the rest, everyone quickly waved their hands. Don't say anymore. Our worldview is going to explode. So for a godly body, eating energy was something that should be put on the dining table. Xian smiled helplessly. The two origins gradually shrank and were stuffed into his little red mouth. Everyone looked at this scene curiously. Chu Yingxian couldn't help but ask, do you want some condiments? Yin Nuoxing smashed the head of this girl who was full of thoughts. Pure energy bodies can't be stained with sauce. It's a waste. Everyone was furious. You too. That's enough. Fortunately, There was no such thing as a pure energy body choking. Otherwise, Xian's face would have turned red from suffocation. She had already absorbed the energy of the two origins into her body. The power of the five elements revolved around the two new origins, trying hard to distinguish them. This process was not difficult. The origins of earth and water trembled slightly, and she recalled how she had completed the last step. A glimmer of light flashed past her eyes, and then the energy in her body revolved even faster. Two new connections appeared in her senses, and the two new origins quickly adapted. They calmed down after coming into contact with the other two origins. Yin Nuoxing felt the energy in her body boil for a moment. She was nervous for a moment, but then calmed down again. Everything was fine. Nothing went wrong. She breathed a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, Xian gently opened her eyes. A deep purple light flashed and disappeared. She blinked her lively eyes and squeezed her hands a few times to feel the new energy in her body. That's it. Shu Yingzhan's eyes widened. Yes, the recovery went smoothly. There's no problem. Xian nodded. That's it? There's no other movement? Is it because you're holding it in? Let's see if there's a storm. Yin Nuoxing's face darkened. Do you want a natural phenomenon to happen when you pick up the money you dropped? Do you want the heavens to feel that it was so difficult for you to pick up your money? Nonsense. You can't pick up the money you dropped. How much luck would it take to pick it up? Shu Yingzhan put her hands on her hips and waved her hand righteously. Yin Nuoxing decided not to talk about such strange topics with this girl. She carefully checked Xian's body. The four origins in her body were hidden in various parts of her body. They were scattered into masses of ordinary energy. If their masters didn't actively summon them, they would remain in this state and be difficult to detect. At most, other people would think that there was an unusual energy in Xian's body. They wouldn't think that it was the origin. However, the four origins weren't completely silent. They were nestled in a corner and were exchanging weak energy directly with each other. They formed a resonance and emitted a weak energy glow. In another corner, there was a cluster of energy that looked like it was condensed from burnt smoke. It was also responding weakly. This should be the place where the origin of fire was stored. Compared to before, when there were only two origins, Xian's body was more lively now. Although it was just some energy moving around, she could sense it herself. Everyone, it's almost time to arrive. Hall Master Guang's voice energized the group of people. They had been nestled in this place for a while, and their bones were cracking. Now, the group of violent people stood up and stretched with all their strength. Their bodies crackled all over. Yes, this place is indeed not as comfortable as Little Star's place. Yuanqi twisted his neck and couldn't stop talking. Hall Master Guang was speechless. You're in a hurry, yet you're still chasing after comfort. It's better to take an airship. But Little Star's place is also very comfortable when you're in a hurry. And you can also see the scenery. If you're hungry, you can go down and dig out bird nests and hunt. If you're hot, you can go out and enjoy the breeze. It's a must-have for traveling. Yes, everyone was talking at once, chattering nonstop. This made Hall Master Guang suddenly speechless. He looked at his hands with suspicion, then looked at this bright passage, wondering if he should change something. Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly, then waved his hand and put away the model of the divine realm. He could feel the aura of the East Sea, which meant that they were gradually coming out of the passage of light. Their connection with the present realm was strengthening, and they were gradually breaking away from that super-fast speed. This time, they directly rushed over. The burning Yama mountain was huge, so it was easy to recognize it. There were thousands of islands and reefs in the East Sea, and only the burning Yama mountain was easy to recognize. It was so huge that it was like an ocean continent, and its bottom was even connected to the seabed of the East Sea. That area was the center of the East Sea, so it was unknown how deep the sea was and how big the big guy below was. The Lord of Burning Heavens is the biggest of the four elemental world-class life forms, and its destructive power is also the highest. It's similar in size to the other world-class life forms, or even a little bigger. Although the burning Yama mountain is connected to the seabed, It's hard to say whether that piece of land is its entire body. Well, although we can move without worry, it's better not to make too much noise if there's nothing important. We'll quickly find the origin of fire and retreat. While Yin Washing was talking, the golden light that covered all directions in the passage of light gradually dissipated, and the speed was also noticeably slowing down. In the end, everyone was suspended in midair. Looking at the scene in front of them, the group of people fiercely sucked in a mouthful of the salty ocean wind and let out a gasp of astonishment. Wow, F asterisk Sika. Little star, don't tell me that the target location is below and then we'll jump? Nightmare pinched his face with both hands and fiercely pinched it, then turned his head to look at Yun Nuashing. Boss, calm down. That's not realistic. Yun Nuashing put his hands in his pockets, looked up to the sky, and shouted, "Let me calm down." Chapter 1104. Compared to the other 3 elemental domains, the burning Yin Mountain in the eastern sea of the Divine Prefecture was the most violent one. Perhaps the fire element itself represented violence and explosiveness. Fire could also make people think of burning, high temperatures, and so on. The mountain above the sea was like that. It burned with an unextinguishable fire all year round. The magma from the underground was rolling and drowning the mountain. Occasionally, there would be thick smoke rising into the sky. The sky within a radius of millions of miles would be covered by smoke and dust. The mysteriousness and terror of the burning Yin Mountain had also left many legends in the Eastern Sea. Not only here, this was the famous forbidden elemental lands in the divine realm. Some ancient records and books had recorded information about these 4 forbidden elemental lands. When the forbidden elemental lands were mentioned, many people would think of these 4 places because they were the most famous. The people who recorded them ranged from the demonic rank to the higher rank gods. They all solemnly recorded them in their own books with reverence and fear. Since ancient times, there had always been many stories and stories about these places. Some people had rushed into the forbidden elemental lands and disappeared alive. Some people simply did not make any sound at all. Some stories even talked about powerful gods or gods who entered the burning Yin Mountain and what they found and what they saw. There were many stories about these places, but they were only a minority. Not many people had the time to read those stories. The truth was often too far from the truth. If they believed those stories, they would be tired of living. Just like the people who rushed into the burning Yin Mountain, 99% of them were swallowed by the flames. Those who attacked the burning Yin Mountain all those years ago were now dead. The truth would always only be known by a small number of people, or perhaps no one knew at all. That was why those places appeared to be very mysterious, very scary, and very deadly. Brushing away those mysterious clouds layer by layer, what was exposed to the world was the most basic thing. The so-called burning Yin Mountain was a part of the body of a huge monster. Aside from this, the Fengyin Mountain was a group of volcanoes that had not been extinguished for dozens of eras. It was an oblong shape that was wide in the middle and narrow on both sides. It was similar to an eye. The longest part of it was 500,000 miles long. As for the widest part, it was more than 200,000 miles long. These were all data from the past. It was hard to say whether they were trustworthy or not. After all, the Fengyin Mountain was the same as the sea in the Tana's water god temple. At the very least, these were recorded down by very responsible people. The basic descriptions of Burning Yama Mountain could be casually found in books with higher credibility. Yin Nuashing and Yuan, she had made a lot of preparations to understand Burning Yama Mountain. This was because this was a place they had to visit, so there was no mistake in making preparations beforehand. For this reason, they were still immersed in the sea of books and were unable to extricate themselves. And then all of this was overturned. First of all, Yin Nuashing had awakened. He was no longer afraid of any elemental forbidden lands. As long as he did not wake up the big guy below, he could come and go as he pleased as if he were walking on flat ground. Secondly, there was a piece of news that had just been discovered. The Nine Gods Temple had always been paying attention to these forbidden lands. However, they had been a little busy recently. First, they had the resurrection of the ancestor, then they had to go to Otherworlds, and then they had to move a few friends. They had been coming and going, and for a while, they did not notice the situation here. They did not realize that burning Yama Mountain had already become like this. What kind of terrible thing happened to this place to make it become like this? Yuanshi fiercely wiped away his sweat. It was not because of the heat, but because of the cold sweat that came out of fear. What rushed into his line of sight was the irascible group of volcanoes in burning Yama Mountain. Out of the tens of thousands of mountains, more than 80% of the mountain peaks were spewing out scorching heat. There was a mountain peak that had fallen into the ground, as if it had been spewed out. Hundreds of thousands of magma lakes were overflowing. Burning red magma rolled down along the mountain walls, heating the mountain range to the point of boiling. Smoke and black smoke rose into the sky in spirals, but there was not a single trace of black smoke accumulated in the clear sky within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Burning Yama Mountain welcomed the fierce rays of the sun, and all of this was because the boiling hot smoke had all been sucked away. It was a crack, an enormous long and narrow crack. From the side, it did not seem to have any thickness at all, because it was a crack that had pierced through space. The main body of the long and narrow crack was densely packed with tiny cracks that spread out in all directions. At first glance, it looked like a fir tree. It was like a sharp sword that could split the heavens, piercing through the sky above the sea. From above, it pierced straight into the most central part of burning Yama Mountain, neatly splitting it into two halves. The black crack seemed to be connected to an endless abyss. Looking at it for a while, one would feel as if one's mind had fallen into an untraceable space and time. Yin Nuashing and the others stood on the narrow side of burning Yama Mountain and could directly face the enormous crack. Looking at it splitting burning Yama Mountain into two halves from above, that astonishing and majestic black crack was filled with an oppressive and empty aura. The aura that covered the sky and covered the earth caused the tips of people's hearts to tremble slightly. The inside of the crack was filled with a frantic and dangerous aura, yet it was as if nothing could be felt. It was empty, spacious, as if nothing existed. Perhaps it was correct. There was nothing inside, only a darkness that could devour people, a pure darkness that could cause everyone to lose themselves. That was the void. Burning Yama Mountain has been tyrannical in the Eastern Sea for many years, and it has finally been struck by lightning. However, what struck down was not lightning, but the void. Nightmare, said as he ground his teeth. That crack in the void was possibly 300,000 to 400,000 kilometers long. It came from a sky above the sea and pierced through the thickest part of burning Yama Mountain at an oblique angle. On the other side, they could even see a tiny crack in the void protruding from the surface of the sea. It was obvious that its main body had already penetrated to the other side. That enormous crack was a wound in the real world, and flames and seawater were falling into the void at every moment, annihilating everything until nothing was left. The real world is leaking. Yin Nuashing muttered, and took 5 seconds to take in a deep breath. After holding in for a while, she exhaled, "This crack is still expanding. We have to think of a way to block it, or else this space will be destroyed." Normal space was directly connected to the void, and a large amount of reality would leak into the void along with the crack. Everything that was known and understood would fall apart, or rather, the current reality would already be affected. Block it? Yuan Shi's eyes widened, and he pointed a trembling finger at the crack in the void. How do we block this thing? Right now, I'm even more curious as to why no one knows that something like this has happened to burning Yama Mountain. This matter is enough to destroy the heavens and earth, right? With the level of gossip and information transmission of the people of the God realm. Although the 9 Deities Hall was a little busy recently, it's impossible for no one to know about such a big matter, right? Hall Master Guang crossed his arms and looked at the crack in the void with a dumbfounded expression. This thing lying here was a little too frightening. Some time ago, there were even people attacking burning Yama Mountain. So how could no one know about something like this happening all of a sudden? Yin Nuashing rubbed her bangs, and her eyelids drooped slightly. This is very normal. A crack has already appeared in reality, and it's starting to leak. It won't be long before this place completely collapses, and in the end, It will be so clean that it will be as if nothing ever existed. Chu Yingzhan poked her shoulder and said, "Speak human language. Make it simple and make it short. The crack in the void leads to the void. That's nonsense. Normal space is directly connected to the void, and there's no world barrier to filter it. It's like pouring soy milk without a filter and pouring the dregs and soy milk together. However, the world barrier is the filter, and reality is the dregs. As long as you understand what I mean. I'm not asking you to pour soy milk and eat dregs. That's what I mean. It's just a metaphor." Yin Nuoxing raised her hand with a dark expression, and everyone instantly fell silent. Only then did she continue. "The current situation is normal space and the void have been directly squeezed together, and the former is constantly leaking its attributes and matter. Let me make a hypothesis. If you lose half of your soul root, are you still yourself?" I think so, but it's only half." Nightmare scratched her head, and her face was filled with anxiety. Palace Master Guang pondered for a moment. The loss of one soul root will not directly kill, but it will cause a change in personality, internal changes, memory, thinking, and power. Even the remaining half of one soul may become violent, filled with resentment, hatred, and the evil side of one's body will be infinitely enlarged, and the body will become uncoordinated and weak. For normal people, it will be crippled, but for us, if we're strong enough, we can suppress this damage, but only suppress it. The damage that cannot be healed will become a hidden danger, and one day, it will erupt. You will feel that you have changed into a different person, and others will think that you are no longer the same person. At that time, will you still be yourself? Everyone looked at each other. In such a situation, the body was still the same body, but the inside was probably no longer the same person. Because everything had changed at that time, they would become someone who was no longer themselves. If they had to calculate, it would be a completely different version of themselves. That would probably be the case. There's no need to think of an answer. It's enough to know that this is the case. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand, indicating for everyone to come back to their senses. The current situation is that the soul in reality is disappearing, but this process is very slow. However, at the place where the wound is, it has already caused enough hidden damage. In other words, this area of burning Yin Mountain has already become illusory and has become empty. You can use tokens or something to contact the others and ask them about their impression of burning Yin Mountain. Everyone looked at each other, and Palace Master Guang sent a thought back to the 9 deities' temples through the soul seed. Yuan Shi, Nightmare, and Chu Yingzhan all took out their jade strips and tokens, and the expressions on their faces fluctuated. A few minutes later, the 4 of them gradually came back to their senses, and Palace Master Guang's expression became serious. Old Jean and the others know about burning Yin Mountain, and they can say a lot of things, vaguely describing the general situation. However, they do not know where burning Yin Mountain is. The situation is more or less the same. Chu Yingzhan spread her hands. Old Man knows about burning Yin Mountain, but he can't say anything about it, as if he has forgotten something. Judging from his voice, it doesn't seem like he has nothing better to do than to make fun of my daughter. It's about the same on our side. Yuan Shi and Nightmare also sighed, and the former said, "Who doesn't even know about burning Yin Mountain?" Qin Yin frowned. "Then why do we remember? I still remember that the highest peak of burning Yin Mountain is 37,200 feet high, and it's not difficult to recall the process." Xian and Mei Mao turned around and suddenly smiled. "Because it's beside Little Star?" "More or less. Do you still remember what happened in the small world under the East Sea?" Yin Nuoxing nodded. "It's because of the rules. There are already flaws in this part of the rules, but what's more serious is that a flaw has appeared in the reality of this area. Everything related to burning Yin Mountain is gradually disappearing from everyone's hearts, and it's disappearing very slowly. The stronger one's own rules and karma, the more they can resist this kind of erasure. Since you are beside me, my own rules are enough to affect you, so you are not affected. In short, from now on, be careful. Don't be too far away from me, in case you rush into the void domain and can't come back. This is the void of the 8 elemental realms, not the weak void of the 5 elemental realms. Yin Nuashing waved his hand, and 16 source beads flew out in a hurry. They circled around him, and then flew in all directions, forming a large circle that enveloped everyone. Then energy surged out, condensing into an orange-gold energy barrier that was 10 feet wide. Streaks of colorful energy, lightning jumped on the surface of the barrier, and a strange light circulated, like a layer of stars that surrounded everyone. The orange-gold barrier isolated most of the effects brought about by burning Yin Mountain. Yin Nuashing's group landed on the dark brown short mountain in the periphery. The entire process went smoothly, and other than Nightmare, who stepped in the magma that had yet to solidify and washed his feet, the others had no problems. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Just as they stood firmly on the short mountain, they felt a weak earthquake, and the sound of magma boiling echoed in their ears. The earth maintained a temperature of thousands of degrees, and the crisscrossing magma that had just cooled down and melted into a ball. The ground was covered with magma rivers and vents that were still spewing out steam. The harsh environment was not suitable for ordinary life forms to survive. Looking up, the high mountain peak was hung with flickering red lights. From the lights, a slow, squirming flow of white and strange black magma leaked out. Thick smoke constantly spewed out from the huge magma vents and was sucked in by a huge suction force. That suction force formed a gust of wind, and the cooled small rocks rolled into the magma with the wind, melting into a pool of viscous liquid. PFFF, the ground behind Ming suddenly cracked open, and the ground sank. Magma that gradually changed between gold and black surged up from the ground. When it came into contact with a layer of star barrier, the magma in front of it suddenly cooled down, turning into hard pale rock. The black color seemed to have never appeared. She glanced at it and stretched out her white jade finger to gently poke it. It was as hard as iron and cold without any temperature. There are no earth elements around here at all. That's strange. Chu Yingxian grinned in confusion. She stomped her feet a few times, and small cracks appeared on the soft ground. Hot steam spurted out from the cracks, and she was startled. It's all condensed fire elements, and they're all solid. Don't be fooled by the word mountain on the burning Yin Mountain. What you're stepping on is actually a ball of solidified fire elements. Palace Master Guang said, and looked at Yin Nuashing. Where should we go now? Ming also tilted his head to look at Xian. Sister Xian, can you sense where the origin of fire is? Hearing this, Xian wanted to use her strength to sense it, but Yin Nuashing waved her hand. Don't use your strength. The void has destroyed the stability of this place. Even if the origin of fire is only 1 centimeter away from you, you won't be able to sense it. Then I can only use my eyes to find it? Yin Nuashing sighed. That's probably the case. Bing Air raised her head and saw a layer of golden light disappear into the sky, rushing into the void crack. The surrounding sunlight seemed to have dimmed a little, but she didn't care about this. She was a holy ice dragon, and, at this time, she was in such a rich fire element. Other than her body, every inch of space was filled with fire element energy, and it made her very uncomfortable. Seeing this, Feng stretched out her long hand and patted her head. If you feel uncomfortable, go to Xingxing. You'll feel better there. Hearing this, Bing Air nodded thoughtfully, then jumped over happily. Yin Nuashing had just pressed little purple soul down, put Xiao Xian into her collar, and used her hair to curl little magic so that the 3 little ones wouldn't run around. She also asked Ming to look after Yuer and Little Moon. Just as he was about to take a step, he suddenly felt his feet were in the air. Then he felt something soft on his back, causing him to tremble. He turned around and saw Bing Air with a sweet smile on her face. He couldn't help but ask, "Why did you carry me?" Bing Air blinked her eyes. "It's more comfortable to carry Daddy. It's not so hot." Feng slapped her forehead with a gloomy face. "I asked you to go to Xingxing's side, not to carry him." "Oh." Bing Air gently stuck out her tongue and carefully put Yin Nuashing down. Then, she held his arm and couldn't help but giggle. Yin Nuashing looked at the silly holy dragon and couldn't help but sigh. He didn't say anything and waved his hand to lead the way. At the same time, he reminded the people around him, pay attention to your surroundings. If you see anything sneaky, just tell me. Be careful of the lava eruption points and steam under your feet. This barrier is semicircular. Why? If it's a circle, it will break. Be careful not to fall into the lava. Mount Fengyan is not an ordinary volcano. If you fall into it, it won't be much different from falling into the sun. He was mainly reminding them, except for Feng Er and Hall Master Wang, if anyone else fell into this level of lava, they would probably burn up instantly. This place is so hot. The environment in the demon world is not as bad as here. You are pulled off her cool clothes and hurried to Yun Nuoxing's side. She breathed a sigh of relief. It's still more comfortable to be with Brother Yun. Even the God Emperor can't stay here for too long. Usually, when exploring the forbidden elemental lands, one has to carry an eternal divine weapon to dare to enter, Hall Master Wang said. Then he smiled faintly. If you walk here empty-handed, you can go back and brag. You're walking with the boss. It's easy for you to say that. Nightmare stuck out her tongue. Yin Nuoxing patted Bing Air. Allowed some cold air. Bing Air nodded. Her long blue-gold hair floated up with a fluorescent light. A wave of cool air surged in all directions of the barrier. The cool air made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. This was the temperature that humans could pass through. If they were outside the barrier, they would probably be roasted alive. Yin Nuoxing took out her Linghong sword and beckoned for the fire origin orb to fly over. Then, she handed it over to Xian. She explained softly, "The space and rules have been disturbed by the void. Take these two with you. If you feel that the flow of the fire element matches the flow of the origin energy that you know, just tell me." Everyone stepped on the ground, one step at a time. The black ground under their feet had not really solidified. It was the ground that had accumulated from the eruption of lava. The high temperature here made the ground as active as the fire element. The rocks were not rocks, but strange products formed after the solidification of the fire element. A few meters away, there might be a flowing lava river. The ground under their feet was actually a layer of floating islands on the lava river. Below them, there were turbulent rivers. Dozens and hundreds of rivers were gathered together. It was very chaotic, and the balance was very fragile. This thin piece of land could collapse at any time or turn back into a hot flow and gush out again. Rumble, another earthquake. It was not much different from an earthquake. However, this was not a real earthquake. It was just that the space had become more unstable. The space and the unstable geology here shook and caused a huge tremor. Yin Nuoxing pricked up her ears. She could hear the sound of something breaking under the ground. Palace Master Guang raised his head. He could see the huge crack in the void across the mountain. The space has become more unstable. As Xian's senses were not very useful at this time, Yin Nuoxing could only move forward based on her intuition. She turned left and right, and from time to time, she would go over a mountain. Then, she would watch as the mountain collapsed and melted into pieces of flame behind her. The team crawled forward on the scorched earth that was comparable to death. The surrounding scene was really like hell. Unstable red lights flickered everywhere. Flames and black smoke filled their vision. The two suns in the sky were trying their best to shine and heat, but the brightness from the sunlight was gradually fading. Instead, it was replaced by the light of surging lava. Dark red and golden cracks were everywhere on the ground. There were even blue flames spewing out from the ground. Rumble. Just as they went over a small hill, they heard a loud noise. When they turned around, they saw that the small hill that was 100 meters tall was spewing out huge sparks. The hill had already collapsed when the flames erupted. The flames shot up hundreds of kilometers into the sky. Then, they shattered into a rain of fire that fell from the sky. There were also rocks that fell from the sky. These sudden eruptions of lava pillars were not the first or second time. Every time, the ground would crack and lava would shoot up into the sky. Not long after, pieces of rocks would fall down like meteors. Most of the rocks shattered when they came into contact with the star corona barrier. Some of the rocks directly hit the ground and smashed the solidified ground back into the surging fire elements. Huge waves splashed up and the ground shattered. Yin Nuashing and the others had no choice but to run for a while. Seeing this scene, Yin Nuashing suddenly raised her eyebrows. I suddenly remember the first time I went to look for Zai. It was the same scene. The ground shook and the mountains shook. Flames filled the sky. Everyone was puzzled. Only Ming remembered this incident. When Big Brother went to subdue Zai Flame, he blew up Sister Zai's son. Zai, who was leisurely playing with her child in the soul world, almost fell into the sea of flames. She muttered in her heart with a dark expression. Chu Yingjian was speechless. So this idiot has been blowing up suns since he was young. When he grew up, he even fought with the sun. Tell me, what did the sun do to you? What kind of grudge does it have with you? Why do you have to kill it? Yin Nuashing's cheeks twitched. Yuan Shi, who was listening at the side, suddenly said, Star Destroyer. Yin Nuashing. Yin Nuashing's cheeks twitched. She took a deep breath and patted Yuan Shi's shoulder. A layer of transparent barrier covered the latter. He was stunned. Huh. Yuan Shi only had time to make a huh sound before he was thrown into the sky by Yin Nuashing. In the blink of an eye, he was submerged in the black smoke and disappeared. Go up and see if there is anything strange, Yin Nuashing shouted. Everyone was speechless. Chapter 1105. Yuan Shi wandered around the dance of black smoke and flames for a while before descending from the sky with a shield that was about to extinguish. He appeared in front of everyone with a pitch-black face. Even his white robes were dyed black, making him look like a human-shaped piece of coal. If it weren't for those 8 shiny teeth that could still be distinguished, everyone would have thought that he was just a piece of black background. What did you see? Nightmare asked in a very concerned manner. Yuan Shi blinked his eyes and looked at everyone. Achoo! After using the water element to wash this fellow clean, they could still see his red eyes. It was obvious that he had choked quite a bit on the black ash. Yuan Shi coughed out a few smoke rings before speaking in a hoarse voice. Other than the void crack, I can't see anything else. Based on the size of the burning Yama Mountain, I'm afraid that more than half of it is already over there. The half of the burning Yama Mountain that they were in was currently moving towards the void crack. The latter was releasing a suction force that was about to pull the burning Yama Mountain into the void. It was likely that this space would not be able to hold on for long before it was devoured by the void. The void is currently devouring space. The burning Yama Mountain is just a burial object. Yin Nuashing said to everyone, This process is accelerating. We might not even have 2 days left. 2 days is enough. Whether or not we can hold on for these 2 days is still a question. Palace Master Guang muttered as he nodded his head. Let's head towards the void crack. Actually, I already had a bad premonition, but I didn't say it out loud. The group of people headed towards the void crack, which was the center of the burning Yama Mountain. Along the way, Yin Nuashing also took a risk and used a spatial jump, almost throwing the group of people into the lava. In this chaotic space, it was impossible to perform a spatial jump accurately. If they increased their control, they could teleport more accurately, but that would cause the space to collapse even faster, causing the burning Yama Mountain to fall even faster into the void crack. Although they were not afraid of falling into the void, the burning Yama Mountain did not have the power to resist the void. If it fell in, it would quickly collapse and disappear. Sun Blood Crystal. Feng Er suddenly exclaimed softly. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads and looked in the direction she was looking at. They saw a ring-shaped lava lake with a diameter of tens of thousands of feet. The golden lava was very dazzling, and they could even see the dazzling white lines at the edge of the lava. Just the temperature alone was enough to distort the space, which made everyone panic in their hearts. It was an extremely dangerous place. In the circle drawn by those lines, there was a red crystal the size of a small mountain floating in the lava. It floated up and down, creating huge lava waves. No one knew how heavy it was. Although it was a divine material exclusive to level 12 deities, everyone was now experienced and knowledgeable. They had seen much of the world with Yin Nuashing, so they weren't that surprised. At most, they would sigh and say that there was a sun blood crystal there. Then, they prepared to continue climbing. Ming saw that the golden Mei Mao was glowing faintly. He tugged at Yun Nuoxing's sleeve and said, "Beside the sun blood crystal, there seems to be a man-made object." Everyone who was about to continue walking stopped when they heard this. They stared at the lava lake with wide eyes. In the waves created by the sun blood crystal, something seemed to be floating with the waves. Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes and saw that thing clearly. It was a round pillar with a regular shape. It was engraved with patterns. Under the reflection of the golden lava, it appeared blood red. The pillar wasn't rare, but those patterns, I've never seen such patterns before. The blood-red patterns and the snow-white pillar attracted Yun Nuoxing's attention. He hesitated for a moment and looked left and right. He wanted to go over, but this was definitely not a good time. However, if he didn't go over, Mount Fengyan would be gone in a while, and everything would be gone. Just as he was hesitating for a dozen seconds, little purple soul, who had been obediently following beside him or hanging on his body, suddenly blinked her big eyes. Then, she cheered and rushed out. She was so fast that Yun Nuoxing and Temple Master Guang didn't even have time to react. When Xian saw little purple soul rushing out, her pretty face paled in fright. Before she could move, the space in front of her rippled slightly. Then a little girl came out of the space and pulled out a piece of white jade-like thing. That purple gold long hair was naturally little purple soul. Seeing her rush out and come back in an instant, Xian's eyes widened in shock. Well, this little girl's ability to appear and disappear unpredictably is getting better and better. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly at her. Then, he quickly went over to help little purple soul pull out the white jade-like pillar. The round pillar was only 3 meters wide and 6 meters long. It was engraved with golden patterns. When it was submerged in the lava lake, it reflected the blood-red light. Now, it had returned to its original state. Because it was submerged in the lava, it was still very hot. After being pulled out of the lava, it was hissing and emitting white smoke. Everyone looked at it from a distance, but couldn't recognize it. As for the patterns, no one could recognize it either. It didn't burn even at such a high temperature. Could it be that some god made it? Chu Yingxian leaned closer to take a look. As soon as she saw it, the white smoke burned her face. She jumped back in fright. Yun Nuoxing squatted down and reached out to touch it. Other than the extremely high temperature, he could still faintly feel the remaining energy in the pillar. He couldn't help but nod. It is indeed something left behind by the gods. That's not surprising. Yuanxi nodded. But it's not a god from the realm of the gods. Yun Nuoxing stood up and looked at the pillar. It's an object from the outside world. Nightmare's jaw was dislocated. It took him a while to get it back in place. An object from the outside world? How did it come here? Why is it in this place? Yun Nuoxing looked at the pillar thoughtfully. Before its high temperature almost melted the ground, she quickly froze it and put it into the pendant. She turned to look at the black crack in the sky and frowned. Everyone followed her gaze and looked at the crack in the void. Xian said, "You think it fell out of the crack in the void?" Yuanxi shook his head hard. "That can't be. Doesn't the void destroy everything? How could it leave something behind?" Now, they understood quite a bit about the void. They knew what the nature of this thing was. Everything that was soaked in the void would be drowned by it. There was nothing in the void. Well, logically speaking, that was right. However, seeing Yun Nuoxing deep in thought, something else was probably going to happen. God's creations can stay in the void. As long as the rules are strong enough, they can form an independent energy field and isolate themselves from the corrosion of the void. But it's not forever. God's creations can also be destroyed by the void. It just takes a long time. Yun Nuoxing shook her head. It's not a problem for it to stay in the void for a few years. But after 10 or 20 years, it's not bad if there's a piece of wreckage left. In other words, if this pillar fell out of the void, it might not have stayed in the void for long. Ming understood. While everyone was still in a daze, Palace Master Guang furrowed his brows. If that's the case, where does this void crack lead to? That's why this pillar floated through the void crack. The other side of the void crack probably leads to somewhere else. If that's the case, then it's a little bad. Yun Nuoxing said in a low voice. Her expression became serious. Seeing the puzzled look on everyone's faces, she explained, "At first, we thought that the void crack directly opened here. It's just that it was heavily damaged and its rules were severely damaged. This caused the void crack to become like a situation where there's no world barrier. We thought that it was connected to the void. When the rules are so damaged that there are no rules left to speak of, it would cause such a situation. But now, it seems to be a connecting passage and not a hole in the same place. Hall Master Guang said, "If our new guess is correct, and this pillar fell out of the void crack, it means that the crack didn't open in the same place. Instead, it leads to somewhere else, a place where the void is everywhere. In other words, it might lead to the depths of the void." Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind them. Everyone was so shocked that they quickly turned around. The magma cave at the foot of the mountain suddenly lit up with an incomparably bright light. A huge wave of orange-gold magma surged out. There seemed to be continuous explosions below, causing the magma to fly out violently. Like a raging wave crashing against the shore, half of the cave's entrance was smashed. Countless rocks and rock walls were dragged back underground by the magma. The waves continued to roll up huge waves, and soon, the entire foot of the mountain was submerged in the magma. "It's quite spectacular." Yuanshi whistled and waved his hand. "Let's go. We won't be able to find the answer, even if we look back." Yin Nuoxing and the others were currently climbing up the main peak, which was more than 300,000 feet high. The sides of the mountain were as steep as cliffs, but there was a small path eroded by the magma. One side of the mountain seemed to have melted and collapsed. Although it was still steep, at least they could walk up from here. As they walked towards the highest point, everyone would occasionally stop and look at the scorching land behind them. They looked at the monstrous waves of magma that splashed up to the sky in the distance. The waves were as tall as their current height, and they slammed against the mountain rocks, causing the entire volcanic archipelago to tremble. When the group reached the peak before they had time to look around, Yin Nuoxing suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. The brilliant astral barrier that enveloped everyone flickered a few times. As if it had lost its energy source, it gradually dimmed and then disappeared. "Everyone, are we going to die here?" No. Calm down. This is a safe zone." Yin Nuoxing waved her hand. The astral barrier sensed that there was no need to protect this place, so it retracted on its own. In fact, it's still active. It's only retracted to reduce energy consumption. Everyone suddenly understood. Chu Yingxian jumped around for a while and took a deep breath. Then, she choked on the black smoke. Achoo! Chu Yingxian rubbed her nose and coughed as she pointed at the huge cloud of smoke in the sky. This place is quite normal. However, the volcanic ash from the entire Fanyan Mountain is drifting towards this place. Won't it leave behind a row of models? The spatial crack has sucked it all away. How can it fall down? Yin Nuoxing said casually, then raised his head to look in front of him. Looking out from this height, he could see the deep blue ocean in the distance, and the huge spatial fissure that pierced into Fanyan Mountain like a sharp sword was not far in front of him. The space at the edge of the fissure was like a shattered mirror, and the pitch-black color was still constantly spreading to other places, causing this mirror of space to shatter even more thoroughly. The shattered pieces of space fell from midair, and with a flash, they rushed into the spatial fissure and disappeared. Their group of people stood in front of the black fissure, so insignificant that they were like ants that did not attract any attention. Palace Master Light, who had been staring at the dark abyss, suddenly had a change in expression. He took a step forward and warned, "Be careful. Something is coming out in front." Everyone's energy immediately began to circulate rapidly. Yin Nuoxing pulled out her weapons with all her might. Not long after Palace Master Light finished speaking, a group of people suddenly appeared out of thin air on the black mountain peak in front of them. They were wearing the same silver-white clothes and had strange decorative patterns on their helmets. They looked very formal. There were also a few pieces of armor hanging on their bodies. They held long spears and sword in their hands. It was probably a group of soldiers. They were all 7 feet tall. Some of them even held silver-white shields that were larger than their bodies. Those who were not holding weapons had their hands glowing with a silver-white light, as if they were surging with energy. Nightmare stared at these soldiers who had appeared out of thin air. They did not emerge from the cracks in the void. Instead, they appeared suddenly. They went from light to dark, as if shadows had turned into solid bodies. Furthermore, whether it was the armor or the decorative patterns on their bodies, they were completely different from what he knew. Although he did not know everything about the realm of the gods, he could still tell that their attire was not the style of the realm of the gods. Being in such a deadly forbidden area, and having just escaped from a hellish place, everyone's hearts were tense. Suddenly, a group of soldiers appeared 10 feet in front of them. This distance was not much different from a close-range battle. Everyone was filled with vigilance. Their energy and weapons buzzed slightly. If the other party released a trace of killing intent, some of them would probably break free and charge. However, the group of soldiers did not seem to notice the large group of people in front of them. They just walked forward unsteadily, passing by the group. The weapons in their hands were dyed with black blood. The black blood dripped onto the ground, corroding a hole in the ground. They ignored the group of people in front of them who were ready to fight and walked forward expressionlessly. The two people who were lagging behind looked exhausted. Their eyes were empty. These people seemed to be fake. They are illusions, Ming said. She even stretched out her hand and poked at the soldier. Her jade-white finger seemed to have touched flowing water, drawing a ripple in the water. She glanced at something from the corner of her eyes and was suddenly stunned. She exclaimed, "Big brother, in front." Her exclamation sounded like a signal. The group of people who were focused on the group of soldiers a moment ago suddenly turned their heads. The weapons and energy in their hands were all pointed forward. Yin Nuoxing took out a round crystal and almost threw it out. Fortunately, he saw clearly what was in front of him, so he did not blow up the Fengyan mountain. The thing that appeared in front of them was obviously an illusion. That thing was probably a creature. Its entire body was white and fleshy, and it was 1,000 times more disgusting than the ugliest demon beast. It looked like a mutated octopus. Its body was more than 10 feet long, fat, and ugly. Dozens of slender limbs that did not belong to it broke out from its swollen body. The arms of humans and the forelimbs of beasts were hanging down powerlessly along with its death. At the very front was a half-open, bloody mouth, and there were 5 or 6 circles of sharp sword-like teeth inside. As for the lower body, there were a few tentacles that were no longer moving. There were also many broken tentacles and strange body fragments on the ground. This monster was chaotic and crazy, as if it was a pile of dissatisfied garbage created by the heavens to take revenge on the world. More or less, it was similar to the void beast that Yin Nuoxing and the others had seen before, the void beast of the 5 elements realm. However, this pile in front of them was even more disgusting. A pile of corpses was left on the ground. The strange giant beast was covered in wounds, and the black blood that flowed out from its mouth and wounds stained the ground. The ground was constantly corroded and emitted white smoke. When the corpses came into contact with the black blood, they quickly corroded and festered. A 2-meter-tall, human-shaped corpse disappeared in less than 10 seconds. Chu Xianling retched. "I feel like I'm going to throw up last year's rice. This thing looks like the void beast of the 5 elements realm." Yuan Shi resisted the urge to vomit, but his face was a little green. "It's just a little too disgusting. Even the things that came out of nightmares are not as disgusting as this thing. A bunch of people died here." Nightmare looked at the wreckage and even more weapon fragments on the ground, and his eyebrows twitched. At least 20 of them died. Not long after that, a group of people ran out from behind the monster. Their armor was the same as the group of soldiers that just passed by. After they appeared, they first squatted down to check the condition of the monster. One of the new soldiers almost touched the black blood, but he was quickly pulled away by a person who seemed to be the leader. "Be careful. You're done for if you touch the black blood. You'll either turn into a monster or a pool of pus." These ugly things. A soldier's face was ferocious. To vent his anger, he stabbed his sword into the monster's body, creating a bigger wound. The leader shook his head and stopped him. "There's no need for that. The nightmare will corrode itself 10 minutes after it dies. Save your energy. There are plenty of enemies for you to kill. I really don't know where these monsters came from. This world is getting worse and worse." The angry soldier shook his sword to remove the tainted blood before sheathing it back into the scabbard. The leader sighed and looked at his comrade who was lying in the pool of tainted blood. He waved his hand uncomfortably. Leave one person to report back. The rest of you, follow me. There are traces of battle here. They should not have gone too far. The angry soldier nodded and waved his hand. Set up a beacon along the way. Hurry up. All the phantoms disappeared after that sentence, along with the body of the giant nightmare. However, a series of large pits were left on the ground. It seemed that those were the corroded parts of the monster's body. Idiot, did you get it? Chu Yingxian poked Yin Nuoxing. She was confused, but she understood. What language is it this time? I got it, but I don't know where it's from. Anyway, it's not the realm of the gods. Yin Nuoxing shook his head. There are so many worlds recorded in the Book of Epics. If it's not a trillion, it's at least a trillion. How can we distinguish them clearly? The last time we downloaded it, it wasn't all of them. He sorted out what he had heard and told everyone what he knew. He shrugged to show that he was also confused. That's about it. Palace Master Guang frowned. A ray of golden light swept out from his hand and hit the large pits formed by the tainted blood. He said in a deep voice, "These pits are newly formed. That means the phantoms have affected reality." Yin Nuoxing muttered to himself. He raised his head and looked at the huge void crack. He waved his hand. Let's continue forward. If there are more phantoms, we'll hide further away. The dark void crack was like a curtain that covered the sky. Standing close to it, they felt that the world had turned dark. The suction force did not become stronger. It was only swallowing the real world at a constant speed. When they got close to the void crack, they did not see any devouring whirlpools. It was just a pure black void crack. It was deep, like an abyss, and extremely dark. This was a dividing line that separated reality and the void crack. Once they stepped in, they would leave the world of order. Nothing existed in the void crack. However, they did not rush in recklessly. They walked around nearby for a while. Ever since they saw the phantoms, they did not see anything else. Moreover, to be honest, there was nothing to explore in the void crack. Yin Nuoxing tried to put his hand in. The astral barrier instantly activated on its own to protect him from being killed in the void crack. There's really nothing around here. Why don't we go in and take a look? Chu Yingxian muttered as she kicked a stone in boredom. Stop fooling around. There is nothing in the void crack. If the Fun Yin Mountain really fell into the void crack, there will be nothing left in it. Even if we go in, we will only see a patch of darkness. There will be nothing left. Yuan Shi waved his hand, indicating that he was a little scared of the dark place. This was especially so for the void crack. Even high-level gods might not be able to withstand it for a long time. Tisk. Yin Nuoxing wandered around nearby for a while. When he heard the two of them, he frowned and looked deeply at the void crack. In his heart, he was also thinking about whether he should go in. From the looks of it, the origin of fire was very likely to be dragged in with the other half of the Fun Yin Mountain. He just did not know whether the things inside had been completely destroyed by the void crack. Just as he was about to go in and take a look, Chu Yingxian suddenly shouted, "Idiot! I found something." Everyone looked over with curiosity. Yin Nuoxing also turned his gaze, and the expression on his face suddenly changed drastically. They only saw a fist-sized black fog floating half a meter in front of Chu Yingxian. It was also a patch of darkness, and it was as if it was about to merge into one with the void crack. At first glance, this thing could not be seen at all. She even circled around this thing very curiously and stretched out her hand, wanting to gently poke it. "Yingxian, stop." A voice that could be said to be horrifying shocked everyone. Chu Yingxian's entire body stiffened. Her slender, jade-like fingers were only a few centimeters away from that black ball of stuff, and she stopped just like that. A ray of colorful light suddenly surged into her eyes. After that, she only felt her body become light, and her entire person floated up. When she came back to her senses, she was already standing behind the light God King. This made her stare blankly. Her long, shapely eyebrows were slightly knitted, and she turned around to say a few words. However, when she turned around, she was also stunned. The guy who had just thrown her back was standing at the position where she was just now. He was looking at that black ball as if he was facing a great enemy. His expression was even more serious than when he encountered a great enemy. There was even fear in his eyes, which frightened everyone. Chapter 1106. Seeing that Chu Yingzhan was about to reach out and touch the dark and swarthy ball, Yin Nuoxing rushed over without thinking, throwing the reckless girl behind him, while he stood 1 meter in front of that thing. Looking at it up close, this thing looked like a silhouette. It was pure black, like a mist, like a solid entity. Or perhaps it should be said that it was a volatile gas like a coal ball dropping dregs. In short, he did not think too much about it before he came over. But when he came here, he was stunned. He knew about this thing. Yes, he knew about it. He had seen it in his memory. Although it was not his own memory, it did not stop him from listing this black ball as the most dangerous thing. After all, this thing had destroyed 3,000 worlds and an ultimate celestial. Currently, there was still a brick carrying this thing that was about to come crashing down. The void mist. Yin Nuoxing had never seen this thing before, but he recognized it at first glance. From a memory that Navira had given him, there were some special descriptions of this thing that allowed him to identify it clearly. He knew about it, but he did not expect this thing to appear directly in the celestial realm. Looking at the situation, it seemed to have floated out from the void rift. He was very curious about where this rift led to. Could it be that it had jumped to another world and forcibly connected the two worlds together and through the void mist over at the same time? If that was the case, then it would be terrible. According to Navarre, this void mist was very evil. Not only did it destroy 3,000 worlds, it usually pretended to be harmless, but when you didn't know about it, it would unknowingly cover the entire world without anyone noticing. Often, when it appeared in front of you to greet you, it had already occupied a large part of the starry sky. The next step was either to lie down and write a will, or to watch the flash of the end of the world. If the process was more than 3 steps and required more than a minute, it would already be too late. This strange thing could float around in the void. The best explanation was that it had emerged from the void rift, and it was also the explanation that Yin Nuoxing hoped for the most. But now, the more important thing was that he did not know how to deal with this thing. Logically speaking, he did not expect to face this thing directly one day. He did not expect to be unprepared at all. If he had known this would happen, he would have asked Navira to use a trick or two. That guy broke into the void mist and came back alive, so he probably had some tricks up his sleeve. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly and hurriedly threw the messy thoughts out of his mind. He carefully reached out his hand, and a deep black mist spread out from his hand. It slowly surrounded the void mist and condensed into a ball of mist. After the ball was formed, the mist dispersed and turned into a transparent spherical barrier, covering the void mist in it. Then, he hurriedly added a dozen or so layers of the distortion law and layers of shields. After doing so much preparation, he carefully touched the outer layer of the barrier and pushed it an inch or two. Fortunately, the void mist also moved an inch or two along with the barrier. Yin Nuoxing breathed a sigh of relief. It seems to work. However, he still did not relax. As if facing a great enemy, he carefully took a step forward and slowly walked towards the void rift. He was only a few feet away from the void rift, but he felt as if he had walked for a century. His forehead was full of sweat. It was only when he shook his hand and threw the ball into the void rift that he breathed a sigh of relief, and his entire body went limp. Damn, how did this thing appear here? Yin Nuoxing wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and smiled bitterly at the void rift. Hearing his words, everyone who had been so tense that they could not breathe also breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and were actually sweating profusely because of Yin Nuoxing's nervous look. Little Star, what is that thing? Is it very dangerous? Xian slowly walked over and asked. Yin Nuoxing muttered to himself for a while, and his expression was a little strange. It's probably very dangerous. After all, that thing destroyed 3,000 worlds and severely injured an ultimate god who was at the same level as me when I was at my peak. Everyone. Chu Yingzhan's pretty face turned pale in an instant. She trembled as she looked at her fingers. She almost touched them. Idiot. Don't lie to me. Is that thing really that dangerous? Do you think I'm in the mood to act to scare you? Yin Nuashin glanced at her and sighed as he shook his head. Seeing him like this, everyone felt the seriousness of the matter. At least, Chu Yingzhan had already turned gray and white, and they had the illusion that she had just escaped from the underworld. That thing is called the Void Rift. That thing is called the Void Fog, and its birthplace is ominous. It suddenly appears in various parts of the void, and then begins to invade the world. The world that it invades may not necessarily be destroyed, and some may even have life surviving. Other than a layer of strange fog floating all over the world, there are no other effects. At most, it will be hard to see things clearly, but on the other hand, as far as I know, 3,000 worlds have already been destroyed by the void fog. Yin Nuashing rubbed his bangs with a serious face. Then he sighed and waved his hand, taking out the book of the epic. I don't understand. Let's let the experts take a look. Experts? Everyone was stunned. Yin Nuashing tossed the ball of light in his hand and smashed his head into the ball of light. Then he shouted, Navira, Navira. If you get off the bed, squeak. Then he pulled his head out of the book of the epic and threw the ball of light to the ground. Before the ball of light touched the ground, it squirmed and radiated light. It continued to extend and then formed the shape of a person, gradually emerging from the light. It was a young man. His long black hair and silver-white tights had a metallic luster, reflecting a fiery red in the red light of Mount Fengyan. The long silver-white cloak on his back fluttered in the scorching wind. His standard handsome face seemed to be in deep thought. With a bucket of white paint, he would be a living, priceless statue. It would not be a problem to use him as a door guard or a square. Yuan Shi and Mo Yin sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the man who had suddenly appeared. What the F***CK? Which world did this bastard come from? Chu Qin looked at the man curiously and then looked at Yin Nuashing. He could not help but mutter, two different styles. Navira still maintained his serious look. He did not speak and looked like a stern god of war. At this time, he slowly opened his eyes. A light flashed across his black eyes. Then, he struck a handsome pose and grinned. I'm here. Your bosom friend Navira responds to your call. Everyone was speechless. They felt like something was broken. After saying his lines, Navira slowly landed on the ground. He looked at the little girl in front of him and was slightly stunned. Oh, what a delicate girl. So beautiful. Born with the essence of the stars, like the flower of the world, the beauty of the empty valley. Perfect, perfect. Blue veins popped out on Yun Nuashing's forehead. Before he could say anything, Navila was shocked again. He jumped in front of Ziyin and the others and calmly looked at the group of girls. Fairy flowers, graceful people. What an independent fairy in a mortal world. TSK. Speaking of which, where is Xian? Why didn't I see her when she called me here? Where is he? Fulmer just pulled Zian back a little. Then she was stunned. Navira swept past like a gust of wind and rushed in front of Yin Nuashing. He circled around him a few times. Hey, little girl, where is Quartermoon? He's such a handsome guy. Well, he's not as handsome as me. Even if he reincarnated, he shouldn't have changed so much. Who are you? That fiancé. Did you call me over? Is String in danger? Don't worry. Tell me about it. I'll solve it for you in minutes. Oh, speaking of which, this is the realm of the gods, right? I've never been here before. It's separated by a small part of the void. String never brought me here to play. He said the scenery was not as good as mine. But at first glance, it seems to be true. Why are we in such a remote place? There's even a big guy down there. Whoa, is the ground of your world full of landmines? Whoa, what's with this void fissure? Isn't the realm of the gods called the realm of the gods? Is it because of the realm of the gods? TSK. If those guys in the past knew that the realm of the gods had been weakened to this extent, I'm afraid they would come again. Recently, the void, the Saint Spirit realm, the Chanyuan realm, and a few other places have been restless. Only the realm of the gods is still living peacefully in a remote corner. TSK, that's not right. After all, there's a brick coming at us. Sigh, I told String to move out, but that guy didn't listen, so... Bang! Clang! Ah, string, stop me. Puff. Yin Nuashing patted the huge and thick stick in her hand. She looked like the starry sky staff. Navira was twitching on the ground with her, but sticking out. Xian and the others were stunned. Little Purple Soul shivered and hid behind Bing Air, drooling. Yun Nuashing stabbed the stick on the ground and said calmly, "If you say more than 20 words in a sentence, I'll throw you into the illusory void and crush you to death." Navira stood up with a bang and rushed in front of Yun Nuashing. She looked at him and sighed. Then she reached out and pinched his face. "String, even if you can't take care of yourself, don't give up on yourself." "Ha! Your face is so tough. Where did you get it?" Bang! "I'm sorry I've gone astray in this life." Yin Nuashing gritted his teeth as he watched Navira fly away. He was speechless. That was why he didn't want Navira to come here. They hadn't seen each other for 70 years, and now he was dragged to the celestial realm. Who knew how long this ADHD guy with multiple imaginative brains would be agitated? Cough, cough. Navira struggled to get up. She wiped her nose and said calmly, "Familiar strength." Yin Nuashing was about to talk about something serious. Navila rushed over and put his arm around Yun Nuashing's shoulder. He glanced at Ziyin and the others with the corner of his eyes and whispered, "Hey, those girls, which one is your natal?" "Yin Nuashing, we have something to talk about. Can we not talk about it first?" "No, this is a big deal. It's not easy for me to come here." Don't tell me that none of them are here. I think that those few have good qualifications. It shouldn't be a problem for them to be your wife. You said some time ago that you couldn't escape in this lifetime. Could it be that the person you love isn't here? Yeah, you're still seducing others. Cough, cough. Calm down, I won't say any more. Yin Nuashing calmly put down her cudgel and sighed. She dragged the guy who couldn't get out of the void to Xian and the others and said helplessly, "This guy is Navira. I told you about her. She's the one who was pressed to the bed by the void mist and couldn't get up for a long time." Ming blinked and tilted her head. "Heavenly, God?" Her golden eyes were full of disbelief and strange colors. Yin Nuashing couldn't help but smile bitterly. The image of the kami in her heart had probably collapsed. It was better to say that the kami didn't have an image to speak of. At least, none of the kami who centered around him had such an image. Navira quickly stood up. When he saw Yin Nuashing first pull him to Ming, he understood something. He straightened his clothes, stood straight, and saluted. "Hello, sister-in-law," Ming said softly. She knew that he had misunderstood and shook her head quickly. She pulled Xian and Feng over and said, "These two are the kami. I'm not the kami yet." But looking at her happy face, it was obvious that she was very happy to be called the kami. Navira could no longer see. He had just been pressed into the ground by Yin Nuashing's stick and poured a few handfuls of magma into the hole. Conservatively speaking, he might have become a pillar. Palace Master Guang was a little confused as he covered his eyes, indicating that he couldn't see anything. Logically speaking, these Empyrean gods were here to shatter other people's worldview. However, this was a real Empyrean god that had existed for a long time. Yuan Shi and the others were still a little nervous. Although they were used to the Yun Nuo planet style, this was another Empyrean god, and they weren't too familiar with it. Ahem, so the void fog appeared in the realm of the gods? A few minutes later, after the initial frenzy, Navila calmed down and coughed dryly. He looked at the void crack and said, "It floated out from there. I thought the realm of the gods had also been eroded. If even the first major world of the Eight Elements realm was affected, the Eight Elements realm is almost done for. Actually, it's about the same." Yin Nuashing spread his hands. "There's a brick whistling through the star field coming here. It will fall in a little more than 5 months. That's an accident at most. Let's not talk about that first. Let's talk about the void fog first. Some time ago, I was pressed to that coordinate and rub back and forth for a day. After I managed to escape, I reinvestigated the void fog. Coupled with my personal experience, I came up with a useful conclusion." Yin Nuashing looked at Navira with a strange look. "So, what did you come up with after crawling in there yourself?" Navira pulled his long hair and swung around. After a while, he smiled mysteriously. "Anyway, let's go in first. I saw something inside. Let's talk about it while we walk. Yin Nuashing nodded and looked back at the others. Let's go. We have to go in after all. He took the lead to walk to the void crack and let the astral barrier open automatically. Only then did he let Xian and Yuanqi follow. The group walked into the void crack and disappeared. A dim light flashed in front of their eyes. Their vision changed from pure darkness to dim light very quickly. Everyone was ready to float in the air. However, when they walked through the void crack, they found that there was actually stable ground. The light in front of them was a huge mountain range. That was the other half of the Fanyan Mountain. It fell into the void crack and was not annihilated. It was relatively intact. This part of the Fanyan Mountain was not swallowed by the void. Yuanqi gasped. It was this half of the mountain that was emitting the faint light. The raging volcanoes were completely extinguished in the void, and the heat could not reach the entrance of this crack. Most of the other places here were still pitch-black voids. Other than the voids, there seemed to be something else floating in this pitch-black place, which made people feel uneasy. Whoosh! As soon as they walked into this dark space, a dazzling red light rushed over from afar. Everyone was shocked. The Light God King was on guard, but he saw that it was a round red ball of light. Everyone was stunned. The ball of light quickly rushed in front of Xian and spun around her rapidly. After a long time, she pressed it down with her hand. The red ball of light was naturally the origin of fire. However, looking at its trembling appearance, it seemed to be frightened by something. Therefore, as soon as it sensed its master's aura, it flew over with all its might. Buzz buzz. The origin of fire rolled around Xian for a while. Its light flickered and released a message that only Xian could understand. She looked at Yin Nuashing. Little star, it says that there is something in here. Yin Nuashing stood in front and waved her hand. Ah, I already felt it. Don't get too close to us. Xian nodded and hugged the origin of fire tightly. Mei Mao stared at him and couldn't help but laugh. Navira looked back and whispered in Yin Nuashing's ear, So, that is your ahem. Yin Nuashing coughed dryly. How did you two get together? Accident. It was all an accident. Damn. Were you? No. You should know about the chains of heart. After returning from this life, I don't know what happened, but the chains of heart were frozen for a period of time. It was taken advantage of. It was taken advantage of. According to the original situation, it was absolutely impossible, you know? What about the other one? Feng is also the same. A hole was opened, and the seal was not complete. The way that angel looked at you is not right. It was very wrong. I know that there are many girls who have fallen in love with you, but I have never seen a girl look at you like that. It is a little twisted, isn't it? That's my younger sister, Ming Ming. I'm calling her my younger sister. I picked her up in this life. She's a little, well, something happened in the middle. After that, she was especially afraid of being alone, so she stuck to me. Beast. F***CK. Do you dare to show me what you just thought of? Navira pursed her lips and suddenly laughed. That's good. At least you don't have to walk alone. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and waved her hand. Now, tell me about the void mist. You said that you found something? Navira became serious and said in a low voice, The void mist is a very strong threat to all high-level beings. Yin Nuashing's expression changed slightly, and she quickly thought of another aspect. So, the 3,000 worlds that were destroyed were also destroyed because of the imprints left by many high-level beings? You can say that, and now the data has been updated. It is not just 3,000 worlds, but about 10,000 worlds have been destroyed. The void mist sensing standard is probably slowly decreasing. It is destroying things layer by layer, and it is deliberately arranged and premeditated. But now, we can't find the pattern and focus of it. Navira said in a low voice. In the beginning, the void mist only attacked people of the heavenly god level or powerful worlds of this level. But now, it was lowering the level of its target and began to eliminate people of the heavenly god level and worlds of this level. But 10,000 worlds was too little in the void. It was difficult to attract the attention of others, and only people of their level could understand it. Yin Nuashing rubbed her fingers. Do you think this is a new way of showing off the great samsara? You have experienced the great samsara, so you should know better. Navira shook her head. I have experienced the great samsara 3 times, but nothing else happened. Logically speaking, there should not be such a special case. After all, the great samsara is the result of the Yuan realm's own activities. It can't be that it has diarrhea, right? You want to change your words? Yin Nuashing, can you be more disgusting? Diarrhea has shrunk your brain? Yin Nuashing covered her face. She should not have said that. Chapter 1107. The void was boundless, and it was boring for those who were interested. Nothing existed here, and the void was even more desolate and empty than the space of the star field. This was its nature. However, there was half an island floating in the void, emitting a weak white and red light, barely resisting the devouring of the void. The farthest part of the island had already begun to be devoured, but the speed was very slow, enough to hold on for a long time. In this empty darkness, one could vaguely see strange and variegated phenomena flashing by somewhere. Even if one turned their eyes in an instant, it was difficult to capture what flashed by just now. They could only vaguely remember that they seemed to see towering mountains, floating islands, seas, continents, and a world. There was also a war breaking out and monstrous energy bursting out like meteors bombarding the earth. The illusions of light and shadow switched so quickly that it was difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. This island has divine energy fluctuations, but it's very weak. It can last for a while in the void. You mean that big guy? Why would there be something like that underground in the realm of the gods? It's so scary. The group walked in the burning mountain in the void. Yin Nuashing and Navira walked in front, keeping a little distance. At this time, the former was talking to the latter about the situation in the realm of the gods. Navira could not help but smack her lips, repeatedly saying that this was an extremely dangerous world, and that it was lucky that they did not come here in the past. The two also talked about the things that happened in the past, and from time to time, they would laugh loudly, shaking the void. Xian and the others looked at the 2 old friends who had met again after 70 years and could not help but sigh. Xian was a little happy and a little relieved. She had not seen Yin Nuashing laugh so happily and so unscrupulously for a long time. It was as if since he recovered, half of his emotions had been paralyzed. He would only laugh lightly, and he would not cry or get angry. Other than occasionally acting a little crazy when fighting, there was nothing else. He was always very heavy and depressed. Others might not be able to see it, but she could see it very clearly. It made her very worried, but she could not find a solution. Now that she saw him laugh, she felt a little relieved. In the void, as the group went deeper into the other side of Fanyan Mountain, many strange phenomena and illusions appeared. Just like the illusions that Yin Nuashing and the others saw in front of the crack, they also appeared here, but it was even more chaotic and could not be distinguished clearly. Yin Nuashing and Navira stopped at the same time, and so did Xian and the others. They looked in the direction that the 2 of them were looking at, and suddenly they saw a few figures slowly condensing not far away. Those figures shook a few times and became no different from real people. There was a burly man carrying heavy luggage, and the ground trembled when he walked. This feeling was transmitted to them as well. Other than him, there were also a few people carrying luggage, and at the very back were soldiers wearing complete silver armor. However, there were only 2 or 3 of them, and they seemed to be part of a group of exiles. Most of them were hurrying with their heads lowered, and those who fell would be helped up by the soldiers. Everyone was anxious, but more of them were numb, and their eyes were dull, as if they had lost all hope. They should be just ordinary people, but they had encountered some great calamity. The heavy grief that they could not bear washed over their souls, and they became blank and monotonous. Even the few warm-hearted soldiers were a little depressed and had no fighting spirit, and their voices were very heavy. The nightmare beasts are coming again. Half of the land has already fallen. How long will this escape last? A lot of extraterrestrials came a while ago, and they're also exiles. It's all crazy. The whole world has gone crazy. The front line is retreating again and again. A city was destroyed by monsters from the inside. There are refugees everywhere, and disasters are everywhere. Nowhere is safe, and it won't be safe until the end of the world. The line formed by the illusions was only 10 meters long, and there were people constantly filling in the front 10 meters and people constantly disappearing behind 10 meters. It was as if the illusion could only be maintained within this range of 10 meters. This was not the first time that they had seen illusions. As they went deeper into the void, these illusions appeared more and more frequently, and they became more and more solid and lasted longer. The language problem was solved by Yun Nuoxing using the Book of the Epochs, and everyone could understand what the illusions were saying. They had seen about 12 or 13 illusions in total, and the only clue they had was that there was some kind of disaster in that world, and it was probably the nightmare beasts. They came with a force from beyond the sky, and the contaminated people would become the monsters they saw, as if they were deformed monsters that crawled out from the deepest part of a nightmare. Navira patted her forehead with a headache. Well, I still can't believe it. There are too many worlds with this kind of power in the void. I know of a guy called the Lord of Death, who could distort all life on an entire planet into a horrible monster by himself. The tide of death had flattened several connected worlds. Although that bastard was later killed by thousands of gods, his soul was scattered, and his reincarnation was cut off. It was a tragic death. He was knocked over by a stick, pressed into the center of the sun, and suffered indiscriminate bombardment for a year. Everyone was speechless. There doesn't seem to be anything else other than that cloud of void mist. It's strange that there are so few of them. According to what you said, they're all patches. Yin Nuoxing frowned. Yuanqi looked around. The deeper we go, the more solid the illusions are. What do you think will happen when we reach the deepest part? Nightmare said casually, probably an army of monsters will rush out to watch us. Yin Nuoxing and Navira looked at each other, and then looked deeply at Nightmare, and said in unison, "You don't say it's possible." Everyone shuddered at the same time. Chu Yingxian laughed dryly and said, "Lord Heavenly Deities, please don't scare people. I'm not kidding." Navira waved her hand. There used to be void mist in this void. Although we don't know where it went, this thing is mixed with the void, and it can easily change the nature of space and time. For example, it can project things that happened millions of years ago in front of you. This is also how it destroys the world. It directly destroys the space and time in the world, and that world will no longer exist. Yuanqi was shocked. The illusions that have appeared so far, according to the timeline, are roughly the same things that happened in the same period of time. It's very likely that they're describing the same thing, Yin Nuoxing said. Furthermore, the time that happened is very likely to be the same as our current time. Even if there's a huge difference due to the void, it's not too far off from the current time in the Great Yuan realm, Navira added. Chu Chun looked at the pitch-black space, and his little heart couldn't take it. He quickly asked, "Brother Yin, where are we going now?" Yin Nuoxing was stunned. "Oh, I forgot to mention. After finding the origin of fire, we should have retreated, but now this void crack is still here," Navira continued. "If we don't close this crack, the realm of the gods will continue to leak into the void. However, if we want to close the crack, we have to pull out the bone spur that's stuck in the throat of the void. In this, the place you call Fanyan Mountain, there should be a void distortion point in the deepest part. That should be the place that first appeared and then swallowed Fanyan Mountain." Chu Yingxian couldn't help but sigh. Why is there so much going on in the realm of the gods? Can't we just live in peace for a few days? Yin Nuoxing shrugged. This was the first time he felt that this girl's words hit the nail on the head. He also wanted the realm of the gods to be more peaceful so that he wouldn't have to mess around every day. Was this something a human would do? Was this something a god should do? He was an observer, and at most, he was a maintenance worker for the pillar of creation, not a maintenance worker for the realm of the gods. What was the point of him running around like this? It was precisely because there were too many things that he couldn't be bothered with them now. He let them develop, and let the people of the realm of the gods save themselves. Humans could only save themselves. He had just finished talking, and now he had to deal with these trivial matters. Chu Qin was about to cry. "Brother Yin, You said before that you wouldn't save the world. Why don't we go back? Before Yin could say anything, Navira said seriously, Kid, don't worry. With the two of us here, you'll be fine. You're witnessing the birth of an epic. Chu-chan was about to burst into tears. Ever since I followed Brother Yin, I've been witnessing epics every day. I don't care anymore. It's so dark here. I feel like there are many things hiding in the shadows. Navira looked at Yin strangely. The latter's expression didn't change. Little Chun is afraid of the dark. There's no other way. Let's get this over with quickly. Then, he whispered, Are you sure there's no void mist here? Navira carefully sensed for a moment. As a guy who was almost killed by the void mist, that aura was as sensitive to him as the aura of someone trying to kill him. However, he sensed for a long time and still didn't get any response. Only then did he give a thumbs up. No, it seems like Yin stared at him blankly and sighed. He had to be more vigilant. He also said that the void mist was a group of creatures. So far, no one had been found alone. Since a pea could jump out of the void crack, there should be tens of millions of peas behind it. It was no wonder that Chu-chan felt uneasy. He also felt that the void wasn't very safe. Navira floated around Yin. This guy relied on the fact that he was a projection and didn't have any weight. His feet were off the ground like a ghost. Yin had to press him down to calm him down. His eyes were full of eagerness. Hey, why don't you blast at the void? Who knows, there might be some reaction. Even if you don't shatter the void, you might startle something. Yin, it's so boring to just walk like this. He floated to the side and grabbed Yin long hair and swung it back and forth. The latter slapped his hand away. Then he walked step by step beside Yin. He put his hands behind his head and said, Let's do something. I think there must be something deep in the void. Maybe it will come out after a few blasts. Yin took a deep breath. Can't you boom? A destructive energy that could split heaven and earth exploded in the void. The entire void trembled. The violent energy rampaged in the void, shattering it into pieces. The darkness of the void seemed to have turned into a layer of sticker. It was wriggling slowly, as if there was really something lurking in the depths. Be quiet. Yin face twitched as he finished his sentence. A low muffled sound rang in the void. This sound appeared directly in everyone's mind. The void did not transmit sound at all. Other than the voices within the star corona barrier, the outside world was lawless. The sudden sound that sounded like rolling thunder shocked everyone. It was as if the dormant volcano had decided to move again and was about to erupt with magma. This vibration also carried an extremely ominous aura that made people feel disgusted and disgusted. What the F***CK? Can your mobility be reduced by 20,000%? Yin glared at him fiercely. As he scolded him, he pulled out the nether void sword. He could not help but frown. This ghostly aura is a little strange. I can feel it. It's so disgusting and disgusting. Yes, it's them. Navira's eyes glowed with an evil, silver-white light. He opened his arms and trembled all over. He laughed in a low voice. At the same time, his aura was rolling out. Damn it, the stability of this void is so bad. It might break if I use a little strength. Yin face twitched. He did not care about this guy who was hit by the void fog. He quickly said to Xian and the others, Be careful later. Xian nervously came up and grabbed his hand. She looked around carefully. She felt that something bad was about to happen. Little Star Feng also came up to him and looked around vigilantly. It's okay. There are two a demigod here. It will be fine. Yin rubbed his face against their heads and smiled. Although I don't quite understand what is going on. Home Master Guang stretched out his hands and bright energy surged. But I can feel that malice is quickly growing in this void. It's a very deep hatred. It's probably going to fight. This void is not very stable. It's best not to use explosive destructive energy. It will split Fun Yin Mountain in half from the opening of the void. Yin reminded him. Then he hit Navira hard. Especially you. Do you hear me? Don't worry. I want to see what will come out of this place. Last time, it was just a mist without a physical body. This time, I hope something will come out. Navira laughed. I just don't know what will come out. I don't know what will come out, but I know that the current situation is definitely not good. Yuanshi's cheeks twitched violently. A green storm gathered crazily in his hands. He raised his head and his face was covered in cold sweat. In the dark void, a weak red light appeared. It was like an inconspicuous light in the darkest night. He was completely sure that the red light was not the light of the magma at the mouth of the volcano. That little red light expanded wildly from the moment it appeared. It spread out like a plague and formed a grid in the void. At first glance, it looked like a huge blood vessel in the body of a living creature. Let alone Yuan Shi, even Yin Nuoxing felt disgusted by it, especially when the red light connected into a grid that looked like a blood vessel occasionally swelled. The light inside was also flickering. In their team, 8 out of 10 people could not stand it and looked away. Although it was disgusting, everyone was prepared. The power of the elements twisted into a chaotic energy storm. Among them, Navira was the most eye-catching. His energy was completely different from the people of the celestial realm. Moreover, he did not burst out with such an energy aura. They could only feel a huge amount of energy flowing quickly through his body. I always feel that you people of the celestial realm are a little too loud when you move. Look at us, deep and reserved. We don't even have to pay for it with our lives. Shut up. Yin Nuoxing roared at his face. Oh, just as everyone formed a circle and looked in all directions, a strange squirming sound rang out from an unknown place. The deepest darkness suddenly descended, and the chaotic space came into contact with the burning Yama mountain in the distance. Clumps of black fell from the void, bringing with them a faint black mist as they smashed onto the ground. The black sludge that fell down wriggled for a while before condensing into a 2 to 3 meter tall human figure. Only the figure had a shape, and its surface was covered with wriggling black sludge. It was as though a person had fallen into a pool of sticky sand and was fished out. Oh, look at this thing. I never thought in my life that someone would die himself like this. Navira smacked his lips and said with a look of disgust. In the time it took for him to say that, more dark creatures appeared in the distance. They could be considered creatures for the time being. After all, their shapes were not very pleasing. They could even see the nightmare beast that appeared in the illusion in the distance. However, compared to the grayish-white ones, what appeared in front of Yin Nuoxing and the others was pure black, the kind that was covered with a layer of sludge. They gathered together with the humanoid creatures and formed an army. Layers upon layers, layers upon layers, and countless black creatures surged towards them like a wave of sludge. The aura of the void mist. Are you sure? Yin Nuoxing frowned. That's right. It's mixed in with these things that are neither human nor ghost. It's just that there's not a lot of it. This time, we've obtained very valuable data. When we go back, the children's research will probably take a step further. Maybe we'll be able to completely understand what this void mist is. Navira grinned. Ugh, so disgusting. Yuer's cheeks twitched. Goosebumps appeared on her skin when she saw the ghostly creatures crawling towards them. Although they don't look very strong, they're so disgusting. Ugh. Haha. Little girl, don't let your guard down. There are always some things in this world. No matter how weak they are, they can take advantage of the moment when you let your guard down and invade your heart. When that happens, it'll be a different story. Navira laughed. But before he finished laughing, he suddenly felt his body floating. Go you bastard. With Yin Nuoxing's soft shout, Navira was thrown into the dark tide. There was a loud bang when he landed, and the energy of the explosion sent countless black creatures flying into the sky. Star Corona Barrier. Disperse. Yin Nuoxing muttered softly, and the barrier that looked like a star crown began to gather and split. In just a short while, it had split into a dozen or so parts that surrounded the group of people. He pulled out the Netheruin sword and leaped down from the mountain peak with a shout, landing on the ground like a human-shaped cannonball. Roar! The black army roared like wild beasts. A black humanoid figure was slapped into ashes by the sword before he could utter a single word. Go! Bing! Air shouted. She rushed down with the wind and snow in her hands. The group of people also pressed down on the black tide at the foot of the mountain. The battle instantly broke out at the same time. Waves of energy surged out like a tide. The dark creatures did not feel any pain and would not stop until they died. They swooped down from various places in the void and formed many deformed creatures. There were humanoid figures that were 2 to 3 meters tall, and giant beasts that were dozens of meters tall. Among the giant beasts, the most common one was the nightmare beast. They were mutated octopuses that were 10 feet long. Strange limbs grew out of their bodies, and each of them held a weapon that corresponded to its size. They danced wildly in the air and rushed across the battlefield like a whirlwind, knocking their own people into pieces. A considerable number of the dark creatures were killed by the nightmare beasts. But every time a black monster fell, the black part that was broken off would turn into a new one and continue to charge fearlessly. EW disgusting, 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 Chuchin yelled. He threw a huge mountain that was thousands of feet long into the battlefield and crushed a large number of black monsters. He took the time to scratch the goosebumps on his arm. Seeing that everyone was charging forward bravely in the black tide, he accidentally fell behind. Wawa, don't leave me behind. Don't come over. Why don't you save your energy? Chu Xianling waved his hand and formed thousands of wind blades. They flew in all directions at 10 times the speed of sound, cutting all the black monsters in their path into pieces. Are these the so-called void mist? Are they incarnations? That's not it. These should be remnants. The remnants of that world were mixed with the fog of the void and turned into monsters. I extracted the essence of a giant monster and restored a finger that was less than 6 centimeters long. This finger obviously has nothing to do with the life of the deity realm. Yin Nuoxing's voice came from the front. Everyone who heard this was shocked. What kind of monsters were these? These things are not easy to kill when they are stacked up. Although they're not too strong, their power is corrosive. They can corrode the energy we send out. Little Moon struggled to kill a large number of monsters. Damn, how many are there? Yuanshi rolled up his sleeves and grabbed a sky piercer beside him. He yelled and rushed out. There are at least 10 million of them, right? It's not much different from the last time in the hidden realm of emptiness, right? There are only a few 100,000 of them at the moment. You can't tell how many are drowned in them. They are not very powerful. Just kill them slowly. Hall Master Guang said calmly. Streaks of golden light streaked across the battlefield and rushed into the depths of the black tide. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying golden light burst out continuously from the depths of the black tide, blasting the black monsters into pieces. Hundreds and thousands of black creatures were sent flying into the sky. The golden light turned into a flame-like state, burning a large area. The monsters were burned until they screamed. It was not a cry of pain, but a roar of anger. Woo-la-la-la. In the depths of the black wave, there was a place where the black monsters were flying higher than the other places. From time to time, there would be strange energy waves. Everyone turned their eyes and saw Navila holding a strange weapon. It looked like a hard metal longbow, but at the 2 ends of the bowstring, there were long halberd-like spikes. The 2 ends of the spikes and the front end of the bow were emitting a blue flame that could devour people. That was not a flame, but the form of a flame formed by the compression of energy. Bastard, come and hit me. Ha. Navira held the 2-meter-long weapon that looked like a combination of a longbow and a halberd. She swung it smoothly. Streaks of blue energy cut through the air. Every time the light flashed, hundreds and thousands of black monsters fell. Damn, don't look at him. Don't copy him. Yin Nuoxing reminded Yuan, she who was stunned. That guy still needs a long time to play seriously. Don't waste too much energy. Everyone's cheeks twitched. They tried their best not to look at Navira and focused on their own battlefield. The strange battle in the depths of the void seemed to never end. Chapter 1108. Rumble. Earth-shattering explosions reverberated in the void. Streaks of energy swept across the battlefield, tearing the Fanyan mountain into pieces. After losing the various energies of a normal space, It was just an ordinary mountain range protected by divinity. Its defensive power was at most a little stronger, but it couldn't withstand the desperate battle between the two great armies. The speed at which the Dark Army surged became even more frantic. Streaks of furious roars shook the void. Those giant beasts and giants that were hundreds of meters in size pressed down from the rear all the way to the front of the formation. Their bodies had extraordinary energy reactions, which made everyone have no choice but to be on guard. Screech! Crimson and pink flames covered the sky and the earth. It was as if they were going to ignite the cold and lonely volcanoes again. The sea of fire spread out for tens of thousands of meters. The holy flames stripped the Dark Army of their dark energy and purified them continuously, burning them into nothingness. Foam raised her hand and condensed an extremely solid pillar of fire. A firestorm that was hundreds of meters in size descended from the sky and burned a giant beast to ashes. Maymao looked around and could not help but frown. There are too many of them. She was one of the most skillful people. Occasionally, she had to help little Moon and you, clear the monsters around them. Occasionally, she had to drag the sneering Xian back from the depths of the battlefield. Apart from Yin Nuoxing, Navira, and Home Master Guang, Xian's battlefield was the most empty place. Those black monsters could not even get close to him. Xian, who had a perfect 5 elements constitution, was having a good time. At this time, the Dark Army that surged out from the void had reached a frightening number. Pure data was useless. They were everywhere, and they charged forward with an earth-shattering momentum. The mountains and plains were dyed black. When everyone faced the Dark Army, they did not feel like they were being pounced on. Instead, they felt like they were being smashed on their faces. Ha! Xian, you really like to use swords. You're a swordsman. Rumble. F***CK. I'm holding a ball now, and you're telling me to use swords? Bang. Crack. The two people in the depths of the Dark Army fought and bickered. That was probably the safest and most dangerous place in the entire battlefield. The Dark Army charged at the two of them without fear of death. At the same time, they were also the fastest to fall. The two of them seemed to be competing with each other. The more they killed, the braver they became. Feng shook her head. She stomped her feet on the ground, and a firestorm erupted from her body, burning all the black monsters within thousands of meters into nothingness. She took a deep breath and continued to look around. The entire Mount Fanyin were enemies. The entire space was filled with hostility. The Dark Army of the Dark Army rushed out from underground, from the mountains, and even jumping out from the rocks. They did not have intelligence at first, but now they were more agile. The soldiers of the Dark Army were the Dark Army of the Dark. They were Dark Armies were the Dark Army from underground, from the mountains and mountains and mountains. Were as they were. Roar, roar, roar. On the mountain in front of them, the number of monsters had reached the point where they could not fit in even if they squeezed into a human pyramid. The Dark Army continued to fall from the cliff. Then, they turned into one of the people charging at them. They roared crazily and charged at everything. They tore everything apart in a frenzy. However, the speed of their advance was limited. No matter how many of them there were, they could not get close to the group. The circle they formed was very large, and the force they faced was even greater. It was so big that they could not get close to the group. Even so, they still launched an explosive charge without fear of death. Very soon, the situation changed. The circle of encirclement stiffly stopped at a certain point. Yin Nuoxing and the others also stopped advancing. While a demigod was worried about this fragile space, the number of enemies had already reached a frightening level. However, to the two of them, this number of enemies could be eliminated with a large-scale bombardment, or a large-scale destruction of the rules could achieve the same effect. The problem was they were here to repair this space, not to dry it up. The two methods mentioned above could easily destroy the Mount Fanyin, which was pulled into the void, along with the space and rules. The aftermath of the destruction would affect more than half of the East Sea. It would probably take tens of thousands of years to recover. Looking down at this battlefield from above, it looked like a drop of ink. However, there were 2 or 3 empty spots in the middle of the ink. No matter how much ink there was no way to fill up these 3 empty spots. Even if the ink could cover the sky, there would still be 3 bubbles that would not float up. There's no end to these things. Chu-chan was about to cry because of the ugliness of these monsters. While he was about to cry, he was still desperately controlling the ground of the Mount Fanyan. All kinds of earth spikes, cracks, and earthquakes were thrown together, almost provoking his teammates. Chu Yingjian almost jumped over and beat him up. "They've stopped," Qin Yin said faintly. She looked at the tide of darkness that was constantly rushing towards them. Although the circle they were in did not show any signs of shrinking, their advance had also stopped, and they were in a deadlock. "We can't continue like this." Ming waved her angelic holy sword, and the dark monsters fell down like wheat being cut. The wings behind her back flapped lightly, and she swept past the tide of darkness. She quickly came to Yun Nuoxing's side and leaned back to back with him. "Brother, how much longer do we have to advance? Everyone is about to enter a period of exhaustion." The little angel who suddenly rushed to his back stunned him. Hearing her words, Yun Nuoxing turned his head and winked at Navira. The two seemed to be discussing something. After a while, the latter nodded. Yun Nuoxing turned back and whispered to Ming, "You guys gather together and let the star corona barrier return to 1. Then just hold on for a while." Ming nodded. She did not ask him what he planned to do. Her body swayed slightly, and she turned into a light and rushed into the battlefield. The brilliant angelic holy flame burst out and rushed in all directions. It was almost touching the sea of red and pink flames. Everywhere it passed, even the tide of darkness was suppressed. "Is this the end?" Chu-chan gritted his teeth. His whole body was covered in sweat. He had exploded too fiercely, and at this time, his energy was almost exhausted. Fortunately, the ground of the burning mountain had really cooled down after entering the void, turning into a real lump of soil. Otherwise, he might have exhausted his energy even faster. He had just stopped for a moment when Chu Xianling supported him. His other hand waved countless green wind blades, and a green whirlwind exploded, driving away the crazy enemies. He threw Chu-chan to Hallmaster Wang. "Senior, take care of this idiot." Hallmaster Wang did not turn his head and gave a thumbs up. The light element turned into a long whip and pulled Chu-chan closer. He looked at Chu-chan, who was as tired as a dead dog inside. "Young man, learn to control your energy. You must use every bit of energy to unleash 150% of its power." Chu-chan laughed dryly. He could only laugh dryly and nod in the face of his senior's lecture. Although he had a post-god tier divine technique, the void did not have much energy for him to replenish. He still had the mountain under his feet to replenish, and it could barely serve as a backup energy source. The others did not have that. Little Moon, and his sister had lasted longer than him. Hold on a little longer. Ming's figure flashed and appeared beside the two. "Let's get closer first. Brother and the others are, well, anyway, they are preparing something." The news had been passed on to everyone. Hallmaster Wang could see Xian and the others rushing towards them from the corner of his eye. He also waved his hand and let the light element clear the dark monsters in the area to help them clear a path. At this time, Yin Nuoxing took over Navira's defense. The circle that the two of them had created suddenly shrank by half. The latter floated in the air. Her energy was turbulent. Her long black hair and eyes were gradually turning silver-white. Her skin was also shining with a faint silver-white light, almost merging with her metallic robes. Silver-blue spatial energy was crazily condensing around them, almost stirring up a storm. In this void, spatial energy was very scarce. He was condensing the void energy and transforming it into spatial energy. At the same time, he was also spreading the two energies in all directions. That's why I said we need to make a container that can hold all the energy. Look at how thin the spatial energy is in this place. I have to use the void energy to transform it into spatial energy. This is a pure waste of energy. This is superfluous, just like the last time Shut up. No one is stopping you. You usually slack off and don't do anything. Now you want to do something? Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. Oh, do I have to give you one when the time comes? Navira laughed. There's no need for that. I can convert my own energy into all kinds of energy. I've never lacked any kind of energy. Heh, that's convenient. Hee, give me a copy of your body's data. I'll go back and study it. Maybe I can come up with something new. If there's something new, I'll treat you to a meal. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. Just collect it yourself. I don't know much about your stuff. Do we really have to talk about this now? Ahem. Then let's talk about it outside. Oh, it's done. Do we do it now? Yin Nuashing glanced at Navila, who had completely turned into a silver-white color. He raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. A portion of the red veins in the void had decreased, but the number of enemies was still constantly emerging. In the depths of the void, there was a brilliant red light spot. It was very bright, like the sun in the night sky. It was hard for people to not notice it. A huge amount of energy came from that place, making him feel annoyed just by looking at it. Xianming, are you guys done? Yin Nuashing shouted. If you're done, squeak in your soul. Then stand still. Squeak, brother, be careful. The voice in her mind made Yin Nuashing smile. She turned around and nodded at Navira. The latter grinned and floated in the sky. Waves of spatial storms swept out from his body. From this high up in the sky, they could see the situation of the entire Fengyan Mountain. The red light deep in the void seemed to be a dark red beam of light. It pierced through the void and fell on the Fengyan Mountain. There was a huge amount of energy coming from that place. Other than that place, the entire battlefield was almost filled with rolling ink. Spatial condensation. Navila let out a light shout. His silver-white body surged with a touch of blue. Silver-blue energy covered the entire sky and spread towards the entire void. Silver-blue diamond-shaped surfaces appeared in the void. They were densely packed together, enveloping the entire burning Yin Mountain and the spatial crack within, forming a huge spatial barrier. The instant the barrier was formed, he shouted loudly, Xian, now is the time. Palace Master Guang was stunned for a moment before he slowly raised his head. In his senses, this space, they had suddenly appeared in a new space. That fragile, shaky space seemed to have been separated. Is this the power of a heavenly god? To be able to forcefully condense such a large space of laws in the void. Roar! After the independent space was sealed, the red beam of light in the distance suddenly flashed with an extremely dazzling light. The dark army also roared like crazy. An extremely violent aura suddenly burst out. They seemed to already know what was going to happen in the next second. Ugh, I have a headache. Yuanshi suddenly held his forehead. A strange power seemed to want to drill into his mind. He suddenly felt a trance. His spirit and soul flickered. He raised his head and was about to remind everyone to be careful of the spiritual attack. Suddenly, he was stunned and opened his mouth in shock. What appeared in front of him was a vast and endless starry sky. A war broke out in the vast galaxy. Powerful energy annihilated countless stars. Time and space fell apart. Life forms as large as planets broke out from the planets. Those disgusting monsters drowned the sea of stars. A black aura filled his entire vision. The dark army and aura pushed across, slowly tearing the entire world apart inch by inch. A huge eye that was light years in size looked down at everything from the endless distant sky. It was cold and emotionless. He stood alone in the starry sky. His entire body was about to be drowned by the black aura. Ding! A clear chime rang out in his mind, and the terrifying illusions vanished in an instant. Yuanshi panted heavily and wiped away his sweat. He could feel his entire body trembling, his vision darkening, and he almost fainted. However, these adverse reactions only lasted for a few seconds, and he quickly regained his composure. He abruptly raised his head and swept his sharp gaze across his surroundings. The astral barrier was still there, and the black tide was blocked by the two seas of fire and the icy storm. Temple Master Guang was brandishing his dazzling radiance, slapping wave after wave of enemies away into the horizon. He looked at everyone. He looked at Nightmare and Ewer, who were closest to him. He noticed that the two of them were also panting heavily. There was a hint of fear in their eyes that did not fade away in time. Their foreheads were full of sweat. Ming heard the sound of heavy breathing. He was stunned for a moment. He turned around and saw that everyone except Hall Master Wong looked like they had just survived a disaster. What happened to you guys? Psychic shock or soul shock? Yuanqi knocked his head hard. Damn it, I actually fell for this. No, it's not a psychic shock. Nightmares are born from the heart. That power has been entrenched in the battlefield and has been affecting you guys. It just exploded in your hearts. Navira, who was covered in silver blue, heard their voices and shook her head. Her ethereal and unfathomable voice echoed in everyone's ears. This is the most terrifying aspect of the void fog. As long as you are strong enough, even the gods will be trapped in the nightmare and unable to break free. You're all very strong. The astral barrier is enough to pull you back. But it's time to end it, Xian. His last shout was directed at the silent Yun Nuashing. The latter suddenly opened her eyes. A trace of silver blue flashed across her eyes. The silver blue thin sword in her hand slowly leveled. The spatial power that had been gathering for a few minutes still caused the space to tremble. She glanced at the black monsters that blotted out the sky and the earth. Her right hand forcefully drew a complete circle. Buzz! A silver blue arc containing energy that terrified these mindless monsters rushed to the end of the space at a speed far faster than the speed of light. This independent space was controlled by Navira. It was extremely hard. Ling Hong's sword could not cut it, but it was more than enough to deal with the monsters. Except for Lord Guang, who sensed the energy that swept across the sky, the others did not know what happened. They only saw that the monsters that blotted out the sky and the earth froze at the same time. The hundreds of thousands, almost millions of black tide melted instantly and turned into countless black mist that quietly dissipated. Countless monsters dissipated at the same time. Those that were close to them and those that were far away also melted in an instant. The rising black mist ignored Navira's space and drifted into the void. It merged with the black background of the void, and nothing could be seen. The red and swollen blood vessels trembled a few times and disappeared like snow melting. Rumble. There was a rumbling sound in the void that was directly transmitted to everyone's mind. It was as if they could feel the vibration of the void. This sound reverberated in everyone's mind for a few minutes before it slowly weakened until it disappeared. Yuanqi stood up carefully and looked around. The aura that made him feel disgusted and uneasy disappeared completely. The void seemed to have returned to its original, cleanest state. It was empty, as if one would fall into it at a glance. He did not feel the disgusting aura anymore. Is it over? The silver-blue space quietly dissipated, and the diamond-shaped barriers stacked on top of each other disappeared. Navira flipped in midair and landed. He rubbed his shoulders and took a deep breath. Ling Hong's sword's destructive power is too strong. I heard you say that it's a broken Ling Hong sword. With that sword, space, time, and the rules were almost cut in half. If it wasn't for my space being hard enough, your sword would have cut the void in half. Then we would have exploded in an instant. There's no need to save Fun Yin Mountain. There's no need to care about the void distortion point. I shut up. Yin Washing glared at him and slapped him hard on the back. Why do you talk so much when you're just doing some work? Look at me now. It's impossible for me to break your space with a sword. You could just send someone out and press me to the ground and beat me up. Navira grinned and laughed. Look at what you're saying. How can I bear to do that? Chu Chan took a deep breath. Is it over this time? Navira checked the surrounding space and looked at the void. He then nodded. It's not over yet. Everyone was confused. Why are you nodding if it's not over yet? Yin Nuashing waved his hand and motioned for everyone to focus. He pointed to the front. There's still something there that hasn't dissipated. That red pillar of light had been standing in the depths of the void since the appearance of the tide of darkness. At this moment, the tide of darkness had completely retreated. There was still a light that had not dissipated, but it was very weak. From this angle, it looked like a dying star. Although it was bright, it was not dazzling. Navira patted Yin Nuashing's shoulder. What do you think it is? Yin Nuashing frowned. He waved his hand and took the lead to walk out. Everyone followed behind him. He walked for a while before answering. Anyway, it should have nothing to do with the Fengyan Mountain. I think it might be the world that was invaded by the nightmare beasts. Or maybe it's something left behind in the void that has something to do with the void fog. What a coincidence. I think the same as your last thought. Navira laughed. Something that was disturbed by the void fog and can stimulate the dark army should not be simple. Maybe we can find something about the void fog from there. Yin Nuashing nodded. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Speaking of which, I thought of something. When I just expelled the tide of darkness, and they turned back into the void fog, there was a death aura." Death aura. Navira narrowed his eyes and muttered in a low voice. It can't be that the death lord that I mentioned jumped out, right? Impossible. That bastard back then definitely did not have the ability to make the entire 8 elements realm so chaotic. Even if someone really inherited his ultimate skill, it is impossible. I hit him with that stick. I know how strong he is. Everyone's expression suddenly became strange. Oh, you hit him with that stick. Yin Nuashing looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. He could not help but tease. Where did you learn to hit someone with a stick? Ahem, it was a slip of the tongue. Can you pretend that you didn't hear it? Navira scratched his cheek awkwardly. No, I will remember this. I can talk about it for 100 years. A dignified Cammy actually went to hit someone with a stick. Hey, I'm so angry. What's wrong with Cammy? Can't they hit someone with a stick? Can't they use despicable methods? Let me tell you, only the living can hit someone on the back of the head so easily. Look at that person who was pressed down and beaten to death in a 100-million-kilometer-wide bathhouse. He couldn't even say a word. Yin Nuashing sighed. I only said one sentence. Hit someone with a stick is just a stick. Why are you so agitated? Air. I thought you'd care about this. Navira scratched his head and laughed dryly. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and put her hands on her hips. The heavenly god of primal chaos, once blew up the realm of the gods and bore the burden of hundreds of trillions of lives. I fell several times and climbed out of my grave. Now, I want to say that I care about those bullish *TS. They are already crushed to death. Their coffins cannot move. Everyone, Chapter 1109. The void was still flashing with an orange light. It was dim, like a dying star, illuminating the cooling mountain rocks into a red color, causing people to mistakenly think that the dead mountains were once again ignited in flames. After the tide of darkness receded, the Fengyan Mountains in the void no longer had any power to stop Yin Nuashing and the others from going deeper. Under the guidance of a demigod, the group quickly arrived at the deepest part of the Fengyan Mountains in the void. The red light was on a small island. Without the seawater, they could see the deep depressions where the mountain peaks connected to each other under the sea. These places were once submerged by the sea. From the sea, they looked like an archipelago or a dense cluster of islands. The power of the void had long eroded the Fengyan Mountains. At such a deep place in the void, the outermost islands and islands far away from the center of the Fengyan Mountains had been devoured by the void for a few meters. However, the Fengyan Mountains were originally a divine creation. Even if it had very weak divinity, it was enough to resist for a while. From Yin Nuashing and Navira's point of view, the Fengyan Mountains had probably been in the void for a long time. However, the leaked reality made it so that no one knew what happened here. The islands and islands were better preserved near the red light pillar. It seemed that the red light had the ability to protect the Fengyan Mountains from being devoured by the void. On the isolated island that was 1,000 feet in diameter, the red light pillar flashed alone. The light was getting dimmer and dimmer. It seemed that as Yin Nuashing and the others approached, the light felt uneasy and slowly withdrew. When they were completely close to the light pillar that was thousands of feet tall and holding up the void, they realized that it was not a light pillar. It was a red pillar that was about 10 feet wide. The 4 sides of the pillar were transparent. It had a texture that was between glass and steel. A light tap would cause it to cave in a little, but a hard punch would not cause any reaction. The last point was obtained from Nightmare Sacrifice. That guy's fist was still swollen. In the red pillar, there was a cluster of transparent white energy that looked like a sea urchin. The energy cluster was made up of countless tiny threads that were entwined into the shape of a sea urchin. As it wriggled, the threads would break away a little, but they would quickly stick back together. The white sea urchin floated up and down in the red light pillar unconsciously. The distance it floated was not a little more or less. It was very stable. This strange pillar just stood there on the island. It did not emit any disgusting smell, but the smell of the void fog made everyone feel disgusted. It was as if they were born to be the public enemy, and they could smell the stench from hundreds of miles away. Everyone wanted to kick it a few more times. The red pillar just stood there calmly. No matter how hard Geo and Yuan she tried to attack it, they could not do anything to it. The two from Yin Nuashing also let them do whatever they wanted. They could not figure out what this thing was for at the moment. Navira stepped forward and patted the red pillar. After pondering for a while, he turned to Yin Nuashing and said, "Buddy, this thing looks like a storage box. It's used to store information and data. I'm afraid it can only be accessed once." Yin Nuashing raised her eyebrows and asked, "It's not from the void mist?" "I'm afraid not. That thing doesn't have such sentience. It's just following its instincts to destroy something, or it's following a mechanism set by the mastermind. Since the Void Fisher might have once led to somewhere, this pillar was probably tossed here by the Void Shroud." Yin Nuashing also stepped forward and patted the pillar. The colorful light on her palm flashed and disappeared. "It's locked. Can you break it?" "Well, it's just a password. It'll be done in a while." Navira grinned. As he spoke, a layer of silver-white light surrounded his body. His eyes became extraordinarily deep. A large amount of energy and information flowed through his eyes. After he started, Yuan Shi and the others also came up to watch curiously. Nightmare could not help but ask, "Boss, what's the password?" Yin Nuashing glanced at him, thought for a moment, and said, "A key." "Well, it's the key to unlock the magic circle where you hide the item that's not suitable for children." Hall Master Guang's cheeks twitched. Yuan Shi and the others suddenly understood. Xian and the others all rolled their eyes. After rolling her eyes, Chu Yingxian looked at Chu Chen thoughtfully. Then, she pulled his ear and dragged him aside to teach him a lesson. Yin Nuashing continued. "Another example is the underground palace of Azure Glaze. The 9th temple is the password set by Azure Glaze. It's a little related to numbers. You would say that it's computing power. However, most people in the realm of the gods use this computing power to control all of their own power. Basically, they don't think about using it in other aspects. So, not many people can unlock it. Navira comes from a world that's closely related to those things and their derivatives. I've also dabbled in it, but I'm not very good at it." Ziyin blinked. "Sister Lioli, are you very good at numbers?" Yin Nuashing shook her head. "No, that girl is just playful. She gets dizzy when numbers are more than 3 digits. Everyone, we know how to use numbers to measure the ground under our feet. It's easy to use our own ability to make rough calculations. It's also easy to calculate how many people there are in a city. It's also easy to calculate how much power is needed to kill a very weak person. It's also easy to calculate how much power one needs to use when facing someone stronger than oneself to escape or counterattack. The most important thing is that when a magic circle master uses a magic circle, he needs to use all kinds of energy precisely to maintain, explode, or eliminate it. These are all computing power. It's just that we don't usually talk about it. And even if we know, it's useless. The people of the realm of the gods won't change because of this. In the end, the development of each world is different." Yin Nuashing kept pointing at her temples as she spoke. "Because of the rules and other reasons, the paths taken by other worlds are very different. I've seen many other worlds. The world surrounded by steel forests is one of them. Although there are situations related to cultivation in those worlds, the so-called cultivation in those worlds is just a supplementary thing. It's not like the realm of the gods." Hall Master Guang nodded. "Nightmare. What about those old mechanical towers? I've seen some ancient books that recorded those things, but there's very little information about it. They're all one-of-a-kind ancient books. Not many people know about it. Yin Nuashing glanced at him. Navira's world is like that. Are you interested? Nightmare was so excited that his eyes almost popped out. Yin Nuashing smiled. She knew that he was very interested in those machines, so much so that he was slightly twisted. She waved her hand and said, "No hurry. I'll take you there to see it." Yin Nuashing looked at Navira. "How is it?" "There's no supplementary equipment. It's enough to just use the brain to calculate. It's a little time-consuming. Wait a minute." Navira gave him a thumbs up without looking back. She then frowned and muttered, "Tsk, this thing is made of the heart of the world? The residual energy is so mixed. Many of its functions have been shut down. Hey, this thing has been destroyed. Yeah, the connection between the void and the heart of the world has to be severed. The laws are sealed. Time, this can't be touched for now. Quantum, what a mistake. It shouldn't be. Something's missing. Tsk, let me go around the karma." Everyone was confused as they listened to him, mumbling to himself. Many things seemed to involve the truth of the world. They looked at each other and said, "Although we don't understand what he's talking about, it seems to be very high-end stuff. It's awesome." "Xian, do you have a heart of the world? The kind that's sealed?" Navira finally couldn't help but call for help. Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment and scratched her head. "Where do you want me to find a heart of the world for you so suddenly? Will a fake one work? A virtual one? Is your virtual one realistic enough? How would I know? I don't know much about those weird things of yours. Hey, I told you to come to me when you're free to learn another way of analyzing the world's origin. Let's not talk about other things. I have a complete set of ideas here, both macroscopic and microscopic. You can observe from any aspect of the primordial realm, the void, time, and space. Isn't it better than competing with yourself there? Shut up. I'll think about it. Now, what do you want to do?" Navira smiled embarrassedly. "Give me a heart of the world. A virtual one is fine too. You have to make sure that it's real. If this thing explodes, we'll have wasted our time coming here today." Yin Nuashing looked at him faintly and stretched out her hands. Her palms were slightly close together and formed a ball about a foot long. Then, strands of light blue light floated out from her palms. Thousands of light spots condensed into solid lines. The two ends were connected to each other, but they didn't really touch. They intertwined with each other. More light blue lines floated out from her palms and intertwined with the two rays of light. Finally, they formed an irregular ball. The surface of the light blue ball was like the sea in a storm, undulating. He threw the ball to Navira, who caught it and stuffed it into the red light beam. She frowned and looked at it for a while until the light beam suddenly made a soft sound. Ding! Navira breathed a sigh of relief. As she continued to work, she jokingly said, "Well done. Although you've been dead for dozens of eras and have become weak, your skills are not rusty." "I'm sorry that you've become weak." Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. Why does this guy have to talk so much nonsense? Xian pulled his hand and whispered in his ear, "Little star, I've been wanting to ask for a long time. What's the use of the heart of the world for this world?" Yin Nuashing turned her head and heard her continue. "Last time I heard you say that there are gods and divine beings who use the heart of the world. Well, that's it. Why can this thing be used for decryption? There are two types of heart of the world. It shouldn't be hard for you to understand with your current knowledge. One is the energy core of every star. It is only effective within their own territory. The other is the core of every world's light. The latter is the most complete because it contains everything that the world's light has, the origin of everything, and also the source of everything." Yin Nuashing suddenly paused and said with a half-smile, "Do you know where energy comes from?" Everyone was stunned and frowned. "Yuan," she whispered, "isn't energy born between heaven and earth? The energy that floats between heaven and earth." Yin Nuashing crossed her arms. "Think about how many people there are in the realm of the gods. Think about the previous world, the previous era, the era before that, the ancient era. How much energy was there in a world? The energy recovered by the Empyrean gods would cause the entire star field to dim. How many Empyrean gods were there in those eras? Not every Empyrean god carried a world with them as backup energy. Then why was the energy in those worlds still not used up? Why does the realm of the gods always have so much energy? No one has ever worried that the energy will decline one day, or even that it can no longer be sensed. These questions are related to the origin of the world. Have you ever thought about it? Everyone simply shook their heads. Even Hall Master Guang shook his head. Everyone in the realm of the gods knew that cultivation was an innate ability. Perhaps higher life forms would consider these questions related to the origin of the world, but they had never thought about it. Many people thought that the energy in the world was inexhaustible, and it seemed that this was the case. Other than some places that lacked energy, there was no such thing as the entire realm of the gods lacking energy. Yin Nuoxing smiled faintly for a while. She kept everyone in suspense and let them think about their own guesses. When they were almost about to give up, she said, "The void is boundless. The energy of all worlds comes from it. The world core is a converter that converts the infinite energy of the void into ordinary energy. Well, you can think of it as an extremely special device that can convert the energy of the void into energy that can be used in this world. This is why the energy in the world is always endless. All energy has a source, but because of the rules of certain worlds, such as the world core, the energy that is converted from the energy of the void is not necessarily inferior to the world core. You only need to know a little about this, since you won't pay attention to these things anyway. The realm of the gods also has its own world core, and it's a special world core. It's even stronger than the world core of the world of light. It can ensure that the realm of the gods can maintain a low energy state in the great primordial realm after the great samsara destroys it. If the world core is destroyed, something very bad will happen. The destruction of the world is almost inevitable. Everyone was silent for a while after hearing that. They thought about the complicated but simple logic in their minds. Then they understood everything. After all energy came from the void, the place that was truly infinite. As for the energy of each world, it was the problem of their world core and rules. This was also directly related to the development of other worlds and things like the cultivation system. Ahem, guys, let's stop for a moment. This thing is reacting. Now, there's good news and bad news. Navira coughed dryly. Yin Nuoxing looked at him and said the bad news first. This thing can't be read normally. Probably part of it has been destroyed by the void mist. Yin Nuoxing's eyes twitched. Then what's the good news? I can open it once. As I said just now, it's a one-time thing. All the information will burst out. I'll try to slow it down. Let's see as much as we can. Looking at the helpless look on his face, Yin Nuoxing knew that this guy had done his best this time. He came here empty-handed and did not bring any tools. It was good enough that he could do this. Okay, you count to 5. We'll start. Navira nodded. He coughed softly and took a deep breath. Then, he said, then I'll open it. 5, 4, 3. When the syllable of 1 fell, Navira's eyes suddenly turned silver-white. Yin Nuoxing's eyes also widened. His psychic power directly condensed into the information that rushed out of the red pillar. The information burst out in slow motion in his eyes. He could carefully observe the information that might be related to the void mist. However, compared to Yuan Shi, Ziyin, and the others, it was too difficult to capture that bit of information. They had mentally prepared themselves, but all they saw was a white light rushing out of the red pillar. They didn't see any information, and they were dumbfounded. Just as they were about to touch the white light, the light was already extinguished, and the pillar also shattered into dust with a bang. Everyone looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders. They looked at Yin Nuoxing and Navila, who were still sorting out the information, and sighed. All right, let's just wait for these two people to tell us what they found. Even Palace Master Wang looked like he didn't know what was going on, so they shouldn't even think about peeking at anything. Those were all things in the domain of gods. Thinking of this, they suddenly felt a little better. It was already half an hour later when the one demigod regained their senses at the same time. Navila put down the posture that he had maintained for half an hour. He had maintained the posture of pressing his right hand on the red pillar for half an hour. He raised his head and let out a long sigh. His expression became somewhat inexplicable. This is something from another world. Yin Nuashing had a strange look on her face. Fortunately, the Book of the Era can analyze the information. But, how should I say it? It's a little beyond my expectations. Ah, yes. Ah. Navira pondered for a few seconds. However, he had already gotten used to these things. He could not help but sigh. This is an echo from a completely destroyed world. It's the funeral song of all life in that world. It's a will, a legacy. After that, he frowned again. The abyssal death mist mentioned in the book that chaos reigns supreme is the void mist, and the abyssal monsters are those strange, deformed bodies? That's strange. Could it be that in the depths of the void that I don't know about, there's a world that was invaded by the void mist and resisted for so long? But this doesn't match what we've discovered. The void mist isn't aggressive. It doesn't reveal any threat on the surface. It silently infects an entire world and kills it in an instant. This is the method they use to destroy 3,000 worlds. There's no exception. Yin Nuashing continued. But the void mist recorded in the book, the abyssal death mist, is obviously very aggressive and aggressive. It kills directly, unlike what you found, where it destroys an entire world without anyone noticing. Navira knocked on his forehead. Could it be that we're mistaken? These two are actually not the same thing? But from some of the details recorded, I think these two are the same thing. Even if they're not exactly the same, they're at least of the same origin. You see, I'm not the only one who felt it. The people who recorded it also felt it. They also felt the abyssal death mist because they felt the aura of death. The aura of death here is not the power of death, but a kind of presence. It's not energy, not power. It feels like the air of nature, but with the presence of death. Yin Nuashing rubbed his bangs. It was an action he did when he was deep in thought. Most of the time, he was also a little troubled. He simply read out some of the information directly, hoping to find something. The abyssal death mist was directly born in the void ocean. They are equal and stand in the same position. It's just that the void ocean does not have any attributes, while the abyssal death mist aims to destroy all stable order. It tears the world apart inch by inch, devouring the sun, tearing all objects apart, even infecting the world core, using light to infect every corner of the starry sky, leaving behind an ugly scar that even the void ocean could not bear to touch. It is the destroyer of all order. It cannot be trapped or stopped, just like the void ocean is everywhere. They have always been equal on the ladder. Even the gods of thousands of worlds could not completely destroy it. Instead, the power left behind became its fodder. As it grew stronger, it moved from the edge of the void ocean to the void ocean's core. The saint gods once again gathered the power of a world to defend the core. This is not a matter for any one person. It should be a matter of thousands of worlds, the entire void ocean's order. If the abyssal death mist is allowed to wander freely in the void, order will eventually be destroyed. We also have to step onto the battlefield. As we have said, this is a matter of the entire void ocean's order. No one can stay out of it alone. If we return, this matter will be passed down from generation to generation. If we don't return, this will be our last voice. At this point, Yin Nuashing and Navira looked at each other. Everyone's expression was also solemn. The key information in the words made them realize something important. This was not something that happened in this era. Thousands of worlds, the gods of thousands of worlds. These few words explained one thing, an important piece of information in the timeline. This was a major event that happened a few years ago. And according to the information in here, it was obvious that the gods of thousands of worlds had fallen. Until today, no one knew about the void mist. Even Yin Nuashing and Navira, the two ancient gods, did not know about it. They did not know anything about it. Then the time when it happened could only be the two of them looked at each other. The Dark Age. Chapter 11:10. The Myriad Worlds and the Gods of the Myriad Worlds. Such titles and sayings had nothing to do with these 2 or 3 eras, especially in this era where the realm of the gods was isolated from the world. The suppression of the concept of rules had prevented the birth of all powerful life forms, and the realm of the gods had only managed to retain 5 celestial gods. The other worlds might have had it worse, but they definitely did not use the word gods, as there were too few of them. What happened back then had definitely shaken the entire void. In the ancient past and later eras, Yin Nuashing and Avira had never heard of anything major happening in the void. The only thing that could be considered a sensation was the appearance of the Starry Sky Temple in the 68th era. Anything that was beyond the scope of their knowledge was most likely something that happened in those 2 eras. As for why they thought it was the Dark Age and not the mythological era, the first generation of celestial gods in the mythological era were still around. They would definitely take turns to eliminate such things that threatened the entire void. There were probably not many things in that era that could go against them. Excluding the most mythological era, there was only the former, which was also mysterious and unknown. To be honest, the information left behind in these 2 eras was almost equally scarce, so little that it made people suspect that the first 60 eras of the 8 Elements realm had disappeared into thin air. If not for the slightest trace of these 2 eras, everyone would probably think that these 2 eras were imagined by others. In fact, the realm of the Great Aeon only had 79 eras. Regarding the Dark Age, even Yin Nuashing and Avira only knew a little about it. That era, as its name suggested, had always been shrouded in darkness. As for how dark it was very difficult to pry into it. The Book of Epics could not accurately record the events of the Dark Age. In the final battle at the end of the era, its attack probably affected the realm of the Great Aeon itself, causing the Book of Epics to be cut off. There were no special relics in the realm of the gods, but it was unknown if there were any in other worlds. This possibility was actually even smaller, as other worlds did not have an external barrier like the Pillar of Creation. Even if there were races that could survive, there should not be many things left behind. Moreover, too many things were destroyed in that battle, and even the realm of the Great Aeon was pierced through, so what kind of history could be left behind? The void darkened slightly, and the red pillar had disappeared. They tried their best to extract as much information as possible, but what they got in return was even more headache-inducing information. At first, they had several guesses. The red pillar was either related to the void fog, or to the world where the illusions had occurred. In the end, it was all the way back to the Dark Age. Both of them felt a headache coming on. This void fog was like a sh*t stir that made a comeback. This is going to be fun. Navira let out a long sigh, scratching his black hair until it was messy. I didn't expect it to be traced back to the Dark Age. If possible, I really don't want to have any causal relationship with that era. What's wrong? Yin Nuashing frowned and glanced at him. The Dark Age was a mess not long after the beginning of the era, and it lasted until the end of the era. This was the information that the children found in the depths of the void. More than 70 years ago, the Great Samsara should have wiped everything clean, but there were still some things left, such as Navira's cheeks trembled violently, and a trace of fear flashed across his face. The traces of a transcendent being solidified in the void and never dissipated. Even now, there's still huge scars left. What? Yin Nuashing was stunned. You found the traces of that guy piercing through the Yuan realm with a finger. Who was that guy? Yin Nuashing frowned, organizing his words for a moment, and told him what he saw in the eternal nightmare. Navira also frowned after hearing it, but after a while, he nodded thoughtfully. I'm actually not too sure. I only know that it was a transcendent being. It was definitely an attack launched by someone of that level or even higher. It left a chaotic trace in the void that is difficult to calm down. If it was the person you saw, maybe it was it. Through the primordial realm scar, we have deduced some time issues. The scar's existence is indeed at the end of the Dark Age, which is the end of the 59th era. But with the energy of disturbance, it has a period of chaotic time that points to around the 41st era. Yin Nuashing knew what he was talking about, but did not respond, but Chu Yingzhan was confused. What? What do you mean by the scar was left at the end of the era, but the energy was left at the beginning of the era? Navira looked at her and said seriously, when someone of a certain level is powerful to a certain extent, Their energy in the same place, such as the same primordial realm, the same plane, or even the same world, can cause irreparable damage to the concept layer of rules. It may cause the collapse and contraction of time and space in that place. Time, which was originally developing in a straight line, is distorted. It may turn into an incompletely overlapping spiral in an instant. Because it does not affect the normal operation of the timeline, this bend will be repaired by the void itself, leaving only a knot that no one can detect. Originally, leaving a knot that represents destruction will not have any effect. But if another knot appears on the timeline, the history between the two knots on the timeline, the history of this place will be twisted into a ball of hemp rope because of these two knots. Time and space will collapse, overlap, distort, and even swap. People from 10,000 years ago will see the life of the present, and people who have died in the past will appear in the future to survive. A person can even clearly observe the moment of the birth of his own world, all the way to the state of his birth and destruction. Navira had tried to make it as simple as possible, but Chu Yingjian and the rest were still confused. It was like a fantasy story. Yun Nuoxing saw that everyone's eyes were in a daze. He thought for a while and simplified his explanation. The same person launched an attack at 2 times on the timeline that could destroy the concept layer of rules. The destruction of the concept would destroy the independence of time. The history between these 2 times would close into an independent event loop in the real world. In other words, there was a person who was powerful enough to break through the concept and time, and the traces left behind connected the 2 time points together. The history of that time period will be chaotic and repeat itself. Everyone scratched their heads for a long time. They probably understood what had happened and nodded dizzily. Navira saw that and continued. We have locked the time period in the scar of the primordial realm between the 41st era and the end of the 59th era. As the event loop was closed, the great samsara broke out not long after. Before it caused any chaos, the great samsara restored the event loop to its original state. Therefore, there was no particularly important information left. Now, there's only endless and meaningless noise of destruction in that place. The weak information mixed in the middle allowed my children to infer that a turmoil may have started from the 41st era and lasted until the end of the era. So the great turmoil of the Age of Darkness actually began in the 41st era. Chu Yingjian frowned and muttered in a low voice. Yin Nuoxing squinted at her and said with a half-smile, "You seem to know something. Speaking of which, I have always been curious. You seem to know the things about the Dark Age, the language and writing of the Dark Age, and that the world-class beings did not come out in the Dark Age. You were just a person of the 7 elemental realms. How do you know so much?" Navira also looked at Chu Yingjian in surprise. "Little girl, do you know something?" Chu Yingjian trembled and muttered, "Why are your ears so sharp at this time?" "Sister, how do you know about the Dark Age?" Chu Qin looked at his sister in confusion. They had never heard her talk about these things. Chu Yingjian turned her head and crossed her arms. "I know something, for some reason. Nerd, don't ask. There are some things that I can't say." Ming frowned slightly. "What can't you say?" Yin Nuoxing sighed softly and looked at her faintly. She was a little unhappy and waved her hand fiercely. "You force me to talk all day long, as if I want to kill you if I hold back a little. Now the situation has come to you. Fine, fine, fine. You have your reasons. You have the final say. Anyway, I don't care." That impatient voice made Chu Yingjian stare blankly for a moment. She hurriedly turned around, only to see him continue to speak with Navila, as if he didn't care at all. Her jade-like hands couldn't help but clench tightly, saying in a low voice, What I know is only an extremely small portion. Among the things I know, there's no such thing as void mist." Yin Nuoxing turned around to look at her, his eyelids drooping slightly. Perhaps it was because of the weight of a pile of troubles. He did not have the mood to answer her. He just nodded faintly. "Oh." The faint response made Chu Yingjian's body tremble slightly. She could not help but lower her head. Her pretty face showed some grievance. Yin Nuoxing was pulling his long hair in distress and did not notice her expression. He looked at Navira and gritted his teeth. Why don't I go to the underworld and go to the Myriad Worlds Pavilion? Maybe I can find some clues. I have enough troubles now. I think I'll be annoyed to death if I pile on another one. Oh my God. Navira suddenly jumped up and grabbed his shoulder fiercely. She gritted her teeth and said, Can you not think about such dangerous things? Don't think that you can really take the underworld as your back garden just because you are close to the road of reincarnation. Do you know how dangerous it is to fall in your current state? In fact, Xian and the others were scared pale when they heard Yun Nuoxing say that he was going to the underworld. They were so anxious that they were sweating profusely. Yun Nuoxing shook his head and said, I have the token of samsara, so it won't take me much time, about 100 or 80 years. The Myriad Worlds Pavilion is a place where the great Yuan realm records itself, so it's difficult for the people of the underworld to enter. However, if it's me, it won't be a problem for me to pay a price. Now that things have developed to this point, I have my concerns. A half-crippled Empyrean god isn't that useful, so I might be able to find some useful information in the Myriad Worlds Pavilion. When the time comes, I'll send it to you and Lu Li so that you can take care of the deity realm. Navira was speechless. She opened her mouth and hesitated for a while before continuing to persuade him. But didn't you say that you're going to reach the end of this life? Aren't you afraid that you will lose all your previous efforts if you go to the samsara and roll around for another 100 or 80 years? What if you go to the underworld and can't come back? Haven't you thought that the price might prevent you from coming back to the Eight Elements realm? Yun Nuoxing was silent for a while. He frowned and calculated in his mind. Actually, there's a 30% chance that I will come back to the deity realm. I think, brother, I called you brother. Will you succeed if I kneel down and beg you? In this case, don't calculate the damn probability. Navira grabbed him and shook him desperately. Have you done anything risky in your 2 lives that has a probability of more than 40%? This is not the same as gambling with your life. You are gambling with your next life, or even your next dozens of lives. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. Then tell me, what are you going to do about the void mist? Thousands of worlds, thousands of gods. Now, we can't even gather the gods of one world. Even if you go to the Myriad Worlds Pavilion and find out the truth about the void mist, you may not be able to deal with that damn thing. At least we can find out what it is and come up with a countermeasure. Countermeasure my ass. Countermeasure my ass. When the power is strong enough to crush everything, what's the point of having a countermeasure? Won't it be fine if we just crush everything in front of us into dust? You're the one who said it. Haven't you been walking down this path for countless years? Who cares? F*CKU. A second ago, they were still arguing, but Yun Nuoxing suddenly froze because of this sentence. He frowned, and the wind and clouds on his face surged for a while and gradually calmed down. It seems that's the case. Navira breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat off her face, and patted him on the shoulder. Xian, I know you have a lot of things on your mind. You can't deal with a lot of things now. But there's no point in being anxious. Calm down first. You used to be able to keep calm more than anyone else. Think about it carefully. Even if you really find out about the void mist, we don't have enough power to fight against it. We can't avoid what's going to happen. Yun Nuoxing closed his eyes and was silent for a while. Then he sighed and scratched his head. Well, that seems to be the case. Xian and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that he had dispelled the terrible idea. Their faces were covered in sweat. Chu Yingxian could not help but relax. She had forgotten that she was a little upset just now. Ming flew into Yun Nuoxing's arms and looked up. His golden eyes looked at Yun Nuoxing, and he shook his head hard. Yun Nuoxing smiled helplessly and patted the little angel's head. All right. I was just a little impatient. There have been too many things on my mind recently. I have a lot of unconventional ideas. Well, I've calmed down a little now. Feng held Xian's hand and walked up to him. She looked at him calmly. You were so determined just now. I thought you were going to take action. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Just when he was about to explain, Navira said, Don't worry. I know this guy better than you. He won't do anything reckless in this situation. Hall Master Wong looked at the two and breathed a sigh of relief. He reminded them, But the matter of the void mist is still a thorn. Yin Nuoxing and Feng who had just breathed a sigh of relief, were troubled again. Yin Nuoxing said in a low voice, "I don't know anything about the Dark Age. The only thing I know now is the ultimate war at the end of the era, and the war is coming to an end. I know an old guy who survived the Dark Age. He is an old immortal, but that guy has been in a deep sleep for a long time. He doesn't want to wake up, and he can't wake up. I can't do anything about it." How do you know someone from the Dark Age? The point is, someone actually managed to escape from that crazy vortex? Navira's face twitched. It was amazing to be able to survive the war at the end of the era that pierced through the Yuan realm. Maybe it was an old guy who was lucky enough to escape. Yin Nuoxing shrugged. "He gave me the coordinates, and I threw it to you." Navira said, Yin Nuoxing and Feng looked at each other. Both of them sighed heavily. It was really a headache. Now, they couldn't help but sigh. Why did they have to encounter such a thing? It was useless to look at each other affectionately for a long time. Yin Nuoxing and Feng hesitated for a long time. In the end, they decided to deal with the matter of Fengyan Mountain first. The modern world was still being leaked. If they didn't want to add more trouble to their troubles, it was better to deal with it one by one. The way to deal with it was much simpler than what they had imagined. Navira and Yin Nuoxing found the void distortion singularity in the deepest part of the void of Fengyan Mountain. The former gently poked at it, and the void began to shake violently. The deep and dark black gradually faded, and a faint lavender appeared in their line of sight. The density of the void was gradually decreasing, and Fengyan Mountain, which had separated from the void, was slowly returning to reality. Crash! The whole process didn't take long. Soon, everyone heard the sound of seawater surging. The mountain range was returning to the embrace of the East Sea. The latter slapped countless seawater on the mountain rocks, surging through the valleys between the mountain peaks and drowning most of the area. During this process, the void crack was also closing. Although they had dragged Fengyan Mountain back, the part that had been eroded by the void could not be saved. Moreover, the lost reality here would take a long time to slowly recover. In the future, half of Fengyan Mountain would be on fire. As for whether the other half of the mountain would melt, that was not something that Yin Nuoxing and Feng had to consider. They had already achieved their goal of coming here, and they had to deal with other things. Their mood was even heavier than a few days ago. Originally, the recovery of the 5 elements constitution was something that was worthy of a small celebration. However, there was another matter that diluted this matter. Everyone's mood was as if a storm was about to come. It has been confirmed that the void mist has dissipated. It's just a small cloud that floated over. It's not too important. The realm of the gods is a world that was personally created and protected by the first generation of great gods. There is definitely something special about it. It should be able to protect this world from being destroyed by the void mist. As for what will happen next, well, that's about it anyway. Standing on the highest peak of Fengyan Mountain, Navira stretched her body and smiled at Yin Nuoxing. This time, we've obtained quite a lot of information. When we get back, we'll have to organize it properly. I see that you're quite busy. Do you want me to come over and help? Yin Nuoxing waved her hand. No. I'm afraid that your fleet will be treated as invaders by the people of the realm of the gods and get rid of them. Although it's still hard to say who will get rid of who. That's a fleet. A fleet. What fleet? Navira put her hands on her hips in annoyance. Then she grinned. I prepared a gift for you on my side. I haven't brought it over yet. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Forget it. I really don't know much about the things on your side. I don't understand. It's like an idiot. Just use your spirit and soul to control it. You can use it as a powerful weapon. Moreover, it can carry you to the end of the void. I guarantee that you'll like it. Let's talk about this next time. Anyway, if I need your help, I won't be polite. Haha. After settling the matter of Fengyan Mountain, they did not leave immediately. Everyone stood on the highest peak. They could see that only 1/3 of Fengyan Mountain was still erupting with towering flames. The other 2/3 had completely cooled down and solidified into rocks. No one knew how long it would take for it to melt again. Yin Nuoxing and Navira were still chatting. Occasionally, they would talk about important matters. Occasionally, they would also discuss the major events of the future. Huh, that organ harp guy just left a few notes and ran away? Didn't I hear you say that the old man took good care of you? He only left a few notes when he came back in this life. He did give me some pointers, but he just kept it to himself. Furthermore, that old man even changed his appearance. I thought that he was giving me pointers back then. Yin Nuashing shrugged. In the end, he was giving pointers to the current me, the ancient me. He asked me to finish the unfinished business. Look at this unlucky thing. I still have it even now. As Yin Nuashing spoke, he took out the 3 notes that the old man known as the heaven-defying divine lord, who was actually called organ harp, gave him. They were 3 prophecies. That guy left a prophecy for the current me. At that time, he didn't say it clearly. I know that I may not be able to say it clearly, but that doesn't stop me from beating him up when I see him in the future. Navira laughed as he took the brocade pouch in his hand. He took out the first one. It was a prophecy related to the Great Guardian Formation. At this moment, another line of words appeared on the back. The Great Guardian Formation has been restored. He said in surprise, it seems that it was really for you back then, which is the you who has recovered your memory. As he spoke, he took out the second one. There was nothing on the back. It was probably because it had not been completed yet. Obviously, there was still something hidden. Oh, Yin Nuashing thought of something. His pretty face stiffened slightly. He reached out to grab it. Don't look, don't look. The third one is a little embarrassing. Heh. Navira smiled sinisterly as he took out the pink note. He was stunned when he saw the color scheme. Damn, such a showy color. He then saw the 4 words written on it. Damn, this old man is so naughty. Yin Nuashing covered his face. Navira smacked his lips and turned the pink prophecy to the back. He thought that he would not see any instructions. However, he saw a line of words that was very conspicuous. I've already warned you, but you didn't listen. Now you've gone too far, haven't you? Yin Nuashing. Huh. Did that old man already know that something was going to happen to his seal? Navira was also speechless. The so-called encounter of true love doesn't mean that you've finally met someone who truly loves you, because there's no lack of that. What he really wants to tell you is that if you don't pay attention, you'll fall into the hands of the devil for the rest of your life. Yin Nuashing's face was full of confusion and anger. Would that old bastard die if he said it more clearly? Chapter 11:11. After not seeing each other for dozens of eras, the two of them were old men in name and in fact had a lot of things to talk about. They were vigilant as they walked through the void rift, but they did talk a lot at that time. Now, they were more relaxed as they stood in the Inferno Mountains and looked at the clear blue sky in the distance. They wished they could turn into 2 salted fish and bask in the sun without any worries. Of course, it would be even better if they could bask in the sun without being sprinkled with salt. The matter of the void mist had been a thorn in Navira's side since the beginning, and it became a thorn in his heart after he talked with Yin Nuashing. Later, he found out that this guy might have something to do with the Dark Age, and his whole person became a little gloomy. However, he was actually a little better, and there was nothing he couldn't get over. The main thing was that when he saw his old friend's face, he was too embarrassed to say that he was worried. Instead, he went up to him and comforted him, afraid that this old man who had opened the coffin across 70 eras would push him back into the coffin. In fact, he already had such thoughts, but fortunately, he was convinced not to. Yin Nuashing verbally said that he had given up, and he also had the idea of giving up in his heart, but Navira was still worried. However, there was no better way at the moment, and he could only repeatedly remind him not to act rashly. If you really can't live in the realm of the gods anymore, come to my place. There are plenty of places for you to stay. Yin Nuashing glanced at him and laughed. Actually, I'm just using your place as a place to move my family. I'm just waiting for when I'm depressed to move my whole family over. Okay, anyway, I've already made a deal. I'll let the place for you. If you have any difficulties, just come. Anyway, you won't let me come to the realm of the gods for now. Navila shrugged. But I'll say it again. If you can't get over it, just come and find me. You don't have to worry so much about the void mist. I know that brick is in front of the door, but it's useless even if you're anxious. Yin Nuashing and Navira had a lot to talk about until sunset. Only then did Yin Nuashing prepare to leave. He had obtained some very precious information in the world of the gods today, and he wanted to go back and sort it out to see if he could find anything about the void fog. If possible, he wanted to get rid of it before it endangered the entire 8 elemental realm. However, the chances were slim. Even the gods of thousands of worlds in the Dark Age couldn't get rid of it. There wasn't much power in this era. It's a good thing that the pillar wasn't written down in words. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to understand it. Navira smiled again. He patted Yin Nuashing on the back and grinned. If one day I see you lighting up the void with thousands of stars, I'll rush over without hesitation. Come on, don't be so dramatic. I just want to be a salted fish in peace. Yin Nuashing spread his hands and sighed helplessly. Navira laughed and waved his hand. His body began to emit a faint golden light. He grinned and made a confident gesture to Yin Nuashing. I'm leaving. Your best friend in the void will break through the void and come to your side when you need it. After leaving behind some mushy words, he laughed and gradually disappeared. His body was overflowing with golden light, leaving only a golden ball in place. After the ball of light appeared, it rushed to Yin Nuashing's hand and made a slight buzzing sound. Your best friend in the void. Yin Nuashing sighed in melancholy. His palm gently stroked the ball of light as he muttered to himself. You are, but I'm not. After settling the matter of Fengyan Mountain, Yin Nuashing suddenly remembered something. The matter of the star trial. This matter had already been thrown to the back of his head by the more troublesome matter. Because Ziyin had retrieved the origin of fire, the trial of fire could be considered to have officially passed. In his senses, there were traces of the aura of starlight landing on his body. He knew that it was the faintly discernible star Fate. He had already obtained the best one, so it actually wouldn't affect him if he fused more into that reddish-black star. The quality is not bad. Yin Nuashing clenched his palm and felt the celestial fate that had just fused into his body. He muttered, if I didn't go to the Saint Spirit miracle, the reward for the trial of the stars would be quite generous. Well, even the divine flame that was ranked in the 20s is useless now. It could be used to fill up that star, which is not very abundant. He rubbed his hands and could not help but chuckle. At this moment, he certainly knew the various deeper meanings of the trial of the stars. Although he did not completely understand it, he could still explore and understand some of it. The answer to the source that he found was actually a little normal, but since it was harmless, he was too lazy to follow the vine to the melon. Little Purple Soul, who had been cooped up in the soul world for a while, was finally released. She slipped out of Yin Nuashing's soul and ran around the group on the ground. It was not until Yin Nuashing pressed the little girl's head that she calmed down. But she was not quiet for long. She grabbed Little Magic from Bing Air's arms and rubbed him like a ball of flour. Xiao Xian, who was hiding on Yin Nuashing's neck, could not help but shudder. Brother, where are we going to play now? Little Purple Soul looked up, her big purple gold eyes sparkling with beautiful colors. Yin Nuashing smiled and rubbed her head. After pondering for a while, she turned to look at Temple Master Guang and said, it's about time to go back. No matter how busy we are, we still need to take a break. Going back to rest for a while should not be a problem. Hearing that, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After running away from the gathering in the southern plains, they rushed into the burning mountain without stopping. It was as if they had taken a stroll in hell. Then, they rushed into the void rift and fought a fierce battle with a group of ugly monsters. Now, they could finally rest for a while. Yin Nuashing looked at Ziyin and said, Ziyin, you have other plans. Feng, you come with us. The two girls were slightly stunned and nodded subconsciously. After a few seconds, Ziyin asked, Little Star, where are we going? Aren't you coming? Yin Nuashing shook her head and walked up to her and rubbed her long hair. Don't worry, it's just a small matter for you. It will be solved very quickly. It won't take much time. I'll wait for you at the 9-God Shrine. Elder, I'll send them over later. Please take care of them for me. No problem. But where are you sending them? Temple Master Guang nodded. The Southern Plains, Monster God Mountain. Ziyin immediately understood what she was going to do when she heard those words. She sighed softly and nodded at Temple Master Wang with a confident smile. Yin Nuoxing smiled and turned to Yuan Shi and the others. If you have time, go and complete the star trial. The star fate reward is actually not bad. It can also expand your capacity. Of course, it's fine even if you don't pay attention to it. The star fate you have now is more than enough. Ming blinked and suddenly said, "Are we going to the little divine land? It's not far. The matters outside are more or less settled. We have to go there." Yin Nuoxing nodded and looked at Little Moon and the others. She smiled. "You can adjust your condition and prepare to break through to the elementary god rank that you have always dreamed of. As for me, I also have to make some preparations." Little Moon and the others didn't hear the last sentence, but they heard clearly that they could break through to the elementary god rank. They were so excited that they jumped on the spot. They could have broken through long ago, but they had been listening to Yin Nuoxing's words and didn't do so. They were still waiting until now. Although the 7 trillion seal ensured that their cultivation was not wasted, the feeling of being able to break through to the elementary god rank when they were so close to breaking through was still very hard to bear. Now, they were so excited that they were like slaves who had been oppressed for hundreds of years who were finally freed. 1 or 2 hours after Yin Nuoxing and Navira's conversation, Xian and the others had already recovered. Yin Nuoxing didn't waste any time. He waved his hand and teleported everyone to the Demon God Mountain in the southern plains. He didn't stay here for long. He just gave some instructions and said a few words. After leaving Xian, Feng and Home Master Wang behind, he quickly left with his people. Anyway, with Feng, and Home Master Wang's help, there was no beast on the Demon God Mountain that could stop them. He was quite relieved. Now he had another thing to do, so he hurried back to the 9 Deity Temple. The movement of his token opening the door was as loud as ever, attracting the attention of many people in that space. Now, there were not only the 9 floating islands of the 9 Deity Temple in this space, but also the 2 enormous floating islands of the Yuan family and the Qin family. They had only been out for half a day, so it was impossible for there to be a complete change, but they could still see some obvious changes. The size of the 2 floating islands of the Yuan family and the Qin family had expanded a lot. The originally compact, small towns were no longer crowded together. The defensive walls were almost completely removed, and even the 2 main cities were no exception. Just like the 9 cities on the 9 floating islands of the 9 Deity Temple, there were no walls to restrict them. The 3 parties were now in a friendly relationship. The people of the 9 Deity Temple were responsible for making the atmosphere more relaxed, while Yuan Shi and so the elders of the Qin family were responsible for keeping the atmosphere cold and serious. Then, they would be glared at by the former. As for the patriarchs of the 2 families, they were drinking tea and chatting with each other with their arms around each other's shoulders. It was a very natural thing for the higher-ups to negotiate with each other. The younger generation of the 9 Deity Temple, the Yuan family, and the Qin family were all very interested in the sudden addition of a transcendental force as their neighbor. Moreover, under the intentional or unintentional disregard of the elders, they quickly got into a fight. It was a real fight in the truest sense of the word. There were explosions of energy in many places. After not seeing each other for half a day, the flames of war were everywhere. Although it might be a little exaggerated, this was the situation in this space at the moment. The younger generation of the 3 forces were in an unprecedentedly intimate relationship, and they were spilling blood and sweat for a friendly relationship in the future. The higher-ups did not care, but the elders in charge of watching the scene were quite attentive. They took care of the big and small, passionate exchanges to prevent a bloody disaster from breaking out. When Yin Nuoxing and the others returned, they saw such a situation. Moreover, their group of people had charged in such a high-profile manner, which attracted many people's attention. The main reason was that the spatial fluctuation caused by the token was too great. Moreover, this time, they did not rush to the bottom of the Golden Temple, but directly emerged from the space. The commotion was even more exaggerated. A conservative estimate was that they had attracted the attention of 80% of the people in this space. Everyone in the Yuan clan, including the people in the small town outside, was no stranger to Yin Nuashing. When they moved, he was the one who assisted them. Although the people in the Nine Deities Temple did not tell others about the existence of this young temple master, they still recognized him. Only the people in the Qin clan and many of the subordinate forces did not know who this group of people who had rushed out was. However, they would find out very soon. After all, there was a total of 41 sons hanging above his head, and 39 of them were related to him. This information would be passed down from the higher-ups, and soon everyone would know about it. This was also to appease those who were not in the know. However, there was no need to explain in detail. Those people did not need to know about these things completely. Most people would not pay too much attention to things that did not affect them. As long as they knew what had happened and the extent of the impact, they would slowly get used to the rest. The grand entrance of this group of people caused this space to quiet down for a while, and then it became lively again. Yin Nuashing and the others had already quickly returned to the Nine Deities Palace. They did not have the time to see this group of people clearly. They only felt that the space was quiet for a moment, and then became lively again in an instant. After settling Ming Ming, Yuan Shi, and the others in the Fire Divine Shrine, Yin Nuashing rushed to the top of the shrine. There were still traces of the coiling silk cave there, and no one had taken care of it. He saw a thread-like object passing through the pillars at the top of the shrine and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These were all traces left behind by his ascension back then, and even after coming back a few times, he didn't take care of them. It felt like they were deliberately left behind by the Hall Masters. He found a comfortable position and laid down on the platform that was filled with the power of thousands of stars. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He emptied his mind and threw away all the troubles that were lingering in his mind. His mind gradually sank into the other side. After a short period of darkness, his eyes became bright again. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes again and came to the Star Palace. What entered his eyes was a starry sky that was constantly evolving. It was chaotic, disorderly, and without any pattern. The star creation chart was still changing and analyzing itself in the unremitting star source evolution. He left here last time, so it was not surprising that he came here again and opened his eyes. It was just that he was a little dizzy. He unconsciously thought of the 1,000 years he had been sitting here. He had to find his way out of this room before he fainted. Yin Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief after he retreated from the room that was filled with stars. He casually shouted in the long corridor of the palace, and a 4-meter-tall, humanoid energy body came out of the wall. It was a blurry human form, but its legs were a mass of energy mist. It was so blurry that it had no facial features, only a pair of big white eyes. When it saw Yin Nuashing, it lowered its head and bowed. Yin Nuashing looked up at the humanoid energy body that was changing between purple and blue. He nodded and said, "Take me to your master's room." The energy body made a buzzing sound, turned around, and floated along the corridor. Yin Nuashing followed behind it unhurriedly. "How is he recently?" Yin Nuashing asked casually. What responded to him was a series of low, buzzing sounds. This energy giant itself was rumbling and reverberating with this kind of energy, surging, buzzing sound. Yin Nuashing felt that it did not speak at all and was a little depressed. Did the flower I brought last time have any effects? Has he woken up recently? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yin Nuashing, fortunately, the journey was not long. The energy body brought him to a door, bowed, and disappeared into the wall. Yin Nuashing glanced at it, then reached out and slowly pushed the door open. What appeared behind the huge starry door was a simple little room. Compared to the palace, this room was indeed very small. There were many abnormally wide windows in this room, and the walls were made up of stars that flowed with time. When he raised his head, he could even see the ceiling. It was still a starry sky that was a mixture of black and light purple. The only difference in the room was the dozen or so windows. The scenery outside the windows was clearly completely separated. The dozen or so windows each pointed to a place in the star field. Through the thin glass, he could see the endless star field. The blazing light of countless large stars fell into his eyes. It was incomparably resplendent and mesmerizing. In the middle of the room, there was a large bed against the wall. This was everything in this room, and there were no other furnishings. A thin figure was lying on the bed. There was only a small bump under the thin and wide blanket. It was a very small and young figure. It was a pure teenager in his teens. It was different from his tender face that was 8 meters tall. A purple flower the size of a wash basin was placed neatly next to the old teenager's pillow. The faint fragrance of the flower lingered in the room. When Yun Nuoxing pushed the door open, he could already smell the strong fragrance of the flower. With a light sniff, his entire body would relax, and his mind would become tranquil. It was obvious that it had been placed here for some time. "You're here. You look worried. What's bothering you?" A burst of faint laughter woke Yun Nuoxing up from his daze. His cheeks twitched, and he turned around to close the door. Then, he walked towards the only thing in the room. A ball of white light appeared beside the bed at the same time. It was a blurry and complete white figure. When Yun Nuoxing saw it, he felt like slapping it. "Can't you change your appearance?" Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes at him. He casually leaned against the wall and tilted his head to look at the thin figure on the bed. He frowned slightly. "Is this what you look like in this lifetime?" The white figure chuckled. "It's my original appearance. It's just that I'm a little smaller. I still have to wait for tens of thousands of years to grow. I find it strange. Why can you guys maintain your original appearance after reincarnating? Why must I become like this?" Yun Nuoxing pointed at himself gloomily. A mirror appeared in midair. He looked at himself in the mirror and grinned. Although he wanted to show a paralyzed smile that was uglier than crying, when he smiled, his face had endless blessings such as holiness, beauty, and so on. He was speechless. The reincarnation of the soul will more or less be affected. You've reincarnated for billions of lifetimes. Maybe you've mistakenly reincarnated into a girl once or a few times, and then left a mark and became like this. The white figure crossed its arms and joked. "Sounds terrible." Yun Nuoxing sighed and waved the mirror away. He pondered for a while and said, "Do you know a lot about the Dark Age?" The white figure was stunned. Apparently, he did not expect him to ask this. "A lot, but not all. I'm a person from the late Dark Age. If you want to ask me about the things that happened between the 40th and 50th eras, I can only give you the original word from the books. You know, the records in the books are a few primordial realms away from the truth." Yun Nuoxing shrugged. "But some things can't be too different. Have you heard of the void mist?" "No, the abyss mist?" The white figure was stunned. Yun Nuoxing saw that his light dimmed a little. He could not help but raise his eyebrows. "Seems like you know something." The former laughed bitterly. "Why would you ask this?" "All right, I know a little about it. People from the Dark Age would more or less know about these things. But for people who were born in the last years of the gods, they might have forgotten everything. They might have forgotten those nightmares that are not acknowledged by others." After that, he spread his hands again. "But I don't just know a little. I know a lot of things which I've painstakingly investigated. It's just that I can't string every situation together, and I can't find any common points. They are pieces of a puzzle, and I can't find a connecting point." "You've investigated the abyss mist? Did that thing show great harm from the beginning? Or did you notice something?" "No, I just think it's fun." Yun Nuoxing. He felt that he had misjudged this guy from the very beginning. This was an old urchin who was even more mischievous than he was. He still had a playful heart, and he even went to investigate the abyssal death mist, which made people retreat just for fun. Seeing the strange look on his face, the white figure coughed. "Well, it's for research purposes. But I wasn't a god back then, so I didn't understand a lot of things as well as I do now." What he said was not much different from what Yun Nuoxing saw and knew. There were many special situations, and because there was no multiple of the same situation, he could not tell if there were such characteristics. "Oh, I haven't asked you yet. Why did you suddenly ask about this?" The white figure floated to the window and pushed it open. Outside was a complete galactic space, leading to a beautiful galactic space. This thing was taboo back then. It caused the entire void to be in chaos. The first realm and the other two realms were all damaged to varying degrees. The realm of the gods had encountered it before. Yun Nuoxing frowned. "Then why didn't I hear about it in the realm of the gods?" "Oh, it's probably because of the gap in history. After all, it was the war at the end of the era. The white figure nodded. Yin Nuashing sighed. Why'd I have to ask? Because that thing is back. Uffed. Yin Nuashing leaned to the side to avoid a spit of energy. The white shadow widened his eyes, walked over, and patted him heavily on the shoulder. Take your time. Take a deep breath and relax. I know that a heavenly God who has reincarnated has a lot of worries. You can't let your mind be affected. If there's anything, we can talk about it slowly. Don't take your health lightly. Yin Nuashing waved his hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I don't have time to entertain you. It's understandable that you don't believe me. But the truth is that the brick mixed with the void mist, or the abyssal death mist, is about to hit the realm of the gods. It took us a long time to find out that it might be related to the Dark Age. The white figure saw the serious look on his face and knew that he was telling the truth. The white light fell silent and flickered. This is serious. It seems that there are more than one or two families of ancient souls that survived. How serious is this? The white figure waved his hand and sighed. It's not serious. The result is about the same. There's something else I want to tell you. Yin Nuashing narrowed his eyes and sat down on the bed. He nodded. Go on. I'm sitting. The day the abyssal death mist dissipates, that 1 hour, that 1 minute, that 10 seconds later, is the day that the eternal war of the ages began. Yin Nuashing was in a daze. He almost fell on the bed.